Pickleball.
We are
Major League Pickleball.
We are MLP.
We are Major League Pickleball.
Welcome to San Clemente, California, in the southernmost portion of Orange County. A beautiful sunshiny day here. However, we've got a bit of a marine layer overhead as we prepare for Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville Season 2, the playoffs. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Cameron Blackwood. Welcome in to Lifetime Fitness Pickleball. This is what it all comes down to. One of the most historic years of pickleball just took place in 2023, and now it all comes down to this. We will start our coverage at the challenger level. The big question remains, can the SoCal Hard Eights find the hat trick and leave no doubt that they own Season 2 as they picked up 2 titles already? Again, Cameron Irwin alongside Cameron Blackwood. We start, though, with a playoff format, a 2 versus a 3 seed in the St. Louis Shock versus the California Black Bears. A couple new names in the mix as well for the California Black Bears, but we cannot wait to see the play of Alex Trong, so steady, and what she's able to bring in terms of her energy and just explosive play, Cameron.
Yeah, and she's just grown so much throughout this entire year. I just think her confidence has grown. She knows who she is on the court. She's confident with each shot. And playing along Tina Pisnik, who I think I would put her in maybe the top 5 players who really has shown me the most throughout the entire year. Just a solid partnership right there, but they're going to bring some fire right off the bat.
Well, speaking of bringing fire, there is a new name in the mix for the California Black Bears. It's Rob Cassidy. I hope that he brought the biggest pickleball paddle bag that you can imagine, because he's guaranteed to use about 8 different paddles in this matchup.
And bandages and tape and I mean, if you see Elise Jones flying all over the court, that's like the girl version of Rob Cassidy. He is flying all over this court. If he's not bleeding by the end of this, he didn't do his job right.
There's no doubt about it. Rob Cassidy, of course, now a part of the California Black Bears. And you look to the other side, you have Judith Castillo warming up, as well as Jeannie Arokina, 2 of the 4 members of the St. Louis Shock. A look, though, to Eric Palett. He was a nice addition to this crew. I've gotten a chance to be on the court with him, and he brings so much skill. Really great on extension, especially up at the kitchen line.
Yeah, and he has a lot of length. You can see right there, I mean, Jeannie Arokina, she's a very tall player. He's matching that. I mean, there's going to be a lot of reach that he's going to be able to flick, like you said, those backhands, and hopefully, you know, pick the spots on the body that can really jam up, create some pop-ups there. And then on the other side, you have someone like Cassidy who's going to keep you in the point. He's going to dive all over the place. He's great at resets. I know sometimes it can look like chaos. It really is controlled chaos. He knows where to place his body, even though it looks like it's contorted in a crazy way. He knows exactly what he's doing, and so he's going to keep them in the point and look for Palett to clean up.
Well, you're looking at Jeannie Arokina now, a member of the St. Louis Shock, and again, there's Judith Castillo. Now, Major League Pickleball, if you're seeing it for the very first time, well, 1, we want to welcome you in, and 2, ask you where you've been, but this format has been one of the most exciting in the game of pickleball. It's a different style, and even a different style than a lot of these pros just played even 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, even yesterday. I mean, they went from traditional pickleball scoring to more of an individual concept now to a team format in rally scoring. And so you have to completely change the mindset here, because it's not, oh, I can go for a little bit more on my serve. No, each point matters here, and you're playing for way more than yourself here. You're playing for your teammates, you're playing for your organization, you're playing for your owners, you're playing for your state. I mean, you're playing for your region. That's what's so incredible about this team format, is you have fans from all over the country here that have your back, that are wanting you to win and host that trophy.
There's no doubt about it. There's again Judith Castillo. Let's take a look at the win probability between these two teams. The format starts as you will have either men's or women's gender doubles to get started, as well as then followed by 2 mixed doubles events with the combinations. A 61% favor for the California Black Bears. Pretty substantial, Cameron.
Yeah, I don't know if I would put it that, 61% over 39. I see it a little bit closer, if I'm being honest, just with the 2 new additions. I want to see Paylett and Cassidy step up. Can they? Can they really create chemistry right off the bat? Because on the other side, you have Cassidy, who just came off of a win last night, flew in at midnight alongside Emmerich, who's a very solid player there. But again, what's cool, you're going to have the 2 forehands on both sides. So that's a different different strategy. You're going to see patterns play out. Who can execute? I do think, though, yes, we have 2 Robs, but I think it's Rob Nunnery who's going to be the deciding factor in that matchup.
And again, I'm glad you mentioned it. Martin Emmerich is a part of the mix. As you now look to the head-to-head, you can see the dupers and win probability there as well. So Trong and Pisnik with a substantial advantage, but that's a little surprising just in terms of what we've seen from Judith Castillo throughout this season, just the amount of growth, not just on the singles court, but really from gender doubles to mixed doubles as well.
I agree, and like I said, I want that to be a little bit closer as well. I don't see Pisnik and Trong really running away with this. Yes, they're a very solid team. Pisnik is as solid as they get, but on the other side, Arikina keeps you in the point, and you have someone like Judith who can really control that kitchen line. She has some great flicks. She's really been working on that one-handed backhand flick that now you're seeing someone like an Anna Bright and a Callie Jo Smith now working into their game. That's really been making a big difference, so look for them to fire right away. I was talking earlier with the coach, and they said they're ready to go. This is what they've been preparing for, and they're excited to get going.
21 points.
Side out, point 1.
Again, rally scoring.
1-0.
Black Bears on the board first.
It's a good pull there from Trong, catching Castillo right at the body.
2-0.
See some sun starting to creep in. See if that's going to be a factor here as we get moving through this doubles match.
Nice one-hand backhand. There's Tina Pisnik.
And they're really good at whatever the pattern is, just sticking with it. Even if it may not work here or there, they don't get too flustered. And I think that really comes from Pisnik's experience in professional tennis. She can just really say, not bring those emotions on if she misses something right away and keep Trong within that pattern.
Point. 2-3. Side out, point 4. 4-2. Side out, point 3.
Great movement there just from all ladies, really getting touches on the ball. And something to mention, too, that it is a little bit chillier this morning. Kind of the same temp that we were feeling in Dallas, so the ball is going to be harder, going to play a little bit quicker. We'll see who that favors in this matchup right now, but just look for that as well.
What a wind-up, Alex Trong. really doing a nice job on that right side, covering with the middle as well. A little bit more that 50-50 split in these gender doubles formats. We'll call it 60-40. Oh my, what a roller.
I mean, I think they've now had 5 of their 6 points down the middle. So that's exactly what the pattern is right now. They want to confuse them. They want them questioning whose ball really is it in the middle. So I like the game plan so far. And if it's working, don't change it.
Side out, point 4.
Seeing as we are not in pool play, the first 2-3 games, he takes the match. With the overhead.
All 4 of these ladies have great hands. You're going to see these elongating points, which I really love starting us off in the morning.
So fun.
But yeah, like you said, Erikina right there, so much length. I mean, she can almost touch the net from the kitchen there. But look for her, like I said, really keep them in the point and see if they can't
extend some of those rallies. Again, there's another good look. Judith Castillo on that right side. 5-7, shocked down by 2. Pisnik doing a nice job on those first volleys, finding some depth.
Yeah, right at the feet, exactly. In that transition zone especially is where you're wanting to target.
Tough side right now for Trong and Pisnik. Vision absolutely impaired. Sun shining in.
Side out, point 6.
Even there, you can see Trong trying to cover her eyes.
And it's good if they can stay ahead before they switch sides on quote-unquote the bad side right now. That's going to give them a huge advantage for the second half of this game.
Castillo tried to come up with a secondary dig, but too much pressure. Talk about the offense that's coming from the Black Bears.
And I was just going to mention that. They are right up on that kitchen line. They're not giving any room there for any errors. They're not taking any steps back. No defense. It is all offense for the Black Bears.
Strike first, pickleball continues for the Black Bears. Again, men's doubles will be coming up after the conclusion of the women's doubles game.
10-6.
This best of 5 format, first 3 games wins. We will, of course, find that at least the first mixed competition.
Where would you like the speed ups coming from? Look for Erikina to keep them in, but Judith's going to be the one to make the difference.
So a change of end here at 11-7. They're going to look for some offense on the side of the St. Louis Shock.
This coverage of Major League Pickleball is brought to you in part by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. By Format Pickleball, where Major League Pickleball players and fans get their gear. And by Toyota Prius. It's ace now.
Just an absolutely perfect venue here at Lifetime Fitness in San Clemente, California for the season finale of Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. Again, I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Cameron Blackwood. Little Cam Squared in the booth for you today.
What else do you want?
I don't know. Good question. So the St. Louis,
her dinks maybe have a little bit more time. As you can see right there, she was already even backing up on that speed up. She needs to hold her line. However, if she's not used to doing it, she's not going to do it in this one. But I would like her to utilize her length a little bit more, and maybe she can create something that she can set up for Judith.
You make a good point. Maybe it's not her actually speeding up, but it's getting her partner more involved. So Judith can be a bit more aggressive. And that's one way to also find some points. A nice counter from Arokina.
And she doesn't have to do much. She has all that length, and if Trong's going to go ahead and speed up, use the pace and just swing down. It's not going to go in the net. I mean, here and there maybe, but with that length, it's going to go right over. So good pull from her.
Little net luck.
I mean, at 8-14, 9-14, I'm not sorry at all. I am taking it marching straight back and serving. Great shot, team.
The disadvantage lies at the baseline on the far side. However, once they work their way to the kitchen, things get a little easier. It's going to continue.
For Judith, don't know about
Jeannie. Jeannie, that is true. Maybe an extra foot of height there.
Yeah.
Lets that fall just in bounds. 10-15, the shock. Trying to narrow the gap.
10-15.
I don't mind that take from Trong. It's been working the entire game here. So, yeah, miss it there. You're still up by 5. Move on. That's why you have Pisnik there. It's no biggie. There's no motion from her, so you're not feeding off of anything. Just get right back into it.
Creating her own opportunity. Beautifully done from Judith Castillo.
Yeah, it's almost just like we swapped teams. I mean, that's what we were seeing on the opposite side when the Black Dragons were over there. They work the point great. You know, maybe it is elongating these points a little bit. That's going to give the Shock an advantage here because they can create that separation. They can open up the middle a little bit, and look, frustration right there from Trong. So great adjustments there in that changeover to really work those points a little bit longer at the kitchen line.
13-15, the St. Louis Shock on a bit of a streak here. Can they find the tie at 15? patience is key. Right now, the St. Louis Shock have strung together several points to try and close the gap with the California Black Bears. Some longer dink rallies as well as some hybrid drops. Jeannie Arokina been a big part of the equation. Notably, Trong didn't speed the ball up.
No, but pushed Arokina all the way back to the transition zone just with the dinks. I mean, great adjustment for her to not take the bait and hit that speed up. It looked a little bit high. I know she wanted to pull the trigger, but good for her to just continue working the point.
And same thing, an adjustment. Trong has a nice setup shot, and she's looking for Pisnik to close the door.
And I think that's great. I mean, that's definitely what it looks like they talked about when they called that timeout was, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and you keep us in play. Pisnik, let's clean up here. And I think right now, emotionally, that is the better decision to make.
3 straight points for the California Black Bears since that timeout was called. Caught just off the kitchen line. 19-13, make it a 4-point run for the California Black Bears. There's the encouragement of Rob Cassidy coming out and congratulating his team as they are getting that much closer to a Game 1 win. Again, these games are so important. There's no pool play. This is playoff pickleball. So you have to be able to pick up these first and second games and put yourself in a great position heading into mixed doubles.
I agree, and especially with the 2 new additions of the Black Bears with Eric and Rob Cassidy. Do they have chemistry? Are they going to perform to what the Black Bears need them to? So it is crucial right now that they get the women's doubles, because if it doesn't click, at least it's 1-1 heading into mix. So I think right now it's just so crucial as a team right now, knowing what's coming up in men's, because the Shock are so solid on the side with Emmerich and Nunnery, that this is a must win, in my opinion, for the Black Bears.
And waiting in the wake of this matchup is actually the SoCal Hard Eights, as they were the #1 seed coming into this event for the challenger level, having picked up the last 2 titles. So they await the winner of this match for the finale.
19-13. Side out, point 14.
You know the Hard Eights are taking notes. they are up and watching these.
Redirect on the forehand side, finding that left hip, a little crossbody even out of the middle.
Yeah, and again, I don't know how much the sun is affecting people, but I mean, to have a redirect right there when your face is getting so much sun on it from such a harsh angle. Great pull the trigger there by Pisnik. See if they can't close it out.
Side out, point 15.
15-20.
15-20. Side out, 20.
Seeing as it is a game point opportunity, we have a freeze. Once you get to 20, you must maintain the serve
15.
to earn game point. And the Black Bears do 21-15. In-game adjustments were the key in this matchup.
It was. They were a solid team from start to finish there. Like you said, made adjustments when needed, stuck to the game plan. Emotions really stayed intact. Sometimes Trong can get a little excited and a little expressive, or, you know, as we saw there, a little angry putting down the paddle. But I think it's just having such a composure player like Tina Pisnik on your side that helps you take those wins, especially in those crucial moments. So, like I said, we're heading now here with the two new players with the Black Bears. So it was a crucial win for me on the Black Bears to take a 1-0 lead.
Good look at the Black Bears. Rob Cassidy coming up next, along with Eric Palett. Can the Black Bears go up 2-0? Who can control the chaos better? That might be the most important question coming up in this next men's doubles matchup. We just saw Jeannie Arokina and Judith Castillo drop their first game, so the California Black Bears end up getting the women's doubles match. Tina Pisnik and her partner Alex Strong got the big win. And get this, think back to Dallas. This team of Judith and Castillo, they were 4-0 that weekend. That is a big win for the California Black Bears, taking them down.
It really is, and I think they came out with their patterns and their game plan right away, and they didn't waver. Yes, they had to make a minor adjustment there late in the first game, but great job by them.
There's no doubt about it, and it's so fun for these two. We talked about the controlled chaos. Here's a look at the head-to-head. The reason I mentioned it is Rob Cassidy has a very unique style of pickleball, can come away with some incredible saves and digs, and Palett is not shy to be the aggressor. He will be playing that left side, but on the opposite, you have just Rob Nunnery, so steady, so disciplined in his style of play, and it really has been studying this game of pickleball for an extended period of time now, alongside Martin Emmerich, who likes to play up-tempo as well.
He does, and I think Emmerich is probably the most athletic player on this court. When I look at this just head-to-head right now, his movement is incredible. It's, can he keep his emotions in check and not pull the trigger too fast? That's what I'm going to be looking out for here. Can he stay steady? Can he set up Nunnery? And can he play smart pickleball? He's going to be my key factor to look out for in this match.
There's Rob Cassidy, the arms flailing.
And that's something that's so difficult playing against Rob Cassidy. It's so unorthodox. You really don't know when he's pulling the trigger, when he's hitting a reset, when he's speeding up. So it creates a lot of confusion. So look for him to play it to his advantage.
I mean, that last rally was a great example. They're going for the drive and crash, and he is literally crouching at the kitchen line already looking for the poach or reset. That's wild. You don't typically see that.
No, and as you saw right there, just a little confusion in the middle. Both teams here have two forehands in the middle. That can create a lot of confusion sometimes if you're not used to playing with each other. Who's going to take that middle ball? Who's going to be the aggressor? So that right there, look for them to, they have to clean it up right away.
The two southpaws, Rob Cassidy and Martin Emmerich.
Side out, point 2.
I do not envy Martin Emmerich right now in terms of his court positioning through the transition zone.
No.
Practicing his sun stare.
Side out, point 4.
And that's the type of aggressiveness that you can expect from Eric Palet.
And he's going to need it in this matchup right now because what I think Emmerich and Nunnery are going to do is just play smart pickleball. They're going to move the ball well, see if they can't pull the trigger, and then bounce on the counters. So I think, yeah, let's see what you got here. Let's see if you can't pull the trigger and create some errors. But I like that aggressiveness from Palet because I think if he can clean up, Cassidy has the hands to counter.
Offense paying off on the side of the Black Bears. I think they're counting on the Black Bears not only coming away with a few wins in terms of their offense, but also maybe more errors mounting on their side.
I agree.
3-4.
Palet with the serve. And again, there's that wild court position. They are fully committed to the shake and bake. I don't even know if you call it a shake and bake because Cassidy is already well formed up there.
Yeah.
The souffle has been cooked. In a three-point stance, Cassidy sends one back, and Palet cleans it up.
He like is doing karate out there, but it's almost like the more awkward and unorthodox it is, the better it is for Cassidy. He really thrives in that awkwardness, chaos, because it works for him. That's his game plan. So I love that Palet's really putting a, capitalizing on it because some players wouldn't know what to do playing alongside him. So I think right now that looks like they have some chemistry building between them.
Chemistry building as well as the score on the side of the Black Bears. I have a feeling the St. Louis Shock are going to say enough is enough. If the Black Bears are in rhythm offensively, maybe it's time that we take some offense to them, especially considering what side of the court they're on. If you're going to try and counter on that side, we just saw Emmerich get crushed right in the noggin. I mean, they have to be able, because of the vision, maybe to find some of their own offense and get off that sunny side.
I agree, and what you can do as well, because it's too far into the middle, really spread that kitchen right there. You see Emmerich throwing on his shades, but I would like them to have some aggressive rolls to the outside and see if they can't open up the middle with maybe just a nice, easy pace. But you gotta make a dink.
But I still think that has so much to do with the vision. That's gotta be so tough.
I agree.
Football. Right foot. Side out.
Foot fault on Rob Cassidy.
And that's his second one just already in this game. So he's got to clean it up again. It's great that he goes for him. He has a lot of reach, but got to watch those little twinkle toes.
Start calling him Fred. You might have been the only person to laugh at that joke, Cameron,
thank you.
So thank you.
You're welcome. I got you.
6-all.
Side out, point 7.
And I wear shades when I play, but it is still an adjustment when you go from no shades to it's a little overcast to then the sun to then putting on shades, it's just so many different colors for your eyes to adjust to. So if they can make it work before the changeover, they're going to be looking good here in the second half of this game.
Yeah, I think it might be about how close can you keep it when you're on the bad side before the change of end. If you keep this close, it might be a different game in the second half. I mean, you see the first block, but how did he just come away with that one?
The thing is, none of us know, but he knows. It is the most awkward shot, but he's like, oh yeah, I practiced that one.
You can also see his unique grip on his paddle. Chokes really high up on the paddle.
9-7. Side out, point 8.
And that's what I was wondering was going to start happening. There's Rob Nunnery taking a shot off the bounce.
Point.
Two dink errors creeping into the mix.
Yeah, and that's something going in. I think the shock, let's just be steady. Like you said, they're going to hit some crazy winners. That's fine, but let's just play solid pickleball.
Football. Past the plane of the net.
A foot fault violation because Rob Nunnery crossed the plane of the net, however, did not make contact with the ball.
As you can see there.
10-9.
That was real close. Alicia Smith, I believe, down courtside. Official for this match. She's got the best vantage point, though.
11-9.
So 11-9, the California Black Bears get the end change. However, this could still feel like a point of advantage for the St. Louis Shock because they're heading to the other side of the net. Vision is about to become that much clearer for the St. Louis Shock. Rob Nunnery and Martin Emmerich just back by 2. To 9, the California Black Bears with the lead, as well as one game up on the total match score. Hi everyone, I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Cameron Blackwood. We're thrilled to have you with us in San Clemente, California for this playoff event for the Season 2 finale.
Sometimes it's hard when you come to the quote-unquote good side, is you feel like we're not supposed to miss or we can't miss. So hopefully, you know, took that first miss there with Emmerich, but You don't have to play perfect pickleball just because you switch to the better side. Just play solid.
Rob Cassidy now in the toughest spot on the court. And they're going to look to attack him up the line.
And he's welcoming it. I mean, when you hit that speed up, you know it's coming back, and that's why he crouches so low, is because he wants to get underneath that ball for the counter. I think he's loving a little extra sun in his eyes.
Four fantastic resets from Martin Emmerich that he turns to offense.
That was just incredible play there by Martin Emmerich, and just steady. And I think that comes from playing with someone like Rob Nunnery. You don't have to do a lot. You know that you just keep yourself in the point, Then when it's there, take your moment. But great patience by him, and that just shows me how much he's grown as a player.
Yeah, some phenomenal resets and multiple in a single rally alone. Waiting for the right opportunity is Martin Emmerich, former pro tennis player. Bounce. Martin Emmerich, too, following in the footsteps of his father, Thomas Emmerich, in his professional tennis career.
13-13.
One of the only players from East Germany to hold an ATP ranking.
Trying a little soccer trick, didn't work there.
14-13. Shock now with the lead.
14-13.
Watching Rob Cassidy work along the length of the kitchen line is like watching him walk a high beam.
14-14.
But he knows what he's doing. That's what's so great.
Side out, point 15.
And I know you touched on it when they were on opposite sides. You were saying how close the Shock were keeping it. I mean, credit to the Black Bears right now. I mean, keeping this within one on the bad side.
Very true. Rob Nunnery with the serve now, still the 1 point advantage. Rob Nunnery looking to his partner. They found the first reset and then got a little trouble again through the middle. 15 all. And again, there's a dink error on the side of the Black Bears.
But I do like this cross-court battle with the lefties here of Emmerich and Cassidy. I think Cassidy is coming out on top on some of those only because he is causing Emmerich to have to move so far out wide that it's creating some openings there in the middle of the court. So I'd like him to continue that and not feel like he has to do too much right now. He's doing enough.
Again, Rob Cassidy coming away with a high backhand at the feet of the shot.
Wow. I think that's the most patient I've seen Rob Cassidy play. And not only patient, he's the one moving the dinks up at the kitchen line. Really spreading out the kitchen and putting some pressure. I mean, you don't really see Nunnery get too flustered, especially at the kitchen line. And Cassidy just playing smart pickleball right now.
Yeah, it really seems as if the Black Bears are targeting the backhand side of Emmerich.
18-16.
Relentless pressure from Rob Cassidy. The Black Bears now down by 1.
And that's one thing that Cassidy does. You watch right here up at the kitchen line. He never takes a step back. He will hold his line till the death. Honestly, he really will.
There is no transition zone for Rob Cassidy.
No. It is. He's at the baseline and he's at the kitchen line. But he's, like I said, he's just making it work right now.
Perfect example. Oh, and that's the second time they've both had it on their paddle. Another good middle found by the Shock. What's wild is the Shock have a 2-point advantage. However, it still feels like all the momentum and energy is on the other side of the net.
I agree with you.
Not so fast. Rob Nunnery with a fist pump as he finds game point.
And they needed that one. They needed some energy on that side to close this one out.
Trusting the process are the Shock. And a timeout called. That's a great show of emotion by those two. Understanding the long form math. Martin Emmerich and Rob Nunnery with a 3-point lead. The serve as well. There's a look at Caitlin Cook, our in-house MC. Just the first match of the day in these playoffs, but let's take a look at what's coming up next for the Major League Pickleball Season 2 playoffs. So we head off to the premier level, a new and somewhat different format as the top 2 seeds face off at the start of this playoff event. So it's 1 versus 2 and 3 versus 4. There will be, of course, that third match where the loser of match 1 will face the winner of match 2, who will then go on to tomorrow's action. So again, a little bit of a different format, but it's fun, a little different dynamic.
Yeah, and I think it's giving the whoever loses a chance to come back in, right? You don't really see a 1 and 2 and a 3 and 4. Sometimes you see a 1 and 4 and 2 and 3. A little bit different here, but I like it. You're giving them a chance to play back in and earn it. This is the last one of, last Season 2, last tournament of the entire year. Prove it. Prove it. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter who you're playing, who you're going up against. If you're the best team, you will come out on top.
Yeah, and there's so much to be proved here at the Season 2 finale at the premier level. 2 teams, each with a title in Season 2. That would be Orlando as well as DC. So if one of those 2 could pick up a win here, that would mean that they no doubt own Season 2.
Yeah!
the second game goes to the St. Louis Shock, 21-17. The score is all tied up.
And I think that's huge. I mean, right now, what I was looking at the most was Jeannie Arokina sprinting out to congratulate him. You don't see too much emotion from her that much. This just shows how much this means to them. They needed to tie it up before they head into mixed doubles because, like you said, we're not in full play. We're not playing all four if we don't have to. So I think that was a huge, huge win for the Shock to really get the momentum back, get a lot of fire on their team heading into mixed doubles, tied up 1-1. But credit to the Black Bears. I mean, like we said, we haven't seen this matchup on this side. So for them to make it that close, I think it was a great job by them, and they should still have a lot of momentum heading into mixed.
Score tied up 1-1 as we head off to mixed doubles. Score tied up 1 apiece between the St. Louis Shock and the California Black Bears. The winners of the men's doubles, well, that was the Shock. You've got Rob Nunnery and Martin Emmerich now standing courtside with the third member of our crew, Hannah Johns.
Martin, you guys started behind for most of the half of the first game, but you were able to rally at the end. What was important to do well?
Stepping up the energy, especially me. I had to move better. I had to be a bit louder, not in their face, just in Rob's face. We had a good game plan, but if you do individual mistakes, no game plan works. And then we just fired each other up a little bit more, and I think that helped a lot.
I think the energy certainly came in at the end. You guys were breaking out the chest bumps. It's not even 9 o'clock in the morning. How important was it to get this game?
It's huge. I mean, we certainly didn't want to go down 0-2, and it's an early start, coming out cold, so we knew energy was going to be a big deal, and Martin kept me positive there, which can be tough for me sometimes, so appreciate that.
All right, we're tied up at 1-1. Get ready for the next one. Cameron?
That's right, so a little bit of a cold start. However, it looked like Rob Nunnery and Martin Emmerich found their game in the second half. They stayed steady, stayed disciplined, and now have the score tied up at 1 apiece. We head off to mixed doubles. The St. Louis Shock winning the coin flip, so that's where things get a little bit fun in terms of who's putting out their lineups first.
Yes, and because they won it, they can react. So we're going to see who it looks like right now. We're going to have, oh, perfect. There we have Trong and Palet. Yes. And then the counters, Arokina and Nunnery. I like that. I think you need Nunnery right off the bat with how steady and how good he played right at the very, very end to see if they can't take this up 2-1.
Now Jeannie Arakina getting warmed up. Eric Palet has been a nice addition to for the California Black Bears. He came through the shuffle draft and has really provided just a kind of steadiness, right, to his game. He doesn't do a whole lot in terms of the energy output, in terms of it coming out externally. However, he can provide really, really solid offense as well as great play through the transition, and he has the ability to have some pace from the baseline.
I agree, and I don't think you need that out loud energy from all 4 players. And I think that's a good balance that the Black Bears have right now. You're not going to get it from Palet, you're going to get it from Trong. Flip to the opposite side, you're not going to get it from Pisnik, you're going to get it from Cassidy. So I think it's a good balance that they have. And, you know, on this side, when you have Nunnery and Arakina, you're not going to get much from them either, but you're going to get steady play.
A little fire and ice, right? Everyone likes the contradiction of the two, and Alex Strong and Eric Palet might just be the perfect combination. Judith Castillo warming up, as is Rob Nunnery. Head-to-head, you can see it on the back of our championship court here. So as much as the head-to-heads become important, really, anything is possible once you get to the playoffs.
And it looks like we're going to have Castillo and Nunnery, not Arakina and Nunnery, which I still like.
So yes, in fact, they have switched it. Judith Castillo playing alongside Rob Nunnery for Eric Palet and Alex Strong as their opponent.
0-0.
I like that. In my opinion, it's the stronger team right now, so they want to go up 2-1, especially heading into that next mixed doubles. Almost give yourself a little bit of a cushion. Yeah, you want to win it in 3, but if you have to go to Dream Breaker, fine. This is the strongest team to take them up to that 2-1 position to even, you know, have a chance at getting through one, or if not, hey, we're cushioned, we can Dream Break it out.
Then the Shock having a chance to react to the mixed doubles lineup after winning the toss.
1-1.
Judith Castillo already pushing into that cross-court dink battle with Alex Strong. I think the styles of Rob Nunnery and Judith Castillo could be really complementary to one another.
I do too. You're going to have someone with Castillo who's going to be steady, but she has incredible ground strokes that can set up someone like Nunnery. They both can pull the trigger when they want to, and they're pretty solid. They're not going for broke. They're very
calculated.
Yeah, they're very calculated. They're very confident with each shot that they do want to hit, and they have a purpose behind it. I think sometimes some players, they have the shot but not the purpose. And so in order for them to have both of that, I think that's why they're going to win this matchup.
Like that. Have the shot, but not the purpose. There's got to be a reason for doing what you're doing. And right now, St. Louis Shock are up 5-1. It's working.
Mm-hmm.
Stepping over to the forehand.
Barely missed on the back, though.
2-5.
Out of bounds, but Eric Palet getting aggressive, crashing down to the kitchen.
Yeah, you heard someone there thought it ended a little early from the crowd screaming out, but you know what? That's MLP for you.
This time, too much offense. Palet out of position. It's gonna be, I mean, he's trying to attack and poach, but he has to be careful coming across that far because Rob Nunnery will be then line to line with him.
Yeah, and I think he feels like he has to be bigger than Nunnery. You just need to be steady right now. If you have your moment, take it here, but don't outplay Nunnery. He's his own person. He has his own shots. Focus on yourself. If it's the right time to hit a Burt, go for it. If it's not, don't try and force it.
That's the biggest difference, though, is you saw how extended Rob was on that last play with Eric Palett coming across a bit more, trying to push that back towards the side of Judith Castillo. I think they're looking to see if a replay might be happening here. As if the ball had hit the bottom standard of the net. However, it did not hit the bar.
And that's going to be something to look out for up at the kitchen line, is the different strategies between Trong and Castillo. You have an aggressive roll, topspin roll that Trong has, and you have that slice cut dink that Castillo has. And pros and cons to both, but who can come out on top of those, because it's such different spin with each, is going to be key.
But see, that's the pattern I think Eric Palett is looking for. The speed up the line. It's a really nice counter from Judith Castillo, but he may have the advantage there. Whoa, what a ball from Rob Nunnery.
I liked it. He held it really long. I wasn't sure, is he going to fake it and hit a dink? Is he going to hit the speed up? So good on him to make sure he got under enough because of how long he waited.
There's no doubt if you were thinking that, then Eric Palett was as well.
Yes.
I like it. Rob Nunnery apologizing to Judith. Maybe getting a little too far over, but
6-8.
Judith Castillo seems unfazed.
That's great there by Eric Palett. Again, it's his length. What I like what he did there is he didn't take this massive swing like he's been taking. He shortened it up and used Rob's pace. That's really all he needs to do, is whoever's pace he's going to use, just shorten the swing and right down at the feet, and right there he's finding success.
Alex Strong sets up a nice point for the Black Bears.
I think what's key here is their change of pace. They're hitting speed ups, but they're at 60%. And I think it's really throwing off the counters of Castillo and Nunnery right now and creating more pop-ups, which the Black Bears are capitalizing on.
Oftentimes with that kind of extension, you'll be forced into a reset, but instead it's the offense from Eric Palett.
9-8.
Some defense on the side of the shot.
And just hit it over one more time for the shock. Man, they looked like they were going to lose that point from the start, but credit to them for staying in and making Palett really have to earn it, and he couldn't get the job done.
Point.
Just a little high on the transition ball.
Coach getting into it, throwing the ball back. That was great.
Black Bears have plenty of supporters courtside. Judith Castillo looking to counter on that fourth ball.
And even to your credit there, you were saying, yes, you like that counter behind Palett, but he's been there that whole time. So if that's the pattern she's going to stick with, Palett's going to counter.
11-10, time for the change of end, keeping this one nice and close. Pickleball is the host to Pickleball in Orange County throughout the entirety of this weekend. From the PPA now to the MLP, both season finales taking place on the same week.
Side out, point 11.
Pickleball all day, every day.
In the most beautiful place they could place it. I was so happy to heading over from the other coast to come over here to SoCal. I love it.
Side out, point 12.
It's been about sunny and 70 for the past 5 days straight. We've been so fortunate. In the month of December.
12-11.
12-11 now for the California Black Bears versus the St. Louis Shock.
Point.
A bit shocking from the Shock.
Yeah, he looked at his paddle, as you said, shocked as well, because I haven't seen that bad of a miss. Almost just sloppy. It really has to lock in right now, because change of ends, you need to go up 2-1, and right now my favor is on the Shock. So, yeah, you have you need to get back in the lead here.
Martin Emmerich and Rob Nunnery talked about it. It was a change of energy discussed by Martin Emmerich. Let's see if they can find a little boost. That could help.
12.
A little more pep in the step from Nunnery, as well as Castillo. It's so hard, because oftentimes when you want to increase energy, you think you have to play a more aggressive style of pickleball, but that's not always the case.
No, you're right. You think you have to do so much more than you have to. No, just recenter yourself almost is what it needs to be, and find a little something within whatever that is. Maybe it's just one shot to focus on, or an extra punch in your flick, whatever it is for you there, or a little bit more roll in your dink. You don't have to go all out in every single shot.
Right now, the dinks are becoming a bit of an issue for Judith Castillo, having missed 2 of the last 3.
15-13.
And sometimes that can happen with that cut slice of a dink. You get a little nervous, not hit a pop-up, and so you take a little off. Well, there's nothing underneath that, so it goes into the net. So she's really gonna have to utilize her legs, which she has very strong legs, so I don't see that being an issue, but just taking maybe a second more to think about each dink that she's hitting.
Rob decided to counter from the midcourt.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to, you think you have to do a little bit more to be aggressive. In my opinion, yes, Black Bears are up. Shock is the better team if you're just looking at the individuals over there and what they can produce. So hopefully they can clean this up, maybe take a timeout. You know, that seemed to help them last time, and it doesn't have to be to change anything. Let's just maybe find some energy within that timeout with our teammates.
Really close here. 15-16. Rob Nunnery taking a quick drink.
Maybe that is an energy drink, or
15-16.
some coffee, or call Jimmy.
Coming up with some really nice plays in this rally. Oh! And one more ball. He just couldn't get it up through the transition zone. 17-15, the Black Bears. Make it 18-15. And again, remember, the St. Louis Shock had the chance to react to the lineup of mixed doubles. They chose to put out this team of Nunnery as well as Castillo, but Trong and Palet are putting a game together. 18-15, and the Black Bear chants are ringing through San Clemente. 15, the California Black Bears with the lead, looking to go up 2-1. You know, it's wild. We were thinking about the journey, the timeline for Rob Nunnery to be here this morning, playing in a final yesterday, all the way in Chicago, taking a flight late night, and now finding himself at a match at 8 a.m. the next day in a different time zone.
Thank goodness it was this way, though, and not West Coast to East Coast, but still, you're out some hours of sleep there.
Expect good defense on the side of the Black Bears for 3 straight balls, able to be sent back. And I like it. You have to expect your opponents to play to a certain level, and right now the St. Louis Shock win the extended rally. Great setup on the backhand side of Palet.
And that's all Nunnery needs, just a little something to get him going. He is good enough. He can lock back in for these next couple points. It is crucial for the Shock to go up 2-1 right now in this matchup.
And they tie the score 3 straight out of the timeout.
That's a great job of them calling a timeout. Some people don't use them, utilize them as they should. I think it's key to change momentum. I didn't think they're really changing strategy. I think it was just, let's wake up.
Rob Nunnery sent that defensive play up from the baseline with a prayer. It falls inside, and now the St. Louis Shock up 19-18. 4 straight since the last timeout.
Hey, that all had to come in the timeout of energy. You see Arikina over there just hyping them up, and they were just lacking energy. They weren't lacking their shots. They weren't lacking their strategy, but Rob just seemed off after that end of change of ends earlier. Came out with that rare miss of that backhand flick almost, and ever since then we didn't really know where he was. Then he finally came back up.
4 straight points for the St. Louis Shock. And we hope you're enjoying all of the pickleball here on Pickleball TV. Tennis Channel and the PPA have teamed up to bring you Pickleball TV. It's a brand new 24/7 network dedicated exclusively to the sport you love. Tune in for live tournaments, plus instructional, lifestyle, and other original programming. Watch now on pickleballtv.com. And man, do we sure have a good little jingle to Pickleball TV.
I always know.
Pickleball.
I love it.
You're probably glad they didn't ask me to do it based off of my performance there.
I think it was great. They should add you in.
Rob Nunnery, 5 straight.
And this is going to be frustrating for the Black Bears. I didn't have them winning this matchup anyways. However, they had a chance to win it and go up 2-1. And I think that's the frustration they're having. So even if Shock take this.
Out of bounds, 6 straight points. And the first mixed doubles competition goes to the St. Louis Shock.
I think Trong wants, she didn't shake hands. I think she wants to challenge that.
Gonna challenge, oh, there's the high five. So not gonna challenge, 21-18. Unbelievable change of events for the St. Louis Shock.
That's huge.
And they are going to challenge. So even with the high five and the paddle tap, they're gonna still send this challenge. Richie Twazin, the owner of the Black Bears, already sitting on the stream trying to see if that ball is in or out. Hopefully he's got the captions on. Hi, Richie.
But let's just say, Shock won that, right? You now have to regroup as the Black Bears. Look, we had a lot of momentum. We had a lot of energy. You now have, there it is right there.
That ball is looking out of bounds to me.
I'm seeing some blue in between. And Castillo's right on it, and so is Nunnery. I mean, looking right out there, so.
That ball is looking out of bounds.
Video review, the call in the court is confirmed. The ball is out. St. Louis Shock win 21-18 and have 3 video challenges remaining. The BLQK Bears have 2 free video challenges remaining.
Onisha Smith has confirmed that that ball was indeed out of bounds. So the St. Louis Shock up 2-1. A outstanding performance from Rob Nunnery and a change of events, 6 straight points to close out the first mixed doubles competition. We're just going. San Clemente, California with a little marine layer this morning, but the pickleball is surely firing. The St. Louis Shock now up 2-1. Rob Nunnery and Judith Castillo picking up the first mixed doubles competition. They are now standing courtside with Hannah Johns.
Guys, able to pull ahead in the nick of time in that game. 6 straight points. What were you focused on doing well?
Well, Rob was being aggressive and confident with his thirds. That made the difference. And, I mean, he took over. So that's all we needed, and he executed pretty well.
Well, Rob, you just won a title in men's doubles at the APP Chicago just yesterday. Flew in to be here this morning for this morning match. Are you bringing that winning energy on court here?
I'd like to think so. Mixes, I'm still trying to figure out mixed in rally scoring. I think it pays to be a bit more aggressive. So at the end there, I didn't want to go out just trying to dink. So I was like, I'm gonna be aggressive, speed up, and Judith played like a rock the whole match. So just fun to play with her.
All right, guys, 2-1. Let's see what happens. Cameron?
Well, he makes a really great point. With rally scoring, different strategies start to unfold. The probabilities start to shift and change without a double side out. That's one of the many elements that all of these pros love and also appreciate in terms of a different challenge, switching back and forth between 2 different styles of play.
Yeah, and I think that comes with what are your strengths? Right, he knows that he has the hands to hit those speed ups and to be aggressive. Someone that doesn't have that, you know, maybe someone like an Emmerich maybe needs to set up the shot a little bit more, maybe hit 2 to 3 more dinks before he's pulling the trigger. So as long as you know what your strengths are and what you're capable of executing, I think that you can really use rally scoring to your advantage. However, that's where you can get in some big trouble there, is if you just start playing as you would traditional scoring and, you know, maybe not playing outside of what you're capable of is where you can start getting down really quick in this type of format.
Well, with a 2-1 lead, the St. Louis Shock look to close out the match in the second mixed doubles competition. Martin Emmerich will play alongside Jeannie Arokina and Rob Cassidy alongside Tina Pisnik. 3 of these 4 athletes are somewhat new to the professional pickleball ranks just within the past year. Here's a look at them from our kitchen.
For putting in the time on court and really honing in on their game style and what's working for them. Right now, though, I'm going to be interested to see how Cassie and Pisnik are going to play cohesively together. Is Cassie going to be a little bit too much for Pisnik to keep that steady head? I don't know. But that's something to look out for here in this matchup.
2 lefties back out on the court, so almost a reverse. The ladies playing the left, the fellas playing the right. It's a nice cover from Tina Pisnik. A little challenge to the middle for the shot.
It's going to be an interesting matchup between Pisnik and Arokina. I almost want to give the favor, or the favor. I almost want to give the advantage there to Pisnik, but I like when Arokina can run around that backhand and hit that forehand roll because you have Emmerich there with the forehand in the middle. It's a nice setup that they have there. Can they execute?
Cassie finds a pirouette in the middle of that rally, but the St. Louis Shock maintain the pressure up at the kitchen line.
That's what's tough. Arokina, she is so tall that she can really reach those middle balls, but that's something that Emmerich needs to go ahead and take. Just a little bit more strength there to finish those points.
Point 2.
Arokina does have the ability from the baseline to really get hot with her third shot drops. They can be quite destructive.
Side out, point 2.
Ton of spin.
So pros and cons, right? In order to create the spin, she has to step off the line a little bit more, but she can create that. But then if you have someone who's going to stick on their line there, it can be a little bit hard because she can head back into transition zone so quickly and then be on the defense.
3-2. Side out, point 3.
Tina Pisnik, also one of our former tennis pros. She played professional tennis from 1990 to 2005 with the highest singles ranking.
3-3.
All the way up to number 29. That was back in January of 2004. Rob Nunnery with a bit of a reach.
And that's what's going to be fun about this game here, because the 2 forehands are in the middle, really moving players off the court. They can really open up certain areas that you're kind of not used to with the different placement that these players are playing based on, you know, forehands, backhands.
Excuse me, I just turned Rob Cassidy into Rob Nunnery. Oh. I knew it was bound to happen once. It took too many Robs out on the court.
I'm out there like, yeah, of course. 2 Camerons, 2 Robs, we get it.
Side out, point 4.
Tina Pisnik, also from Slovenia. Picked up the sport of pickleball back in 2022.
Side out, point 6. 6-4.
The block from Tina Pisnik was impressive, as was the sliding save from Cassidy. I like it, though. Martin Emmerich sees maybe a bit of out of system, is what we'll call it, play. Not solidified up at the kitchen line and attacks.
That's going to be my matchup to watch right now is Pisnik and Emmerich. Emmerich's going to want to squeeze the middle with his forehand. Pisnik wants to keep him honest, and she's finding a lot of space there on the outside of the court there. So I like what she's doing. She needs to continue to do that. See if she can catch him off guard. Reverse, Cassie's quick enough that you're really not going to be going behind him because he'll lay out. So you're really not going to catch him off guard anywhere. He will slide. Doesn't matter how much skin is coming off his body to get the ball on the other side.
Side out, point
Ball
7.
off the net for Martin Emmerich, and he's getting aggressive with his court position now.
Seven. Point.
Taking the pace off is Jeannie Irakina. Thought the ball might have been going out, but
8-7.
keeps the ball in play.
Yeah, her going out is right in her strike zone, so it's really hard for her to lay off those balls even when she's called off of them.
Side out, point 8.
See, even that right there started with Pisnik keeping Emmerich honest. And then Cassie just capitalized on that by looking in the middle and really creating him. He has to move a lot right now and create something from nothing. And so I think if they can continue to move him, that's going to be key in this matchup here at the kitchen line.
He stands up, takes it off the balance, and you can see Alex Trong right now missing a shoe, but supporting her team just off the sideline.
Yes.
I actually saw her getting worked on before her last match. Maybe someone taking a look at that foot or ankle. Hence no shoe.
Point.
Also important to note, if we tie the score at 2 apiece, we would be heading off to the Toyota Prius Dreambreaker.
You're maintaining your out call. Referee timeout. We have a challenge of the out
Video
call.
challenge from the St. Louis
Shock.
Shock
Puts us at 10-8. We will resume
on the out of bounds call from
review.
Rob Cassidy. I don't know, it looked like there was a little bit of blue there. Again, they'll look at this. Gives him a chance just to slow down.
Yeah, to me it looks out. Just a slight sliver of blue in between the line and the ball.
And that ball's out of bounds as well. Another fun fact about Tina Pisnik, who you now see on screen on the sideline, she's also a 2-time Olympian. Played in Sydney as well as in Athens in 2000 and 2004. Team Slovenia.
After video review, the out call is confirmed. BLQK has 2 free challenges remaining. St. Louis Shocks lose 1 free challenge and have 2 remaining. We'll resume play at 10-8. Seconds.
Out of bounds call confirmed.
10-8.
10-8 is your score. That's one of her best skills in the women's game, her ability to extend and find some pressure with a one-handed backhand. And the California Black Bears up 11-8. Could we be seeing a dream breaker? Take a look back. There's the pressure and the poke from Tina Pisnik. Oh boy, if we go to a dream breaker, you better gear up, as it will be all coming down to singles.
This coverage of Major League Pickleball is brought to you in part by Nobilo, New Zealand's finest Sauvignon Blanc, by Knockaround Sunglasses, quality shades that won't break the bank, and by Dulce Vida Tequila, tequila, pure and simple.
9-11.
9-11, just 1 point played. They were eager to get back out on the court.
Point.
Martin Emmerich just found Tina Pisnik. That's one of the many dangers of the sport of pickleball. Only standing 14 feet away from one another. And when you go for some of those speed ups, there's only so much time to try and get your head out of the way. Martin Emmerich making sure she's okay. Looks like taking it back of the kitchen line. Yeah, maybe just on the side there a little bit. Luckily not a direct shot.
Come on. Side out. 12.
It's interesting how many times Rob Cassidy goes to almost that extended flamingo stance. His ability to maintain his balance on one foot is rather astonishing.
Yeah, and I think something that he does so well, and like you said it before, it's baseline or kitchen, that is it. But his ability to take the ball out of the air and not wait for it to bounce takes so much time away from his opponents, and it's almost shocking when it's coming at you, when all of his pace and his body flying at you, but it's calculated, and it works for him. So look for him to continue to do that and put some pressure on the shot.
11.
Martin Emmerich with the final overhead.
11-12.
Hops the corner. It would have been there for Pisnik. That would have been the shot of this game had it fallen on the side of the shock.
And that is the key in this matchup right now, is sucking Emmerich over to the middle, opening up that back side, and she had it there perfectly. Just wasn't able to, but look for her to continue doing that. I think she saw that wide open gap there and like, hey, You know, let's see if I can't utilize that a little bit more.
Point.
Shock up 13-12. Again, if the Shock take this second mixed doubles competition, they will be victorious in this match, moving on to face the SoCal Hard Eights in the finale. Swing and a miss, and it's a good one.
And I just noticed that Emmerich's really picking up his intensity. He's getting a little bit more vocal, a little bit more aggressive there, and that's been key in every one of his matches. Men's double now coming into mix. So I like what he's doing. I think it's working for him. Just continue to play within himself while elevating his energy.
Turning out of the way as Martin Emmerich make it 15-12. St. Louis Shock not wanting to go to a dream breaker.
15-12. Side out, point 13.
Sitting on the forehand is Pisnik.
And it was a good pull there, but again, don't do too much. I think they've just been really going for broke, almost trying to just hit the body. We've seen so many of them long. Yes, you got that one. Let's build on it in a very smart, calculated way versus just, you know, feeding off the energy and just kind of hitting whatever.
He just tried to hit a no-looky cookie, except for it goes into the top of the net. What a save from Emmerich.
Oh my gosh, I love that. But yes, that was, he set it up perfectly. I mean, that second dink back behind him had Emmerich
16.
on 3 of his limbs trying to get that ball back. So unfortunately, he just couldn't capitalize.
He's trying to find himself on SportsCenter Top 10.
No looky cookie.
You're welcome, Pickleball World.
Yeah, thank you. I'll thank you for everyone.
No doubt I'll be razzed for it. That's okay.
I'm keeping it. I love
it. 14-16.
You just know it was Blackwood.
The other Cameron.
There you go.
15-16, the Black Bears.
Goodness.
Love it. There is so much fight in the Black Bears right now. Each of our matches, each of our games, excuse me, have been relatively close in terms of the score. Maybe just some late points in the second half to really pull away. However, Shock up 2-1 again. Cameron Blackwood, what do you think that this match could come down to?
For the Shock right now, I think they're doing everything right. I really are. We already know that Rob's going to hit some crazy winners. That's fine. But I think they're playing really good pickleball right now. I don't think they need to change anything. Keep the energy loud. Let them keep going for a little bit too much. Make sure you're ready to dip, dive, dodge, you know, out of the way. But what's so heartbreaking right now for the Black Bears is they had this match won. I mean, if you really think about it, yes, they did women's. I didn't expect them to win women's. They won women's, or sorry, on the Black Bears. And then they had men's doubles, and now they've had so much energy here in this mix. Can they really pull this one out and send it to a dream breaker? I don't know if they have it. Whatever that it is, the Shock is having it right now.
15-16.
We'll call it an X factor. The Shock still have a 1-point game. And make it a 2-point game. So after a handful of points on the side of the Black Bears, the Shock with the serve.
17-15.
That ball not able to be returned to the Black Bears. Again, this Lifetime Fitness venue, just the perfect host
16-17
for our PPA as well as MLP here in the month of December. How about that rolling dink? She was all the way off the court and still came up with a bit of offense.
Yeah, and I think it works for because of her length. I mean, if you're just watching this and you're new to pickleball,
18-16.
maybe don't take yourself that far off the court for a dink up at the kitchen line. But it works for her, I think. And especially having Emmerich with his forehand in the middle can really cover the gap there. So it's pattern's working great. I think they're picking their shots and they're executing well. Again, the Black Bears have been close in every match and just haven't been able to get the win.
A very low speed up from Rob Cassidy that clips the top of the net, pops up, and Emmerich takes advantage.
Timeout, BLQK Bears. 19-16.
Black Bears have to take a timeout. 16-19 again, facing a match point potentially coming in just one from the St. Louis Shock. Rob Nunnery heading over to Martin Emmerich. Again, the winner of this match will face off against the SoCal Hard Eights, who have won the previous 2 titles at the challenger level. What has impressed you the most about the SoCal Hard Eights and what they've done in season 2?
I think their confidence. I mean, whenever they drafted their team, they said we weren't drafting to win one. We were drafting to win all 3. To go in with that mindset to an MLP team with this new format, this new team, I mean, players being shuffled all around. I mean, they really stuck with it and they believed in who they were from the start and they didn't falter. And I think that that has been key for them and they've grown together as a team. I always love when I hear Eva talking with CJ and she's like, look, we don't even have to talk anymore. We just get it. And I think that's just what's been, they're cohesive.
Well, you can catch that final coming up tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time between the winner of this match and the SoCal Hard Eights, the season 2 finale for the challenger level.
It's very different for these teams. I mean, it's like, hi, welcome, good morning, Monday. If you win, great. If not, I mean, you have one chance, and it is now. And you have to take full advantage of it.
No pool play here in the playoffs. Cassidy jumps the corner and leaves the hole. Again, taken advantage of by the St. Louis Shock, now at a match point, 20-17.
2017.
Holding their ground. It was a really nice drop. You can't blame Emmerich for going.
Yeah, I'll blame him.
You didn't like it.
18-20.
No, too eager. You want to hurry and finish it. It's not needed. What you were doing is working here, and let the Black Bears make the mistakes. They've been making them.
Score remains 18-20. You must maintain the serve on game and match point.
Let's go, guys. Not a timeout. Right here. 2018.
The St. Louis Shock move on to the final of Season 2.
Wow. And just right there, I mean, just continuing to work the point there. The backhand side's been working so great for Arokina on that side. Yes, taking her a little, but they had the patterns working. And so, yeah, for him to go, Emmerich, to try and finish it on that one when it was 2017, not my fave, but look, they stuck to their game plan. They made the Black Bears try to do something, could not close it. Congratulations to the St. Louis Shock.
All smiles on the side of the St. Louis Shock as they will advance to the Challenger level final with a 3-1 win over the California Black Bears. Martin Emmerich, look at that guy, so excited as they will head off to the final.
They are moving on. Guys, you needed this one to avoid that dream breaker. Walk me through this game.
Well, first of all, I didn't want to have a dream breaker. I'm too old for that. Same thing like in men's doubles for me. I was a little low in energy in the beginning. Really good coaching from our captain, Rob, who then fired me up. And yeah, once the energy is going, I think everything is fine with me. And yeah, feel just amazing right now.
Well, guys, the lefties faced off against each other in this one, which is cool to see, which meant the ladies were playing the left. How comfortable are you over there?
I'm pretty comfortable, and I just knew that I have to just keep going to the same spot over and over and over again, no matter how many shots it's going to take me. So I'm glad that I could stay in it.
All right, guys, the Shock are through.
Thank you.
Cameron.
The St. Louis Shock thrilled. You heard it from Martin Emmerich as well as Jeannie Arokina as they picked up the last and final mixed doubles competition. They will face off versus the SoCal Heartaches. Cameron Blackwood, give me a little preview of what you can expect for that final coming at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Well, the Shock have to play out of their minds. They, like Emmerich said, he goes, our energy was low. You saw a falter in energy from Nunnery. Yes, he flew in late last night from Chicago, so I'll give him a little break there. But that cannot happen tomorrow. They have to come out with so much energy, full throttle, and play smart pickleball. I'm looking for Rob Nunnery to really gather the team, give him some wisdom, some nice coaching, and a great, solid game plan. I would be watching tape right away. I mean, hopefully they've already done that because the SoCal Heartaches, they're looking to win. To them, they're not they're not concerned. They're concerned within themselves and what they're going to execute and their game plan. So I think right now it's going to come down to they have to have that energy right off the bat.
Well, we still have 3 matches to come here for the Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville Season 2 Playoffs. Coming up next, we head off to the premier level for the DC Pickleball team versus the Orlando Squeeze. It's almost like a championship to get started. The top 2 teams at the premier level face off as a 1 and 2 seed right off the bat. The Chicago Slice will then face off versus the Miami Pickleball Club. Winners, losers, that is the 3rd and final match for the premier level on this first day of the playoffs. Man, the DC Pickleball team and Orlando Squeeze each with a title. Who will be taking home Season 2? You saw the Orlando Squeeze getting warmed up. Zane Navertil as well as Andre Daescu, someone else that also just took the trip from Chicago back to the West Coast as he was partnered up alongside Rob Nunnery at another pickleball tournament. And coming out on the court, there's Anna Bright. She is the captain of that Orlando Squeeze team. And of course, Rachel Rohrabacher, the 2nd woman on this team of 4. The DC Pickleball team headed up by Riley Newman, the captain of that squad, alongside Christian Alshon. And I like the partnership for those 2 gentlemen. Maybe we'll get a chance to see them in the 2024 season. Still so much to come here at the premier level of Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. The premier level starts next.
We are Major League Pickleball.
San Clemente, California, home to the season finale of Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville, the Season 2 Playoffs, as we get set for the premier level. Our top two contenders from Season 2 going head-to-head here in Lifetime Fitness. The DC Pickleball team versus the Orlando Squeeze, each with a title in Season 2. However, one team will have a chance to potentially take all the marbles and maybe have 2 titles in the second season. We get set for women's doubles to get started. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Cameron Blackwood. As we get set, the Kawamoto sisters now facing off against Bright and Rohrabacher, the DC Pickleball team, again, and the Orlando Squeeze. Which way do you think this might fall in this Major League Pickleball format?
I mean, I don't know, but I'm so excited. We have a look here at Jade Kawamoto, the lefty, I would say lefty with the bun. You're going to have the hair down, and the righty with Jackie, but they just play so complementary. I mean, obviously they've grown up playing against each other, but they know what each other's doing without saying anything, right? I mean, just that twin telepathy out there. But they give Rohrabacher and Bright a lot of problems. They can reset, they can hit a speed up. They're working on so much more of aggressive shots. You really didn't see that maybe last year a little bit. So they're really hitting those speed ups and those counters. And if you push them back to the baseline, well, guess what? They're going to roll right back up to the kitchen line. There's a look at Jackie Kawamoto. She's going to have her hair down with the visor on the other side, warming up against her sister Jade here. There she is.
There's Jackie.
What's so great about them is they both keep their shots so compact, especially at the kitchen line. You're not going to see those big swings. Yes, they're in shorter stature here, but it helps so much that they can really keep everything compact with the resets and the counters. You're not going to get too much emotion from them. They're going to be pretty even keel the whole way through, but that's a totally different story on the other side of the squeeze. You're going to have a lot of emotion over there, but look for them. They both know each other's patterns. Both teams are going to change patterns if they need to right in the middle. There's a look at Rachel Rohrabacher, but on screen we also have Anna Bright is going to be her partner.
So Rachel Rohrabacher was one of the bright spots for the Orlando Squeeze, no pun intended, as they are in that creamsicle orange. Rachel Rohrabacher comes from a fantastic tennis background, beautiful ground strokes in her game. The perfect combination to play alongside Anna Bright in terms of having complementary levels of expertise from the baseline to the kitchen line. They can play powerful pickleball.
They can, and she's really, really improved her kitchen game. And I think not going for too much. I think that Bright has really helped her along that way. I think when you play alongside someone like Anna Bright that has so much energy and so much passion, you almost think, I have to hit so much more, I have to go for so much more. No, Anna will clean up just fine. Play your part like you know how to, and she has such an aggressive forehand speed up, and she can counter so well. That's her weapon, is her forehand.
Forehand weapon. While Anna Bright, she's been known for that two-hand backhand. She'll be playing the left side. She can shift and move better than most on a pickleball court. Just a really dynamic athlete, and that serves her so well.
It does, and she's smart. I mean, she's not just out there, like I said, yeah, you have the shots, but do you have a purpose behind it? This girl has a purpose behind every single shot. Look there from the kitchen cam, just warming up. Like I said, what's going to be key here is the in-betweens within this game, the different patterns. Something to mention on the Orlando Squeeze side, they have Zane Avertil. I think one of the smartest players in all of pickleball that can really sit there and say, you know what, hit this shot one more time, and it makes all the difference. But, you know, you also have Riley Newman on their side that can do that as well. So I think it's going to be who can execute, who's going to come out with a lot of fire. Wow, Cam.
And there's a look at the head-to-head. Where will it come down to? The Kawamotos have a 59% advantage over Rohrabacher and Bright. That is somewhat shocking to me between these two teams. I would imagine it much closer than that. Bright and Rohrabacher, again, so good as they picked up a title for the Orlando Squeeze. There's the overall head-to-head for the DC Pickleball team and the Orlando Squeeze. The Squeeze notably owned by the DeVos family, also the stewards of the Orlando Magic. They just had a chance to have pickleball night in Orlando, and you saw Anna Bright testing out her three-point shot. I'm thinking she's sticking with pickleball.
She's sticking with pickleball. Yeah, yeah.
They got a chance to sit courtside. It was so fun to watch some of the images. Zane Navratil handing out signed hats, Orlando Squeeze hats to the Orlando Magic team. You know, everyone trading autographs. That's what they do after football games, right? Change jerseys, swap it out. Why not a little pickleball and basketball love, the Orlando Squeeze. And of course, the Orlando Magic. Again, the Kawamotos gearing up. We'll talk about the rest of the team. We mentioned them off the top. This Major League Pickleball format will challenge every discipline with a gender doubles competition, starting with the ladies. Then in this matchup, we'll head to the men's gender doubles, and then the mixed doubles will coming up. It's a best 3 of 5 as you look to Kyle McKenzie, the coach of the DC Pickleball team. Can they find 2 straight? Let's take a trip down memory lane. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Cameron Blackwood. These two teams have faced off in the last 2 titles for Season 2. That's the DC Pickleball team as well as the Orlando Squeeze. You think back to Atlanta, and it was a 3-2 win for the Orlando Squeeze, where they actually lost both gender doubles competition, then came back with both the mixed competitions, winning, forcing the Dream Breaker to go ahead and pick up the win 21-10 in that Dream Breaker. Then you head off to Dallas, where we saw a complete reversal. The DC Pickleball team winning in straight games 3-0, which means Bright and Rohrabacher, they haven't won against the Kawamotos in Season 2.
No, they haven't. And whenever we started this Season 2, the DC had they were number 1. Everyone's like, they're going to win, they're going to win, they're going to win, they're going to win. Their probability was well above anyone else's. That goes for Atlanta as well. However, Zane in Atlanta, so don't look, yeah, there was a big discrepancy in the points. Throw that out the window right now, because right now the energy is on the side of the Orlando Squeeze, and that's how they've been able to win. So I'm sure there's been so many tapes watched. Zane Navratil has 5, 6, 7 different game plans against the Kawamotos. They're looking to win this. They don't want to go down.
Well, the fire emoji was just playing on the video boards on the court, and I think that's appropriate. Again, I'm Cameron Irwin. She's Cameron Blackwood. That's Rachel Rohrabacher. Anna Bright standing alongside her, playing the left side. Kawamoto sisters on the far side.
0-0.
Jade, the lefty, playing the right side. Jackie, the righty. We played a 21 points. This is a rally scoring format, so it's varied from the traditional double side out. Change ends at 11.
And each time these ladies step on the court, it's always close. I mean, no one's blowing out anyone here. I mean, it really goes down to the wire just because of how solid all four of these ladies are.
1-1.
One of the other fun elements is there's even gamesmanship when it comes to the coin toss.
2-1.
There are advantages when winning. You can pick which advantage you like, most teams choosing to react to mixed doubles lineups.
Point.
Called out of bounds and a point for the Orlando Squeeze. So in regards to the coin toss, the Orlando Squeeze won the toss and did in fact choose to react to mixed doubles lineups. Rohrabacher just took off her visor in the middle of the rally. You almost came away with it. She said enough of that. Get it off the court.
I saw her messing with it, and all of a sudden it goes flying off. Thank goodness she had the recognition to throw it to the side, not in the kitchen, or that would have been a violation. So good on her to toss it to the side there.
That might have been one of the oddest kitchen violations we would have ever seen.
Yeah.
4-2.
Net love for Anna Bright.
It's something that's so interesting. The last time these two teams have met, the energy has been off the charts because it's been final. So each point you have your fans going crazy. Well, it's 10 a.m. here and it's the first match. So the tempo is just so different than the last two times that these two teams have played. And I think that's something to really focus on because it's unlike what we've seen in the past. And who's going to execute with this low crowd energy or kind of the team camaraderie that we don't have yet. We haven't played into this. We're just here.
Well, you make a good point. Fans in the stands right now. Everyone's still warming up as the sun comes across this incredible Lifetime Fitness venue.
One lost a visor, one added a visor. All right, Jade, here we go.
And you know, quite honestly, you think about it, it's Monday morning at 10 a.m. Don't these people have to work?
They love their Major League Pickleball. Why wouldn't you want to come here?
There's the power of Rachel Rohrabacher, so smooth on those volleys.
Yeah, and she can really just work that forehand so aggressively, the inside out, inside in, whatever it is. She just has so much power behind it. But what's been great is she's now added that control behind that power. And I think that has been key to her success, especially in doubles.
Ball out of bounds. Let's talk a little NCAA. It's actually right in the middle of the playoffs, the NCAA tournament for women's volleyball across the country. But we also have 2 athletes out on the court right now who actually work for the NC2A. That's both the Kawamoto sisters.
Side out, point.
And Rachel Rohrbacher has a little experience playing the NCAA tournament as well, making it all the way to the Elite 8 while she played for the University of South Carolina. Deep winner for Rachel Rohrbacher.
And that's going to be key, is the change of pace, I think, because Anna Bright has touched on it before. Playing the Kawamotos is difficult.
9-4.
It just is. They get everything back. You can throw everything at them, and you still don't win the point. So I think for Rohrbacher to have that change of pace, yeah, she can come and be aggressive, but for her to have a nice little roll.
Great hands battle there. The hands being tested early in this game, as well as Rachel Rohrbacher's sprint to the baseline.
That was just a whoops, get it in, and a lot of spin to carry it on. But that's what's frustrating. The Kawamotos just keep the ball in. They get it over one more time.
Every inch of that kitchen was touched by the Kawamotos, moving the ball around and then picking the right time. A fantastic extended rally as that ball falls right on the baseline, 6-9. DC still trailing. Anna Bright changes the trajectory, getting the ball down first.
10-6. Point, change ends, 11-6.
Change of ends, 11-6. Anna Bright, the 5th overall pick in Season 2 of Major League Pickleball in the second half of this year. You can see why. Right now, the squeeze are up 11-6 in the first game played.
This coverage of Major League Pickleball is brought to you in part by Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle. And by Toyota Prius. It's ace now.
What a beautiful view from Southern Orange County. Lifetime Fitness, the perfect venue for Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. Playoffs now underway in the month of December for Season 2. Anna Bright and Rachel Rohrabacher off to a solid start versus the DC Pickleball team.
And that's something on this change of ends. Yes, they now have the sun in their eyes, but the squeeze have to continue this momentum. This is what's happened in the past two events here. They've had all the momentum. They've been super aggressive, and the Kawamotos just slowly take 1 point at a time and come back and win it. So this would be huge for the squeeze to close this one out. But again, that's what makes the Kawamotos so difficult.
Side out, point 12. 12-7.
Anna Bright is not fooled with the lob. No surprise, though, it coming from the Kawamotos because that's one of their favorite ways to find some offense.
It is. They're really good at just giving you something different to look at versus the same old dinks or same pattern. I mean, they can, just like that, I mean, they can pull an aggressive shot when you think they're just going to dink. They can throw up a lob. So, yeah, I think they're, not only their change of pace, but their change of direction is key for the Kawamotos.
Missed overhead, make it 9-13. Still 4 points of difference. That's a pretty significant margin. But make it 10-13. The serve switches over to Jade.
10-13.
Man, that's such a unique situation in terms of having a lefty in front of you. You're starting to see a backhand up the line hands battle. That is so different to see in a true challenge right now for Anna Bright as the DC Pickleball team. Cameron, you said it. They could very easily climb their way back in with their steadiness. Right now, they trail by 2. Orlando Squeeze looking to make an adjustment.
15 seconds. Orlando, no timeouts. DC, 1 timeout.
Starting to climb back are the Kawamoto sisters, 11-13. Welcome back to Major League Pickleball. Nothing that Jackie Kawamoto could do there on the ball off the net. But the transition is seamless for the Kawamotos from defense to offense and offense to defense. Love the communication between Bright and Rohrabacher.
Yeah, it's been key. And like you stated before, I mean, look how hard the Orlando Squeeze has to play to win a point. I mean, it just shows. It just shows credit to the Kawamotos. I mean, they kind of have a solid all-around style of game. And it's just so difficult, but Orlando Squeeze, 16-11. But here's, can they close it? Can they close it?
At the beginning of this matchup, we told you the Orlando Squeeze, especially this women's doubles partnership, has yet to find a win against this specific DC pickleball team of Kawamoto and Kawamoto. So this could be a massive change of events if the Orlando Squeeze did, in fact, pick up this first women's doubles game.
I think it's crucial. They have to do that because guess what? Men's doubles, you have Riley Newman and Christian Alshon coming up who have so much momentum, have such a solid game plan now, having played with each other for the last couple tournaments. So to me, this is a must win for the Squeeze because I give the favor to DC and men's.
All right, well, if you love all things pickleball, a great location to head to is Pickleball Magazine. Pickleball Magazine is the official magazine for the sport. Get tournament coverage, player profiles, instructional tips, equipment reviews, and so much more. Go to pickleballmagazine.com to check out articles and go subscribe today. Get a deeper look and some great insights into so many of our pros here at Major League Pickleball. Again, a timeout called by the DC pickleball team. The Kawamotos have yet to take a loss to Bright and Rohrabacher. However, not looking like it's going in their favor in this first game. Bright pacing the baseline.
Time in, 17-11. Side out, point 12. 12-17.
It's the lefty spin coming off the paddle from Jade. So it's just catching her at the perfect angle there. So even if she were to get it back, it's not going to be a solid shot. So I like her to pull that trigger across court, and sometimes you don't see that as often. We're starting to see it more in the game, but usually to speed up down the line, not so much cross court, so I like that pull.
Cross court and cross body on that speed up. 3 straight points for the DC pickleball team. Make it 4 straight. Kawamoto is coming out of the timeout in a different game.
And again, I just think it's so hard. Back in Atlanta, it was the crowd that really willed the squeeze to win. They don't have that here.
No, and a missed serve, Cameron. That's a point in this rally scoring.
Kawamoto, nonetheless. They never miss.
Anna Bright closing in and even getting aggressive through the midcourt there.
And I think what she's doing right now, right now, is her communication. You hear her, mine, mine, yours, mine. I mean, there's no confusion on that side of who's taking which ball.
Jade Kawamoto gets aggressive. Sends that just long. So the Orlando squeeze at a game point.
This is huge.
Side out, point.
16-20.
And the scary part is the Kawamotos aren't phased. That's the scary part.
Score frozen on the side of the squeeze. How about that inside-out ball? The defense again from the Kawamotos. Two straight here.
Here they come, climbing back.
17-20.
Wow.
Side out.
Game not over yet. You must have the serve to win the game. Score stays 20-17. Second game point. Really smart decision-making on the side of the Kawamotos, even working back to the kitchen.
And they just have so many strengths. Like I said, even if you push them back, invite them right back up because they're going to make their way back up to the kitchen line, and you have to find another way to beat them.
Side-out scoring remains on the side of the DC Pickleball team. So 3 straight points. On the reaction ball, Rachel Rohrabacher takes a little pace off, sends that to the foot of the Kawamotos.
20-18.
Wow. The third chance for the Orlando squeeze to close it out here. Rachel Rohrabacher and Anna Bright finally get their win over the Kawamotos.
I mean, and they impressively, they started off with a lot of energy because they almost had to create their own. They don't have the big fan base like they did in the previous 2 events. And they really took it to the Kawamotos. I think the Kawamotos played well. I don't think they played bad. They threw in their lobs. They didn't miss a whole heck of a lot. They just squeeze had little to no errors.
The Orlando Squeeze are on the board first for this Major League Pickleball event. Rachel Rohrabacher and Anna Bright picking up a win over the Kawamoto sisters. This is a big one for Bright and Rohrabacher, now standing courtside as they get the Orlando Squeeze up by 1 to get this match started. They're alongside Hannah Johns now.
Well, guys, you led for almost the entirety of this match. Anna, your communication was absolutely on point. Your resets, Rachel, were absolute money. What was coming together in this match?
I mean, we just had a little bit of a better game plan, and we just stayed super disciplined, which is a little, not hard for us, but not what we prefer to do. So it just took a little bit of talking about it, and yeah.
And Anna, the Kawamotos have given you guys trouble in the last 2 finals. You didn't manage to come away with a win in either of those, but you did here today. How big is that for your team?
It's really so huge. I felt, even though we won in Atlanta, you know, we had to be really scrappy to pull that out. So women's is super important in any matchup. I think it sets the tone. It's the first match, and we're really happy to be talking with you. You know, we've been watching them talk a few times, and it's really good to be the ones over here.
Absolutely happy to have you guys over here. You're up 1 game. Let's see what happens. Cameron.
I love that from Anna Bright, saying she loves being in that interview. This is a big momentum shift just in terms of setting the tone for this Orlando Squeeze team. When they did pick up the win over the DC Pickleball team, they again dropped those first 2 gender. Mixed doubles was their savior, along with the Dream Breaker. They're looking to change the script here versus the DC Pickleball team. This is just the first event of the playoffs for the premier level, as now Newman and Alshon get set to play Daescu and Navratil. Daescu also taking that trip from Chicago, moving on over just last night all the way to the West Coast, as he was playing in a different final yesterday. Here's the head-to-head. I'm Cameron Irwin. She's Cameron Blackwood. Anything shocking here?
Sort of, yes. I mean, yeah, when you look at it, I'm like, okay, I'm going to put DC to win this one, yes. However, if Zane can bring the energy like he has brought in Atlanta, and yeah, it wasn't really there in Dallas, but he is so smart when it comes to playing pickleball that he can really just kind of pick you apart, whether it's at the kitchen line or even in the transition zone, which not many players can do in the transition zone. That is something that Zane Navratil has mastered. Now, he's the only one that didn't play in Championship Sunday yesterday. Each of these other 3 guys, Alshon, Daescu, Newman, all played in finals yesterday. So they've just come off the court, just come off of, you know, really high-level pickleball. So for Zane to come right in, can he step up? Can he meet there? But also Daescu, is he going to have the energy? We saw Nunnery, it dipped, it came in and it went out. So can Daescu keep that high level energy? Luckily for Alshon and Newman, well, they were here. They played right on this court. So they feel a little bit at home. So I think that's going to be an advantage for them as well.
Well, and we've seen Christian Alshon really step up his game since that last Major League Pickleball event alongside Riley Newman. This duo brings so much offense to the pickleball court, and Alshon plays his role as he should.
He's really matured. I mean, that's the word that I can really use, is he's not making silly mistakes or shots that, trick shots, I would call them. I mean, he's just playing solid pickleball and really setting up Newman, who I think is one of the best players in all of pickleball, just with what he can create, the different style, the way he holds his paddle. I mean, a little unorthodox, but it just works. So look for them to stay aggressive right off the bat.
Riley Newman, the number 3 overall pick in Season 2. The top 2 above him, Annalie Waters and Ben Johns.
Good company.
So the DC Pickleball team has been built around Riley Newman.
I'm just excited for some chirping. I know on the DC side, we're going to hear it.
Christian Alshon, of course, being in the challenger level for Season 1, and now in Season 2 at the premier level, also earning a title. A tweener from Zane Navratil. Was a heck of a drop at the same time.
I mean, I was a little nervous there, but yes, that worked out great. I mean, just a nice reset, and look, right back in. It didn't shock him. That's what's so great.
He did it so casually, you almost missed it.
Yeah.
Andre Daescu, one of our tallest pros on the tour. Daescu really reaching in and shading towards the middle.
He is. If Navratil's hands are this good right off the bat in this match, I'm nervous. I mean, he's resets, Berts, or I mean, he right now is just playing lights out.
You just saw the Bert from Zane Navratil. That's when he jumps over his partner's corner of the kitchen for an Ernie, which turns into a Bert. Orlando squeezed to a really
I'm
hard
scratching my head too there, Alshon.
Good catch, Cam.
5-1.
He was baffled.
Holy shnikes, that pickleball is flying right now.
Yeah. Both teams want to play quick and aggressive, which I love, and this is great to watch here, but who's going to come out on top when it starts to get a little too much chaos out there?
I love the management of the ATP. That's around the post in terms of the defense. Oftentimes you send it back so quickly, but a slower ball off the defense can actually serve you well and get you back into a better court position. Again, the length of Daescu creating issues. Daescu, 35 years old, out of Romania, now residing in Palm Beach, Florida. Played tennis at the University of Oklahoma.
Something to know, all four of these guys can play both sides. So yes, I see them staying in their positions right now. I see Alshon staying on the right as far and Daescu. However, if things start getting a little dicey, every player is capable of switching sides and executing well. So that's something that is pretty unique about these four guys, and just credit to how good their game is.
Side out, point 7.
7-4 squeeze.
7-4. Side out, point 5. Seven. Side out, point 8.
A little too shallow on that dink to be taken out of the air.
Yeah, he's not settled in yet, Alshon, just kind of making some simple mistakes. And they're not really attacking him, they're just on his own making those mistakes. So look for him to clean that up. If not, they're not going to come out on top on this one.
And that's, I think, the epitome of what we've seen from Christian Alshon. Not overhitting that, not trying to do too much, but waiting for the right opportunity. 6-8.
Point.
Crossing him up.
7-8.
One of the biggest challenges for Alshon is going to be deciding which side to sit paddle heavy on, the forehand or the backhand side. Along with Riley Newman kind of coming across, Zane Navratil is going to pick his spots wisely.
9-7.
That's a great point. Yeah, Navratil is just so tricky. I mean, he can really speed up from any side of his body, and it comes at you from such different angles.
And even taking pace off the ATP. There's the chippiness you were looking for, Cam.
So that's too good, and it was, Mr. Newman. You said it, just taking some pace off. It used to just be so much power on those ATPs, and now we've seen that that's been key.
10.
what a dig from Alshon. Out of bounds, and DC now at 9-10. That's what I'm talking about, though. Alshon ready and prepped on that forehand side. Man, this is some fun pickleball to get your morning started. 11-9, the squeeze with the end change.
And just it's a different look that they've been into. DC has not been playing from behind in any of the last 2 events. Can they pull it out?
Lifetime Fitness, just a few miles away from the gorgeous Pacific Ocean, right here in San Clemente, California. Take a look at the number of pickleball courts at this venue, as it is the place to play. Again, Lifetime Pickleball. Cameron Irwin alongside Cameron Blackwood. It's all Cam Squared in the booth to get your morning started. But wow, what a performance so far from Dayescu and Navratil. They earned the change of end with the lead over Alshon and Newman. Again, a team they have yet to beat in Season 2 for this gender doubles matchup.
Side out, point 10. 10-11.
10 point for the DC pickleball team. Whoa, what a performance from Zane Navratil. Even he's still stunned he got it.
That was the best part about it, was his expression. Was that me? Did I just do that?
Side out, point 11.
Zane ducking out of the way. That ball ricocheting off the paddle of Dayescu.
11-12.
And again, that's Alshon. He understands that first speed up from Zane Navratil. It's going towards his sideline, and he's giving him the space on the forehand.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest adjustments that he has made, is not swinging on those speed ups. He's just countering them and then picking his moment. And that's especially helped on his backhand side as well. But nice to see he's really leveled it out forehand, backhand side, and it's keeping him in the points. And that's allowed them to have so many wins.
Riley's actually giving Alshon quite a bit of court to work with. Some of those dinks landing on the left foot of Alshon, and it's Alshon taking the ball.
I like it because of this new spin Alshon has up at the kitchen line with that dink. It can create some problems.
Okay. Cross-court winner off the bounce, Zane Navratil.
Like I said from the get-go, I mean, right after his tweener reset here, his now that, I mean, he's been, talk about he's shocked. We're all sitting here watching incredible pickleball by him.
Right on cue, Zane Navratil with another point. Squeeze with the lead yet again.
14-13.
Zane trying to double down on that cross-court angle. 14 all.
14-14. Point. 15-14.
Wow, the drop volley to Alshon, one of the best movers on the court. 16-14, it's DC back on top yet again. They look to even up the score in this race to 21. Great pickleball here in the playoffs. The DC Pickleball team in the second game of this matchup between the DC Pickleball team and the Orlando Squeeze. Lands out of bounds. Squeeze with a response out of a timeout.
A little pep in Zane Navratil's step there.
15-16.
Alshon has not done that, taking a ball off the bounce and a speed up, maybe trying to surprise them a bit.
16-16.
There's the boom from Riley Newman.
Yeah, going back to that, If someone's going to hit the speed up, let's have it be Riley Newman. Alshon, keep doing what you need to do. Keep setting them up, staying in the point. If you have your opportunity, take it. But let's give that to Newman.
Double the boom for Riley Newman again. This time he finds the body of Daescu.
I mean, it's just so hard. There's so much body to work with right there. But what I liked from Alshon is he played his part in that point. He stayed patient. If they need to hit 30, 40, 50 balls, that's what they have to do. Let Riley clean up.
How about a hat trick of booms? Riley Newman is creating his own tagline here.
19-16.
There was so much pop off the paddle of Zane Navratil on that overhead.
Yeah, and credit to DC for staying in it as long as they could there, but Daescu's length is just too much to handle up at the kitchen.
There it is again. He finds the middle. 18-19.
It's like who's striking first is who's coming out on top here. So who's going to take these last few shots here and win this?
Timeout taken. The Orlando Squeeze still have the serve, and you can imagine that freeze is probably going to come into effect here very quickly. How might that change and adjust the approach at the end of this game? Again, Zane Navratil, a little third shot speed up and the length of Daescu on that right side.
Well, it's tough because they freeze and Orlando has a chance just to climb right back and get those little points there, take a little bit more of a risk on that. So that's something to look out for as we hit the freeze.
Well, we're so glad to have you joining us here on Tennis Channel, but we've got important news. Tennis Channel and the PPA have teamed up to bring you Pickleball TV. It's a brand new 24/7 network dedicated exclusively to the sport you love. Tune in for live tournaments, plus instructional, lifestyle, and other original programming. Watch now on pickleballtv.com.
Gentlemen, there are no timeouts remaining.
Daescu right now with the serve and just a one-point game. DC quickly calling that timeout. If you love pickleball, this is why. Close games, close matchups in this such fun format of Major League Pickleball.
And we've seen DC go up 2-0 and Orlando Squeeze come back, take it to Dream Breakers.
Maybe it's a complete reversal.
Time in.
Can DC, can they do that? I mean, do they have the fire that the Squeeze had when that happened to them?
Back in Atlanta.
Set out.
Called out of bounds. How about that counter? Only Riley Newman with a grip that he uses.
20,
now
18.
A game point for DC.
Set out. Point 19.
Score moves to 19
19-20.
again. Side out scoring on the side of the Squeeze.
What an angle there from Riley Newman. Using all that pace, just a nice little flick two-handed back and completely sliced off the court.
Game point again for DC.
Set out. Point 20.
Another side out for Orlando. 20 all. Must win by 2.
20-20.
Now side out scoring on both sides of the net. assisted the Orlando Squeeze with a point, and now a game point of their own, looking to go up 2-0.
This is crucial. They have to win it here.
The Orlando Squeeze go up 2-0 over the DC Pickleball team after facing 2 game points.
Wow, I mean, I did not see this coming. If you would have told me, Cam, Squeeze are going to be up 2-0 right after the first, after gender doubles. Not that they're not capable of doing it, I just didn't see it happening. DC has just been so solid, so consistent, had such a strict game plan going against the Squeeze, but credit to Orlando Squeeze taking both gender doubles.
They take both of the first 2 games, 22-20 after the men's doubles. Well, we have not seen this in this matchup before with the DC Pickleball team and the Orlando Squeeze. For the first time, the Orlando Squeeze lead 2-0 at the beginning of the match. Picking up the win most recently, Zane Navratil as well as Andre Daescu now standing courtside with Hannah Johns.
Well, guys, you fought off a few game points to land here in the winner's circle with me, which is a shocker to everyone watching. What were you thinking those last few points?
Oh, just stay solid. We had a game plan going in. We didn't really stick to it towards the end of the game, but we're able to kind of settle the waters and just play our game. Zane played really well, took a lot of the balls in the middle there, was very quick on the hands and freed me up to do a lot of my stuff. And yeah, just happy with the way we competed, and hopefully we can finish it here.
Well, historically, you guys have lost both of the gender doubles matches in the past, but you've won both of them here today. How big is that for the team?
Well, that's we did some changes to the strategy and just came out with energy. We knew we couldn't get down 0-2 again for the 3rd time in a row, and we managed to not do that. But there's work left to be done.
They're up 2-0. Let's see what happens next. Cam.
The work still to be done for the Orlando Squeeze as we get set for the first mixed doubles competition. Give me a slight preview on what we're about to see.
I think right now you have DC's #1 team coming out here with a little bit of a cushion there in Rohrabacher Navratil. Not that they can't take it. There's so much energy on their side right now. Look for them to play big. Look for Zane's knowledge and Rohrabacher's forehand to see if they can't close this one out in 3.
Well, you see it. Zane Navratil, Rachel Rohrabacher will face off against Jade Kawamoto and Riley Newman. The Orlando with the chance to react to the mixed doubles lineup. The first mix coming up on the other side of this break. Riley Newman and Jade Kawamoto in a bit of a predicament, as is the rest of the DC Pickleball team, now down 0-2 in this playoff format, now facing Rachel Rohrbacher and Zane Navratil. A unique format here for the playoffs in Season 2 of Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. It's a 1 versus 2 for the seeds as you now look to the head-to-head just in this first match played. The loser of this match will have a chance to come back against the 3 versus 4 seeds to make their way back to the final, but this heavily in the favorite of Newman and Kawamoto.
And that's exactly how they want it. Newman said back in Dallas, I want it to end on my paddle. He did just that. That was the third game where he won. I mean, we all have seen that incredible celebration of him, but he thrives in these moments, and he trusts his hands, he trusts his game so much, and I think Jade Kawamoto is a perfect complementary partner for them to go against. But look, Zane's riding high on emotion right now, and who else that's maybe not as loud as Anna Bright, but a close second? Rachel Rohrbacher with a huge forehand that can really set Zane up there. So it's a great partnership on both sides, but yes, I see the favorite there, but anything can happen. I mean, it's all been in favor, quote unquote, to the DC, and they're down 0-2.
In a position they have yet to be in against this team of the Orlando Squeeze, a team they faced off against in the previous 2 finals. Riley Newman using the reverse side of his paddle yet again on the defensive play. If the Orlando Squeeze pick up this mixed doubles game, they would pick up the match win in this best of 5. The long arm of Riley Newman.
I mean, just these first 2 points, I mean, gosh, even the first point, I mean, shows you how incredibly competitive this mixed doubles match is going to be.
The paintbrush.
2.
First off, the other ball was going to go wide. He played it with the left hand and then whiffed the forehand. That was...
Well, again, he's staring straight into the sun. Rohrbacher is attacking the backhand side of Riley Newman.
And has opened it up twice. Yes, a little unfortunate there from Riley, but that's the pattern it looks like she's going for.
Jade Kawamoto sitting down and finding a counter.
Yeah, and that's something she does so well. If you looked at opposite sides of the kitchen line right there, Jade held her ground at the kitchen line. Rohrbacher took a couple steps back, which wasn't able to get that reset over the net. So that's just something that's so key to someone like Jade Kawamoto. And look at her there, pulling the trigger with some extra pace.
3-3.
Zane Navratil, that off-the-bounce attack, one of his favorite shots on both his forehand and his backhand side. She just countered that well off the court.
Well off the court. And barely had to really do anything with it, just placed it well. The recognition.
Point. Five-4.
I think he just clipped Rachel Rohrbacher.
I think he said, I got her.
Point. 6-4.
It's Rachel Rohrbacher attacking up the line that has Orlando squeezed within one.
Yeah, that's been key right now, is her just pulling that trigger,
5-6.
catching Newman off guard there, and then just closing and finishing it. See if he makes any adjustments or if that's going to be key throughout the whole match.
She says, don't test me that way. Sends the lob up over Rohrbacher.
6-6.
Hit me again. Hit me again.
It's a two-hand backhand that opened up for Rohrbacher.
I mean, Riley Newman's going to start getting frustrated really quick. He's now been beaten 5 times on that backhand side there, and she's just being relentless. She should not stop that position at all.
This time it's the cross-court speed up from Zane Navratil.
But still catching on that backhand side, it's just been key for them.
Riley shifts and finally has that two-hand backhand counter prepared.
And that's the thing. Yes, it's working now. That's why Riley's one of the best in the world. He can make those small adjustments, and then he can make you eat that speed up very quickly. But if she can pick her moments, I think she'll stay successful.
Nice job by his partner as he has to protect the line a hair more. A nice adjustment from Kawamoto to cover just a sliver of that middle.
7-9. Side out, point 10.
You know that's killing right now that she's just pulling the trigger. And she's doing it well. I didn't expect her to hit that speed up right there because she's kind of been waiting until she gets in the dink rally. So good for her to change it up. She's going to have to. a great spot. I mean, she was 3 feet off the kitchen line, so it's going to be hard for her to do anything with that if Newman's going to attack there.
That's out of bounds again. DC needs this third game in order to stay alive in this first match of the premier level.
Side out, point 11.
Time for a change of end, and look at who is on top. It's the Orlando Squeeze. Astonishing as they are looking to change the tide against the DC Pickleball team here in the season finale.
This coverage of Major League Pickleball is brought to you in part by Toyota Prius. It's ace now. And by Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball.
DC Pickleball team is trailing by 2.
11-9.
Time to make some adjustments as the Orlando Squeeze are just 10 points away from a match win. Rachel Rohrabacher on the missed dink. I'm Cameron Irwin. She's Cameron Blackwood. What's the adjustment after this point, Cameron, for the DC Pickleball team in the second half of this match?
I think it's Riley Newman establishing himself. He is the best player on the court. He needs to start playing like it. He knows where Rohrabacher is going to start targeting him. It's on that backhand side. Even this cross-court speed up from Navratil there. Make your adjustment, make yourself known, and start getting loud again. They're going to be just fine. But if he doesn't, and they start taking control,
what a cover. Jade Kawamoto yet again. And Ernie for Zane Navratil, maintaining his balance and getting the lead, 13-12.
I mean, he read that perfectly. Thank goodness he's so athletic.
I think you should do all of our sound effects, Cam.
We could do that, yeah.
That was great. It was a perfect sound for exactly what happened. 13-all.
13-13.
All right, Kawamoto getting aggressive.
And maybe that's what it's going to take. Maybe it's going to take Kawamoto, Jade stepping up, which usually she's the more consistent, calmer reset, for her to really get Newman fired up there and see if he can't, like you said, finds a pop there in the backhand we're not really seeing right now.
No, 12.
Well, and it's, again, to Rachel Rohrabacher's credit as a timeout's taken. She's speeding up that ball, taking a step off the kitchen line, and giving herself an extra second to be able to re-counter what she's seeing from Riley Newman on that second ball. This has turned into a game. It's 15-13, DC on top.
Time in, 15-13.
Pickleball TV here on Tennis Channel. Riley Newman with the serve. Ooh, Rohrabacher stepping in and a shot taken cross court. But it's important what we just saw. Riley Newman on that first speed up on his backhand side instead went up the line with that two-hand backhand and did get Rachel Rohrabacher a bit jammed. And it's in.
Well in. But that's something that Zainab Till can do so well. He's so tricky. He watches a little feet up there and moving so much, but he has so much control, and he can just pull the trigger from anywhere you think, it's going to be a dink. No, winner down the middle.
3 straight points for the Orlando Squeeze.
Flip the script.
16-15.
Oh.
Set out.
What an incredible third there for him to follow that up. It was a shake and bake on his own. Not mad about it. Shake it off. I loved it.
16-16.
What a rip from Rohrabacher.
Fearless. fearless. A lot of people don't want to attack Riley because of the counters that are coming back at.
17-16.
No fear, but she's placing it well. That's key.
It's the same thing for Rohrabacher. They send him to the line, then attack back towards that middle.
18-16.
18-16. This has yet to happen. The Orlando Squeeze have a 2-point lead into a timeout and look to close this out in 3 straight against the DC Pickleball team.
I mean, hi, Dallas. Let's just go ahead and give you a little taste of your medicine there, DC. I mean, I think they went back to the drawing board. I mean, it's very clear here that there's different patterns, there's different strategy being played out here from the Orlando Squeeze to the DC Pickleball Club, and it's paying off. And they're really not veering from it. Yeah, Diascu said, well, we had a game plan, we kind of went off at the end. Sometimes that happens, but I think it's been that initial game plan going into all 3 of these matches that has been key, and it's kind of put DC like, yeah, we've seen you done it, we know what you're gonna bring. What's a whole different game style that they're bringing right now? They don't know how to counter.
A fair point to make, and right now we are getting set for a 2024 season start. In just a few weeks, we will have the Pro Pickleball season kicking off with a big event in Palm Springs. Don't miss complete coverage of the Carvana PPA Tours Hyundai Masters live on Pickleball TV and Tennis Channel beginning January 11th. Little New Year's resolution for you. How about playing and watching some more pickleball? There'll be more pickleball than ever before in 2024, and it can be found right here on the home of pickleball, Pickleball TV and Tennis Channel. 18-16. Again, the Orlando Squeeze looking for a straight
18-16
game victory. Riley Newman, instead of the 2-hand backhand, how about just a left-handed forehand?
Yeah, and he needs to stay aggressive. It's like I've seen moments, but I haven't seen it be consistent. And that, to me, has been where they faltered with the DC.
And even that is wide as Zane Navratil points far to the sideline. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe a change in pattern. What if you go more towards the cross court with Riley Newman and Zane Navratil just to get a different look? Have Jade dink up the line. This is crazy.
I agree. And then involve Newman a little bit more. I don't know why they haven't done that.
20-17.
Is now match point for the Orlando Squeeze to find a straight game win. Squeeze. Take the match 3-0.
Well, I mean, my words, oh my goodness, I had DC, but here's my thing. They still have a chance to come back in. I think the DC Pickleball team, I think they're solid enough to come back into the final here. But what I think happened was the Orlando Squeeze went to the drawing board. The DC Pickleball team did not. They relied on what was working in DC, or in Dallas. We won 3-0, great, we're gonna go back, do the same thing. Not the case. Credit all to Orlando Squeeze for doing their homework, coming out with the game plan, sticking with it, executing it, and winning.
So the Orlando Squeeze advanced to the premier level final in this Season 2 playoff format. The DC Pickleball team are gonna have to find an additional win today to work their way back in.
Better late than never.
Well, welcome back to Championship Court, where the Squeeze have won the table, ran the boards. Talk about this last match, how crucial it was. You finished off in 3. What are you feeling right now?
Oh, we're feeling super happy, super excited to get a 3-0 win because, we lost them last time, and the time before it was a dream breaker, so we're feeling really good.
Well, Zane, you've said it before. MLP is about energy and chemistry. Did you feel that here today?
Yeah, we have the best energy, the best owners, the best, and let's see, what else do we have, Andre?
You're done.
Take it.
Best owners, best teammates, best fan base. Believe it or not, we're all the way out here in California. We still have a lot of people that traveled and are cheering on us. We even have a little Squeezy with us, so look, it's...
Pan over to little Squeezy.
Yeah.
Squeezy's out here with us.
Yeah, so just a big thank you to the Orlando Squeeze, and hopefully we can get one more tomorrow.
Well, Anna, you guys chose to do the mixed matchups to set those. What was the mentality behind that strategy-wise?
We feel pretty good in mixed either way, but we went with what worked for us in Atlanta. We liked put in Rachel in front of Riley. We liked that with her hands and her ability to kind of misdirect it. And yeah, we're super happy to get the dub. They're a great team, and wouldn't be surprised if we see them again in the final. But we got a great match coming up right here too.
Well, you guys get the dub, 3-0, run the table. Guys, congratulations. We'll see you in the final tomorrow. Cameron.
The Orlando Squeeze putting together something magical to start your morning. You gotta love the Squeeze out there. Do you even call that a chest bump anymore? I'm not really sure what that is, but nonetheless, Anna Bright, Rachel Rohrabacher, Zane Navratil, and Andre Daescu are moving on to the premier final. Coming up next, it's the Chicago Slice taking the court. Can't wait to see Ben Johns in the mix as they face off against the Miami Pickleball Club. I have to say thanks for joining me. I'm Cameron Irwin and Cameron Blackwood. We're doing a shift change. Michelle McMahon coming up next along with Adam Stone. More coming from San Clemente.
Welcome back to the Lifetime Athletic Country Club of San Clemente. Our next matchup upcoming between the Chicago Slice and the Miami Pickleball Club. Lacey Schneeman and Jesse Irvin play for Ben John's team. He was the #1 overall draft pick and opted to go with Jesse Irvin in the second round, Lacey Schneeman in the third, and then Eric Lang in the fourth. Mary Brascia and Hurricane Tyra Black playing for the Miami Pickleball Club. There you see Tyson McGuffin on the left, Federico Staxrud on the right. Thrilled to have you with us, everybody, alongside former pro and two-time title-winning general manager for the SoCal Hard Eights. He is Adam Stone. Hi, everyone. And Adam, good matchup here today. What are you thinking?
Very excited for this one, and thank you for tooting my horn a little bit there with that back-to-back Potentially
soon to be 3 titles, by the way.
Could be a three-peat, exactly right. 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, but we have a big match right now. And for me, it's all about the boys on the Miami Pickleball Club. We have Federico Staksrud, Pasión, Corazón, Cajones. This is what he brings to MLP. And then, of course, we have the crime dog, Tyson McGuffin, legend of the game, absolute stud out there. If these Miami Pickleball Club boys can play well, they got a real shot to take down the Slice today.
Did you write that quote down in your notebook from Federico Staksrud?
I did. But you know I remembered that. When someone says Pasión, Corazón, and Cajones, you remember, Michelle, you remember.
Well, there he is, the most electrifying man in sports. Tyson McGuffin had a good chat with him ahead of this matchup. He and Federico Staksrud have never beaten Ben Johns and Eric Lang in the last couple of events, so this has a big target on him. He explained that Ben Johns is more of an off-ball player, obviously, so they're trying to get more of the dinks over to him to open up the court so they can attack Eric Lang. But when you're matching up in men's doubles and you have that man on the other side, what's running through your mind?
Well, it's very difficult, first and foremost, as that is the most obvious statement I could make. But that's a great point from Tyson McGuffin. I think that those bullies, those off-the-ball left-side players, you have to not necessarily target them, but put some balls in their direction, not just force the ball to their partner, because that plays right into their strengths and their skill sets.
There's Eric Lang, the 4th round selection for Ben Johns on this team, and he is 42 years old, recently committed his entire career to the sport of pickleball. He was already working for Head, which is a company for pickleball, but now he's taking a full-time stab at it with the Yola paddle. Zach Gallen, one of our proud men in charge here at the Inside Out Sports, putting this great event together. And how about some flamingos on the sideline too? I love this.
Well, we get flamingos on the court. You see it quite a bit. We got them off court too. Let's go.
I love it. Matchup-wise, who would you put your money on to win this one between Miami and Chicago?
I think that this is really, really close to a push, and I am actually going to go a slight favorite to the Miami Pickleball Club in this particular matchup, and very much the word slight emphasized on that.
Well, the Chicago Slice have some notoriety in their ownership group, as do the Miami Pickleball Club. Heidi Klum, Tom Ricketts, Doug Ellen, Lindsay Davenport, Tracy Austin, Chris Everett, just to name a few. Decent lists there. You want to hear Miami's?
I do.
Naomi Osaka, Nick Kyrgios, Patrick Mahomes, several celebrities on their side as well. And it looks like we're going to have the men's doubles matchup out first. We have the ladies warming up first. Well, I guess we will see. We're going to step aside for just a moment and get to the verdict on the coin toss in just a moment. back in San Clemente, California. Gorgeous facilities here at the Lifetime Athletic Country Club. The Chicago Slice taking on the Miami Pickleball Club here at the Season 2 Championships. This is a play-in match. Whoever wins gets into the final. Schneemann and Irvin will square off against Mary Brasha and Hurricane Tyra Black first in women's doubles. What's the X factor for you on both sides, Adam?
Well, it's a great even matchup, and we have each team has a clear-cut alpha player with Hurricane Tyra and Lacey Schneemann, and then a very, very quality beta partner in Mary Brasha and Jessie Irvin, who are very consistent players. They're very good at playing their role and setting up their partners. So it's a really cool matchup, in my opinion, as they're almost mirror images of each other.
And I misspoke just a moment ago. The winner of this one will square off against the DC Pickleball team in the play-in match to the finals, which will be taking place tomorrow. So Riley Newman and company took a loss earlier today to the Orlando Squeeze, so they are still in contention. They could still do it, but they have to work their way back into it. Win probability in favor slightly to the Miami Pickleball Club.
Thank you for making me look good. Win probability.
You're welcome.
That's perfect. And this
Just
is
for you.
This is very interesting to me. We have warming up Lacey Schneemann on the right and Jessie Irvin on the left, and I would have guessed that would have been flip-flop. They're both flexible on which side they play, but I would have looked to see Schneemann on the left to start, and I don't think we're going to see that.
Interesting. Why do you think that might be?
Yeah, it could be comfort. Jessie Irvin really likes, like I said, she doesn't play an overwhelming left side, but she plays a very consistent, solid left side. So I believe it's comfort for her in this particular matchup, and possibly Schneemann on the right with that electric forehand can find some speed-up opportunities.
Is there any chance they like the straight-ahead matchup with Schneemann and Mary Brasha playing the right on Miami side?
Right, so it's also different because you have the two offensive players lined up in front of each other and the two betas lined up in front of each other. So I actually, from a kind of fun, strategic perspective on this, I kind of like it as it's not the standard cross from each other, offense and defense.
The crowd was here early today to support the Major League Pickleball teams here front and center on Championship Court. Hurricane Tyra Black, she was the selection that made this team what they are, the round 3 selection, which, you know, Adam, you're a general manager, you're a part of the draft. A lot of people were wondering what her level would be, and she was one of the ladies that jumped up in level awfully quickly.
Yeah, very risky, unknown commodity at the time, or somewhat unknown commodity at the time of the draft, and she has continued to rise. Great value from the Miami Pickleball Club, snagging Hurricane Tyra in the 3rd round.
An investment pick, if you will. We are waiting first serve here. Men will come back out just for warm-ups. And once again, winner of this one will take on the DC Pickleball team to follow this match. Orlando Squeeze already punching their ticket through to the final, taking place tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. And Adam's got a big match tomorrow as well. The SoCal Hard Eights taking on the St. Louis Shock in the challenger level. What do you think about that matchup?
Well, I think it's light work for us. That's what I think. Michelle, just joking. St. Louis Shock, very quality team. Big win earlier today, and I think there's going to be some real fireworks. 9:30 a.m. Pacific tomorrow morning. Can't wait.
That will be at 9:30 a.m. Pacific and 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, and we are moments away from first serve between these premier level teams. 48 of the top pickleball talent drafted into teams of 4, 2 men, 2 women. It's a revolutionary format, and we conclude the 2023 season here. Tyson McGuffin, what a story he is. Has such a positive attitude. He's done so much for the sport. Had some injury adversity early on this season. People were kind of wondering where he would stack, and even into last year, and here he is, peak game.
I'll admit it, there's a couple times in his career I thought he was going to dip. I thought his level was going to drop and possibly get passed by. Has not happened. I am very happy to eat my words and my thoughts right there. Tyson McGuffin, as I said at the top of the broadcast, legend of the game, and just an absolute warrior out on the pickleball court.
By the way, told me he's building a 4-court facility in his backyard in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Not bad digs. Total man cave. He'll do his podcasts out of there. I'm sure there'll be a cold tub and a wellness center too. That guy's got it. He's got it figured out.
He really does. I am well behind Tyson building my own compound in North Carolina, 4-court facility in Coeur d'Alene. I hope I get to make it out there one of these days. That'd be awesome.
Just invite yourself. Make a trip.
I already did.
Great. I'll come with you and invite myself on your trip. His birthday's coming up too, by the way, December 16th. Happy early birthday to Tyson McGuffin, turning 34 in December. And what a run for Ben Johns this weekend. This guy has been playing pickleball since last Thursday in men's singles. Ben Johns triple crown this weekend at the PPA Finals. He won in men's doubles, and he now has 109 career PPA titles to his name.
Opponents are. He is doing this to world-class pickleball athletes, consistently winning at such a high clip. That's what makes it most impressive to me, is the quality of his opponents, and just too good. It's too good.
Well, we will step aside for just a moment, get you back out to the action as the greatest to ever do it, Ben Johns, looks to carry his team to the next round. We'll be right back. Moments away from first serve between the Chicago Slice and the Miami Pickleball Club. You are watching Major League Pickleball as we conclude Season 2 here in 2023. And only a couple of teams made it into the mix. Miami and Chicago, 2 of those, as well as the DC Pickleball team in Orlando. Orlando won the match this morning, so they advanced to tomorrow, Tuesday's championship round, the season championship that is, and whoever wins this one will advance to square off against the DC Pickleball team. The match to follow this one, which, how do you feel about playing back-to-back? That's an interesting topic of conversation, whoever wins this one. Here's the head-to-head numbers. With the men's doubles matchup, a perfect 50-50 split, which makes sense because it's been close all the way down the stretch. If you remember Atlanta, Tyson and Fed were right in it, close, and then Eric Lang and Ben Johns pulled away at the last moment.
Yeah, 13.6 and 13.61, my goodness. If this isn't a good one, I will be absolutely shocked. And yeah, fellas coming out first. Let's go.
Miami actually chose to put out the men's team first. They won the toss. They chose to react, the first choice. Then the Slice chose to receive. That would be Ben Johns weighing in there. And then Miami chose to put their men's doubles team out first. Interesting, because they haven't had the edge in this matchup.
Some fancy footwork from Fed after the Ernie attempt went awry. But a couple dinks later, putting one into the net. 1-0 Slice.
Football, left foot. Point.
Yikes. not a great start for Federico Staksrud. Of course, this is rally scoring. Games to 21, win by 2. And on your serve.
2-0.
We have that left toe just sneaking in. Staksrud made it to the PPA finals as well. Down the middle finish from Eric Lang.
That was very deceptive from Eric Lang. I'm not sure if he was reading Federico Staksrud going for the Ernie, but either way, splitting the defense right up the middle. Nice shot, Eric.
Point.
2 now, back-to-back slippery attacks from Eric Lang. Full on deception as Staksrud not even bringing his paddle up as that ball sails past his left shoulder.
4-0.
And a 5-0 start for the Chicago Slice. What's going on with Miami right now?
Yeah, just a couple loose errors. Besides for those 2 attacks from the Slice, it's been errors on the near end.
Point.
ATP delivered by Ben Johns.
That's right, and he's got both varieties. He can come around the ball with a bit of side spin and top spin and also go with the slice. Nice to have both options on the ATPs.
You think that guy's exhausted? He's triple crowning every single weekend and off of a 4 straight day performance on the PPA finals, now playing in the team format. Unbelievable. It's been a long season for a lot of these players.
Absolutely. Burnout is real. Not saying that that's the case here, but long year and off-court work so important for all these athletes, but it sure as heck even more important when you make it to the dang finals in every event. So I think that that's been a great job for a lot of these athletes, and especially the athletes making deep runs consistently. You must be in good shape. You can't let that fatigue creep into your legs in these big moments.
How much pressure for Eric Lang in this partnership when you know you are going to be the target every single time?
Easy and hard playing with Ben Johns. When he kind of takes 80% of the court, hits 4 or 5 shots and wins the point, that's great. You don't have to do a whole lot, but you have to give him the runway in the court to allow him to do his thing, and that sometimes puts you out of positions. And let's be clear, if you lose with Ben as your partner, it's your fault. so that's mental pressure and physical pressure that you feel partnering with him on the right side.
Totally fair.
Point.
Oh, my.
Yeah, and you can see Fed really showing some visible frustration after that last error.
Nice lob there from Eric Lang. Dave Fleming says the future is lob in 2024 in pickleball. Do you agree?
Hey, I did that 2 or 3 years ago. Mixed results, granted. Mixed results with my lobbing, but I love it. Get those big, aggressive fellas off of the kitchen line. Push them back. And when you do it with deception and at the right time, it can be a great offensive weapon.
My goodness, Ben Johns, he can't keep the ball away from him.
Yeah, that's a night-night. Goes up high to the forehand. I mean, it's coming back less than 10% of the time. Put away power on point.
Some good defense from Fed. Gets burned that time. A 10-1 start for Chicago. We'll change ends at 11.
10-1. Side out. Point.
So if you're Miami, anything can shift in a moment with rally scoring. What are you trying to focus on?
Well, what you talked about before the match. Maybe Eric, very consistent with his dinks and found some offense a couple different ways. Maybe you push the ball over to Ben and try to find a way to attack Eric. And there you go, right there. That's one attack. Now, you have to be careful because he is very powerful with that one-handed backhand counter from his chest. So as long as you aren't going to that specific spot, you can have some success.
Side out, point, 11.
Another error means Chicago gets to 11 first, and we will change ends at 11-3 and take a break with that as well. Get you back out to the rest of game one after this.
This coverage of Major League Pickleball is brought to you in part by Hospital for Special Surgery, the official hospital of Major League Pickleball, and by Toyota Prius. It's ace now.
An ocean view here from center court. Can't beat this luxurious pickleball facility here at the Lifetime Athletic Country Club of San Clemente. Many players say this is their favorite stop on tour. Good pressure there from Federico Staksrud.
Yeah, definitely needed that one, as this is a lopsided affair early.
4-11.
Might look for Miami to be a little more aggressive and offensive-minded moving forward.
Side out, point.
Eric Lang is just playing his role to perfection right now. Some mixed in offense at the right moments and just an absolute rock of consistency early, halfway through this match at this point.
Side out, point, 5.
There you go. You can see Johnny Goldberg, the team coach, and Mary Brasha on the sideline getting them fired up after that last point. They are going to need the energy.
Tyson McGuffin finds it with the perfect amount of pace and spin.
Yes, you do not see that kind of being fooled, basically. He was looking for that ball up the line. That is great deception from Tyson McGuffin. Clean winner.
Side out.
Nice play from Eric Lang, pulling McGuffin out wide.
Yeah, I like that. I think a high percentage of the time he's going to attack Federico, who is back. He decides to go to that outside foot of Tyson. Good decision from Eric.
Point.
Eric Lang not only took a drive that Ben wanted. Hung in the point, too.
Yeah, great backhand counter from Eric.
14-6.
That reach allows him to sit heavy backhand and cover most of his half.
Side out.
That's a heat check right there. It's all been working. I think he was 4 for 4, so we'll label that one a little ambitious, but you can't blame him with the early offensive success that he's had.
Side out.
Guffin pulled the trigger.
15.
Missed it. So if you're Miami, you've not beaten Ben or Eric Lang, why would you put the men's doubles team out first? I wonder what the strategy was there.
Yeah, maybe it's that kind of that adage, catch them early. Catch them early, maybe they can be flat, I don't know. I mean, they haven't played a match either way, whether they start or they play second after the women. So not exactly sure on that. Maybe we can get some intel on why that was the choice.
Tyson McGuffin on the run and on the poach.
That's right, and it's not the easiest to come across from the right side and poach with the backhand, but Tyson McGuffin, well done there.
Side out. Point.
Oh my god, did that drop in? My goodness, wow. What great spin and control from Ben Johns. I thought there was no way that ball was gonna drop, but it did.
Ben Johns lost it in down the line. Too good.
Just stop it, Ben. I mean, 2 in a row, almost no pace, and just drops him just inside the line. I do not blame Tyson at all for loading up forehand right where he did. You said it, Michelle, and I'm going to say it again. Too good.
And he showed that cross-court backhand dink identically, and then pushes it down the line. What can you even do but a good side out and point for Miami?
Nice job by Federico with the counterattack, able to get that ball down. And we know that Eric Lang has a ton of power in his paddle, and when you get it down to him, he will often sail that next shot long, and that's exactly what we saw there. Yeah, when it rains, it pours for Miami. Service error.
18-11. Good opportunity to go for a run. Anything in rally scoring is possible. Heavy angle from Federico Staxrud, making up for that missed serve.
Yeah, nice put away from Fed. Eric Lang squeezing the middle a bit too much, and Fed finding the angle out wide. There's again Federico counterattacking from the midcourt, but getting the ball down, and definitely kind of the biggest roar from the players on court on the Miami side and the fans. Let's see if they can springboard forward for a few more. You got to get out of there, Eric. You got to get out of there. I know it's tough when you get those big tree trunk legs locked in there, but you got to get out of there.
Point.
Yeah, this is surprising from Fed. Has got himself so consistent on the doubles court, just not playing his best game right now.
Game point, just like that for Chicago. Nice ATP from Tyson McGuffin. Chicago almost stayed alive. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, awesome job by Tyson, because he was almost had that left foot on the center sideline as most balls being forced to Federico. So great athleticism to get out wide for the ATP.
Federico Staksrud staying alive. Remember, you have to win on your serve, so Chicago has to earn this serve back before they can close it at 2015.
Nice grind there from Miami, creeping back into it a little bit.
Then you start to feel in trouble if you're Chicago.
Oh, you always feel it, Michelle. the MLP creep. Man, those teams down big, they get right back into it quickly.
Causes a lot of variance, and there's McGuffin stepping to the plate at 17-20.
Right, and you know, I don't love it from Lang, but I don't hate it. He had not tried that yet this match, but Tyson McGuffin all over that backhand counter.
And another from Staksrud down the line, beats Eric Lang, makes it a 2-point game. What was once 18-12, Adam Stone.
Yeah, great sneak in from Federico, actually able to find the right side of Eric Lang's body, which is not easy to do as he sits so heavy backhand. I like this timeout. And Miami Pickleball Club serving at 18-20. I mean, these racket paddle sports, Michelle, you don't play your best that often. So it's nice to see them stay locked in mentally after that slow start and work their way back into this match to really have a shot here.
So if you're Eric Lang right now, you played such a solid start to this game, almost perfectly in that support role, and then also finding that offense exactly as you said. What needs to adjust on his side of the court?
I would go a little more towards playing the rock role. He had a nice hybrid role on the right of playing solid and finding some offense, but his opponents are a little more in tune to his offensive attacks these last 5 minutes or so. So bring it back down a little bit, stay focused on the dinking and the consistency, and only really go for that offense if it's really there for you.
Time in, 18-20.
Oh, Ben Johns survives the point, gets the serve back. Chicago, it feels like they have to close it here.
Eric did not listen to me there, but hey, you're going to pull a trigger. Nice to have a little backup over there on the left side.
Oh, a nice finish for Federico Staksrud, and the points continue to mount for Miami.
Yeah, I think if he hits that ball to any other part of the court, the Slice get a paddle on it. Perfect decision to go up the middle there.
Oh no, foot fault called. Federico Staksrud crossing the plane, didn't hit the Ernie.
Yeah, he's got really good at those forehand Ernies from the left side. Hasn't been able to come up with one in this match.
Game point for Chicago, number 3. Tyson McGuffin pulls the trigger on Eric Lang, who remained patient that entire point.
Yeah, I think for all 4 players, the most patient point of the match. And then the Tyson McGuffin, haven't had a chance to say this yet. The Ferrari forehand out in full force, going right at the belly button of Eric Lang cross court. Great shot from Tyson. Yeah, that one was definitely ambitious. Probably the first one that was fully ambitious of the match. And wow, what a change in momentum. Unbelievable from the start. I believe it was 0-7, and here we are.
Game point for Miami now. Oh my, a missed return from Ben Johns swings this game in the direction of Miami, and that is a crucial win because Ben Johns was on the court, and he is almost guaranteed to win you at least 2 games.
Just great mental toughness from the Miami Pickleball Club after such a slow start. Just veteran play from Tyson, and a great job of playing cleaner by Federico throughout that match.
Oh, okay. That's it. We have are we challenging this?
Yeah, I believe that we do have a challenge. And it looks, I can't say clearly out, but it looks certainly out. Is that a better word? I don't know.
I believe the referee just asked Miami if they were sticking with their out call, and why wouldn't you challenge it, right? If you're Chicago at this point.
Yeah, sure. And I mean,
what do you think?
I mean, in real time, it looked quite long, and it does not look quite long on the replay, but I'm still going to say that ball is out.
And as we've discussed so many times here before with these close line calls, if you draw a line through the ball and put a nickel?
I believe it's a nickel, yes.
Underneath it, that is what would deem this. And so I think the center of that ball is actually out of bounds, like you said. We will see. Good thing that we don't have to make this decision is all I have to say. Be curious if you showed this to Ben, if you would say, if he acknowledged that that's out or not.
He would say it was out.
Okay.
Okay, after video review, the out call stands. The ball was out. Result of the rally, 22-20. Game.
Out call stands. Only a matter of millimeters for this one, and a tough break for the Chicago Slice early. Miami on top. Well, 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 just when you thought Ben Johns and the Chicago Slice were going to go up 1-0, oh no, Miami comes back from 18-12, storms back to take game one. That's a huge advantage against this team that does not want to go into a dream breaker. Hannah Johns is with Tyson McGuffin and Federico Staksrud to help us understand why they put the men's out first.
Guys, 0-0 and 13-20, and somehow you guys are the ones here in the winner's circle with me. What was going on out there?
No, I just started really bad. I started playing horrible, and then yeah, Tyson just picked me up. He always, you know, he's gonna fight till the end, and that's what he did. And yeah, we won, like, because of him, basically. Yeah.
Well, very rare to see the men put out first. Talk me through the strategy behind that.
Yeah, I think we thought we could set the tone early. Even though we haven't beat these guys all year, we're 0-2. Just got our first win, so definitely happy about that. But it's not about how it starts, it's about how you finish. Huh? Where's my Miami fans at? Girls are coming up. We're excited. Prince and the King are doing their thing.
All right, guys. 1-0. Let's see what happens. Michelle.
Always love a good word from Tyson McGuffin. Setting the tone.
That's right. I knew we were going to get a "How we doing?" He likes the "How we doing?" Miami fan, San Clemente, wherever he's at. Always a good interview, and really nice to see Federico giving some props to his partner after that slow start and giving him the credit in that match, even though Fed played just fine towards the end of that one.
Tyson McGuffin is such an irreplaceable personality in the sport, and what he's done from start to finish, in my opinion. But let's go over to the ladies now. Lacey Schneeman and Jessie Irvin looking to tie it up for the Chicago Slice. That is Hurricane Tyra Black, former tennis pro turned pickleball pro, says she loves the game. This game of pickleball we all love has taken her life in such a different direction, in such a positive direction. And 22 years old, a lot of upside for the Delray Beach, Florida native.
Oh, yes. Athleticism off the charts. Easy put-away power was there right from the beginning. She has gotten better and better at her shot selection and some of her soft stuff early in her career, and I expect that to continue to improve. So a great skill set to begin with, and just kind of slowly becoming an all-around, well-rounded player. And Mary Brasha, as we see her partner, just an absolute consistent rock out there, playing a lot of gender doubles with her sister, but she is at this point basically a veteran of the game, and she has had a variety of results, gender, mixed, and singles.
Yeah, her family's from the area, just down the road from here, from Mission Viejo. Vinny Brasha and her sister Maggie, as you mentioned. There's also another sister in the mix that's a Division I athlete. Decently athletic family, I'd say. Jessie Irvin hopes she's up for the task. Another local California native, and she's 34 years old. Not a far drive for her to get to San Clemente, and she's been around for so many years, has a strong tennis background. Also, what is the key for Jessie Irvin to have success in this women's doubles matchup if that side switch is indeed to happen?
Yeah, so I'm looking for her to start off on the left, and so I would like to know where the offense is going to come from that team. So the Lacey Schneeman forehand out wide when she's playing the right can be very difficult to handle, and she can create from there. And Jessie Irvin has all the put-away power and the counterattacks, but can she create offense from that left? We will find out.
Lacey Schneeman, a former aerospace engineer turned pickleball pro, played college tennis at USC at the club level, and she loves rising to the occasion when it comes to pressure. Our first returner in this one.
Nice little up-the-line dink battle between Schneeman and Black early. And Tyra Black, she is known for lobbing from the back of the court, but not a lot from the kitchen line. Nice little mix into her game there.
Side out, point.
There you go. I was wondering where that offense was going to come from the left from Jessie, and she just rips a two-hander right up the middle. Yeah, third time was not a charm from Hurricane Tyra Black. First two one-handed backhand rolls, very quality. Third one sailing long. one of the better females on tour at that specific shot.
2-1. Side out. Point.
Jessie going big with the two-hander again, this time a little deeper into the court, which makes it a more difficult shot.
Snap of the wrist from Lacey Schneeman, who made it all the way to the finals in women's singles in Daytona Beach not too long ago.
Yeah, real explosive skill set from her, and I mentioned that forehand. We saw it right there. Nothing Mary can do. And a poach from the right side. Again, saw it previously from Tyson McGuffin in the earlier match. This time, Schneeman. Yeah, she knew it. she's a legend. She's a veteran. She knows as soon as that ball touching her paddle where it's going to go. That's interesting early as we see Miami, especially Hurricane Tyra, not really looking to get into that cross-court grind with Jessie Irvin and often dinking up the line to Schneeman. We'll have to see if that pattern continues as, of course, Jessie Irvin, an absolute stud at cross-court dinks.
Nice drop there. That's the one she wanted just a moment ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Tyra was thinking of maybe letting that ball bounce. She decides at the last moment to take it out of the air.
Nice play from Mary Brasha. She made it to the PPA finals in women's singles. Mary and she and Maggie obviously play a lot of women's doubles together. Strung together a nice season and a nice finish to it. Working really hard out here in Southern California.
Side out.
Yeah, just one of the many brother-sister combinations we have. Always
brother-sister.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a family affair, pickleball. I got to bring it up once for brother, sister, brother, whatever we're doing. Here we go. Let's go. Family affair.
Point.
Yeah, nice job by Schneeman finding the left foot of Hurricane Tyra.
Similar starts for Staxrud and Hurricane Tyra Black. Just a bit inconsistent.
Side out.
Yeah, just an interesting vibe. I think the men's match as well. It's not like there was a lot of points where we're just making errors on returns and serves, but there wasn't a ton of extended rallies until the end. And a couple short rallies early in the women's match as well. Nice call from Jessie. Weathering a couple drives from Hurricane Tyra and then calling Schneeman off that last one.
Oh.
Wow.
That was a good angle if it wasn't a foot fault for Hurricane Tyra Black.
Unreal shot. And it's crazy to see how athletic she is that she had a foot fault when she's contacting the ball almost back at the baseline.
Jessie Irvin on the attack.
Great get from Schneeman, and then her partner has her back with the put-away power. Very surprising start as everything is going through the left side player, Hurricane Tyra Black. Mary Brasha has not hit a lot of balls so far.
That is interesting. We'll have to dive into that strategy after this short break on the end change.
Time in.
MLP Season 2 Playoffs roll on from the Lifetime Athletic Country Club of San Clemente.
Yeah, and right now, Hurricane Tyra Black is going to have to figure out a way to have the Chicago Slice not target her.
Yeah, why are they targeting?
Jessie Irvin is a very strategic player, and if it's working, she will not go away from it, I promise you. And it's odd to me because they started this way. It's not like Hurricane Tyra was playing bad and they started to go to her. They were going at her from the beginning with their patterns from the kitchen line, and my goodness, quite a bit of success.
Why do you think it's working? Like, why was that the strategy they identified from the beginning?
I think probably they're trusting Lacey Schneeman's hands in front of Hurricane Tyra and knowing that she cannot out-dink Jessie cross-court puts Tyra on the squeeze.
Should Miami consider a side change to maybe mix up the patterning?
I would say no, just because Mary Brasha very comfortable on the right side in mixed and gender. But yeah, I mean it's 15-6 or 15-7 now, so even if it's something that is counterintuitive and not something you would think, you got to pull a trigger. You can't just keep beating your head against the wall and hope for a different result. Creating offense wasn't positive. Putting the ball away, shoulder high. Jessie Irvin, plenty of pop.
16-7. Point.
Yeah, I'm at a bit of a loss for words. I've been calling a lot of Hurricane Tyra's matches over the last 6 to 8 months, and I have not seen this specific situation, and not 100% sure if this is physical or mental, but she has got to find a way to get more locked in. The loose airs are coming in bunches right now.
We'll lock it in for the rest of game 2 on the other side of this commercial break.
Time in. 17-7.
Little kitchen sink view for this point. Chicago on top, big in game 2. Mary Brasha steps in and buries the backhand on Jessie Irvin.
Yeah, we finally got to say her name, Mary Brasha. Way to get in there with a big two-hander.
It's hard to involve yourself, though, when your partner's the one being targeted, especially on that right side. Every ball back to Tyra Black. Middle was exposed.
Yeah, and this, this could be, coming from Ben. This could be coming from Jessie. They just love to get locked in with their pre-match strategies, and they have a very good one dialed up right now. There's a great spot from Tyra, forcing Jessie to kind of spread out of her zone. When that ball goes right to her, man, she is tough, almost never misses. But if you can get her on the move, you got a shot. Man, just really nice stuff from Lacey Schneemann on that one-handed backhand roll. I talked about Tyra's earlier, and Lacey Schneemann must have heard me because she's had some great one-handers this last few minutes.
Side out, point 10.
Well, we've seen Miami come back from a similar scoreline before in game 1 in the men's doubles.
Side out.
Drive drop combo for Hurricane Tyra unsuccessful.
Game point for Chicago.
20-10. Side out, point 11.
Lacey Schneemann a bit on her back foot on that third shot drive attempt. Ball back over to Miami with a lot of work to do.
Side out.
Lacey Schneemann packs a lot of power behind that slate frame.
Yeah, she's explosive with her movement and her shot selection. Yeah, I think it's cool to see the difference between the two. Lacey Schneemann hits one drop and kamikazes forward. Jessie Irvin might hit 15 balls from the back of the court as she slowly works her way in. Two different strategies, both work.
Hurricane Tyra Black rises to the occasion.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that clipped the tape or not, but either way, a nice offensive shot from Tyra.
That is hard mentally to be the player that is receiving every ball when you know it's coming your way.
Yeah, I've been on both ends of it, mostly being the one targeted in my career, but I've been on both ends, and it is tough. It really is tough right here for Mary Brasha. You know, as it's probably 6-7 to 1 right now in the distribution of who's hitting the shots. I personally would actually rather be targeted.
Really?
I feel like I get locked in. Because, I don't know, it just doesn't phase me that much mentally. It allows me to get locked in physically with my contact points. And when I've been getting frozen out before, I find...
You lose your rhythm?
That's right. You lose your rhythm. You get yourself into some awkward shots. And my goodness, just a great performance from Miami Pickleball Club as this was... sorry, for the Chicago Slice, as this was not something that I saw coming at 21-14, Michelle.
No. And a 21-14 response for Chicago. The ladies knew they needed to even out the series at 1 game apiece, and so they did. So we move on to the mixed doubles round, and we are at least going to 4 games here. Adam will be right back to discuss why the strategy worked for Schneemann and Irvin. what a gorgeous view here from the Lifetime Athletic Country Club of San Clemente. Yes, this is the final grand finale of Season 2 for Major League Pickleball. And the Chicago Slice just evened out the series to 1 game apiece on the win of Jessie Irvin and Lacey Schneemann. Gorgeous place to play pickleball. I tell you what, best stop on the tour as we check in now with Hannah Johns, who is with Jessie Irvin and Lacey Schneemann now.
Some touches. Well, a clean close out to take us to 1-1. Jessie, it really looked like you were targeting left side throughout this match. What was the thought there?
Yeah, we had played them previously in the last event, and, you know, we played against that team, and that had worked, so that was something I was going to stick with, and if we needed to change, we would make adjustments accordingly. But, yeah, I think when it comes to that backhand dinking, I'm really comfortable with it, and I can stay in that all day if I need to. So I felt like that was a good strategy going in, and, yeah, it worked out really well.
Guys, we're coming off of a big weekend where you played 2 events, you played 3 events in the PPA event, and now you have to come out and do MLP Monday and hopefully Tuesday. How's the body feeling, and how do you strategize for such a long week?
Yeah, it's definitely been, it's been a long year, so this is capping it off with 2 events back-to-back is a little bit tough, not gonna lie. It's been a long weekend, but, you know, lots of stretching, trying to stay mentally fit, you know, just trying to stay focused and push through this last little stretch, and then we can actually take it easy for a few weeks.
All right, guys, good luck. We're at 1-1.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Great stuff, Hannah, and really interesting to learn about that strategy, as you pointed out, Adam, to the left side of the court where Hurricane Tyra Black was playing. Jessie Irvin, the ultimate strategist, saying that she took some notes from their last meetings and got some adjustments, and it certainly worked. So now we move on to mixed doubles. We are tied at 1 game apiece. Jessie Irvin and Ben Johns taking on Tyson McGuffin and Mary Brosh. I had a chance to talk with Tyson McGuffin about this mixed doubles partnership. I'll give you the scoop after the break. Michelle McMahon, Adam Stone here with you on the call. As promised, Tyson McGuffin told me before this that playing mixed doubles with Mary Brasha, he described her as a right side demon. Adam says she doesn't give away too much. She's very consistent, and that's what he likes about playing with the steady partnership with the women on the right side.
Comfort.
Right side demon.
It's comfort. Comfort and a demon comfort. Yeah, whatever.
Cushy with the demon on the right side.
Yeah, and I think that it's very, very similar between Mary Brasha and Jessie Irvin. Ben's going to do his thing, so my pick to click is Tyson McGuffin. Can he be a beast out there and be a demon on the left side?
Jessie Irvin with the Ernie. It's interesting to me that Miami would choose to go with this matchup on Ben Johns. They must feel that Hurricane Tyra Black and Federico Staksrud is a better matchup in the second matchup. Big play from Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah, that's what he's going to need to do, impose his will with that forehand. Really put Jesse Irvin in some awkward spots.
Side out, point 3.
Nice low pull from Jesse Irvin. She kept it just low enough because Mary Brasha very ready with the two-hander. Just couldn't clear the net. Yeah, so you never really know because these matchups are so interesting because it doesn't just matter what your exact level is. I'll elaborate further. A lot of players get there in a different way. So it could be one player struggles heads up from this player, but they dominate this other player who could technically be higher ranked than them. So all of these games within the game, who's in front of you, who's cross court from you, it's all for a reason, Michelle.
Point. Ben Johns goes right down the middle on Miami.
5-2.
Yeah, nice shot from Jesse. Couple times now. I do think Mary was in the right spot for both of them. Couldn't come up with either counter, though. Nice offense from Jesse from the right side. Interesting sound bite there from Jesse Irvin.
Sounded like a bird.
And she went with the one-handed backhand counter, too. Nice little backhand poke from Tyson. Just jamming Jesse up enough where she couldn't keep it in the court. I'm not sure if that was a drive or a drop from Mary, somewhere in between, but left high. Tyson digs one, can't dig two.
7-3. Side out.
Just long on the third shot drive from Johns. A little quick conversation between Brasha and McGuffin, and here we go.
Side out, point.
Full throttle Ben Johns from the kitchen.
Yeah, nice loose arm put away. And just a couple of the thirds and fifths and beyond high for Miami early.
Feathery touch from Jesse Irvin inside out of the air.
Yeah, that was nasty. It really was. Great deception from her. She had pulled those previous two forehands right to the middle of the court. And this time she manipulates the wrist nicely to go inside out back behind Tyson.
Side out, point 5.
It's twice now Tyson able to jam up Jesse in the midcourt. He's going to need more of the same.
Side out, point 10.
Yeah, Tyson more ready for that middle shot, but Brasha's drop sitting up enough for Jesse to fully release on that.
Oh, Mary with the defensive play to the corner. Hometown crowd for her.
Yeah, I think everyone on the court and off the court thought that point was over. And Mary Brasha with the hands of gold. Nothing Ben can do.
Mission Viejo, California native right there. You can hear it with the crowd's resonance. And a missed return makes this a 3-point game.
7-10.
Oh, Jesse Irvin giving Tyson McGuffin fits right now on that line.
Yeah, Tyson looking to make a move, hoping Jesse Irvin was going to try to keep Mary Brasha back, but Jesse Irvin's balance of consistency and offense is really on point early.
An 11-7 lead for Chicago on the end change. Tyson McGuffin strategizing with Federico Staxrud trailing by 4.
Point.
Yeah, nice combination. Big drive from Irvin, catching Mary Brasha, transitioning forward.
13-7.
Jesse Irvin.
I know that Miami ended up winning that men's doubles match, but Ben's partners are playing very well so far, and I think that's the big difference. Jesse Irvin just on fire.
Her drops are on point, and then Ben Johns can do things like that.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, you can see Tyson maybe trying to overextend a bit, but can you blame him given the situation? Got to find a way to put some pressure on. Just hard to do it against this team.
Tyson McGuffin eventually puts it away. Jesse Irvin couldn't miss a reset ball. It was trapped at the baseline.
Yeah, that was a heck of a point. And yeah, you don't get to say, you know, 21st shot drop too often, but that's what we got out of Jesse Irvin right there.
Why couldn't she come up?
Side out. Point. 16.
It's gotta be fun playing mixed doubles with Ben Johns.
Oh yeah, and he's
full freedom.
I'll tell you right now, his legs look a little heavy to me, to be honest with you.
Well, consider the circumstances.
That's true.
Play
that's
a round
true.
robin format in men's singles against
And a short hop slice attack of some sort on that last one.
Side out.
That's one of the better drops from Mary, and a good look on the forehand side from McGuffin, but just weathered by the slice nicely.
17-9.
That penetrating return from Tyson McGuffin took a full crack at that forehand, the ball getting on Ben very quickly.
10-17.
Tyson McGuffin goes straight ahead at Jesse Irvin. A little bit of a run here for Miami.
11-17.
Top spin drop shot. Don't hear that phrase too frequently either. And that was not a miss hit. That was on purpose, ladies and gentlemen.
Line for McGuffin. The slice within 2. Mentioned Ben John's legs looking a little heavy. He told me he was still sore from men's singles that happened on Thursday. That rarely happens that he's sore after any of his events.
So still, Thursday was a long time ago, Michelle. So it's still lingering in there, huh? Yeah, and it's not, you know, I mean, they're up 20-11 here, and it's not like he's playing poorly, but he's a little more standing straight up than using, you know, some of that knee bend that I've seen so much from him, and tagging McGuffin on the right shoulder to finish this one 21-11.
A 21-11 finish in favor of Chicago. Can Lacey Schneeman and Eric Lang be the two in charge to close it out for Ben John's team? We'll see what Miami has left with Hurricane Tyra Black and Federico Staxrud taking the stage. Both players struggling in their gender doubles matchups. We'll see if they can rally. It's all up to Lacey Schneeman and Eric Lang whether or not they can close this one out in 4. But if not, we will go to a singles dream breaker. But for now, let's check in with Hannah Johns, who is with her brother Ben and Jesse Irvin, and how they were able to dominate that mixed doubles game.
Well, Jesse Irvin clearly very happy with the victory out there. Interview started, sorry. But we love the dance party out here in center court. Obviously happy with the result. Talk about that last game.
Yeah, no,
I think that was a pretty clean game. I just kind of do what Ben tells me to do, and usually that works out for us. So, and I always like having like a game plan. I'm very good at following directions, and I play my best when I know where I'm supposed to hit it and things like that. So generally my game ends up being cleaner. So yeah, I made it really easy.
Ben, you built this team around doubles partnerships. You want to go 3-0 or 3-1 every match. This might come down to singles. What are you thinking and saying to your team?
Yeah, it was definitely unfortunate that we didn't get the men's doubles. The plan obviously would have been to just 3-0 it right there. But yeah, I think we still got a good shot at mixed here. And of course, Dream Breakers are very volatile. So even if we're not a singles-based team, there's always a good shot at an upset. So I'm telling them to try to close it out here. And if not, we got another shot at it.
Love it. Let's see what happens. Michelle.
Great stuff, Hannah, and good question there with the Dream Breaker, which you had pointed out at the beginning of this match. It is very clear that Miami is more built for a Dream Breaker than Chicago. That is obvious with who they have on their roster. As Ben Johns put it positively, there's still always a chance, but if you're Miami, you want this to go 5.
Yeah, that's what it's all about when you're playing the slice. You got to get it to a Dream Breaker, and man, that is a lopsided affair right there, 75-25, so a pretty high percentage chance we will be going to that Dream Breaker. But Miami, I mean, we have the, I believe, second and third best men's singles players, and then you have 2 maybe top 7 women. I mean, that's a crazy stacked singles lineup for them, but we got one more mix to play. Anything can happen out here, even if it is 75-25.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Federico Staksrud and Tyson McGuffin both were here for the men's singles PPA finals, the first ever this past weekend. So they just extended the long weekend to hang out here with Major League Pickleball in the Season 2 playoffs. Hurricane Tyra Black, she struggled a bit in their gender doubles matchup. How can she reset and regroup with a different mentality, obviously playing the right now in mixed?
Yeah, so that's really what it was, is some of the soft stuff and the non-willingness to grind it out, and she's going to have to find a way to be that rock over on the right and play a bit of a more consistent game, because if those errors come early, the worst part about that is she does not get her big-time partner Staksrud involved. And right off the bat, a little flub of the footwork for Black and a mishit error out wide.
Fire fight won by Eric Lang, who was sturdy in that men's doubles matchup.
Yeah, you don't see those firefights where I think all 4 players got a paddle on the ball. Now the big man stepping over nicely, using that length to his advantage and finding a nice shot up the middle, and a quick 3-0 start for the slice.
3-0. Side out, point, 1. 1-3.
Okay, Eric, two speed ups off the bounce. Decent look at the high forehand, but I like Eric being aggressive early. He's going to have to do it. Tough miss on the return from Schneemann. Kind of giving herself a brief talk.
3-3. Side out. Point.
It's a very comfortable pattern for Federico. Forehand drive, backhand slice drop. Couldn't come up with that one, but I expect him to drive his forehand very frequently in this match. Nice hands from Lacey Schneemann after a great cross-court grind from the ladies. And a big factor for Hurricane Tyra, she is hitting a high majority of forehand dinks now, not backhand.
Lacey Schneemann spots the middle, threads the needle through it.
Yeah, I mean, It's two of the higher end athletes we have on tour. The fact that she was able to push that up the middle with neither one touching it, very impressive.
Just wide off the pressure from Federico Staksrud at the feet of Lang.
Yeah, that's the key. Always go with the feet of the big man.
Side out, point 7.
Nice job, Eric Lang saying me, me, me. Letting Schneemann know that he would love to take that forehand over on her side.
7-4.
Some more nice offense from Eric Lang.
Side out, point.
Heavy forehand of Federico Staksrud.
Yeah, he's so good on the full stretch on the forehand side, whether it's in the back of the court in singles or at the kitchen line in doubles.
Side out, point 8.
Yeah, I don't think Tyra even really saw it land. Just kind of checking with the crew on their teammates and Johnny Goldberg on the sideline, but they are going to decide to not challenge.
Point.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it's not a bad drive by Eric Lang, but just a kind of middling drive. And Hurricane Tyra, one of the better forehands from that right shoulder position, but the errors are coming in bunches for her. There you go. Nice job there. And you can see it's not a lot of backswing or follow through and plenty of power. She has got to have that shot in this match.
6-9.
Staksrud was there right on the back door, down the line, and the gap is now starting to close for Chicago, only up by 2.
7-9.
Hurricane Tyra Black attacks Eric Lang straight ahead, makes it a 1-point game.
And a little pep in her step, too. That's the first real kind of fist pump burst of energy we've seen from her. She needs more of it. Ooh, Schneemann. So good on the side spin. Inside out from Schneemann. Very powerful, flexible wrist. And you can see it with that last shot, and we are changing ends.
Chicago back on top by 3. That's the run they needed to pull back ahead. And on top of Miami, looking to close this match out in 4 games. We'll see if they can do it.
This coverage of Major League Pickleball is brought to you in part by Toyota Prius. It's Ace now. And by Circle. Your water, your way.
Wow, what a view. Beautiful beaches here in Southern California. Just a couple of miles inland is the Lifetime Athletic Country Club of San Clemente. And Eric Lang and Lacey Schneeman got to 11 first with a comfortable 3-point lead. We know how quickly that can evaporate, though, in rally scoring.
There's the forehand from Hurricane Tyra, and I'm not sure we could see it, of course, during the commercial break, but she was kind of popping up on her toes, jumping around a little bit, getting herself going. I love to see her trying to find that energy. And boom, boom. Big forehand from Tyra, big forehand from Fed, and we have a 1-point game. Nice job from Eric Lang. Loaded up on the forehand side. And also, you know, a bigger body, so that's a great dodge and a great matrix move to let that ball go out. I mean, it's big man, big target. I mean, yeah, he's nimble on his feet to get out of the way. It's not easy to do, especially when you have the heavy hands. Yeah, she knew it right when she hit it. She put her hand over her mouth like, oh my, don't do that.
It's third for Schneeman. Miami back within 2.
11-13.
Nice drop from Fed. Almost kind of floating up there, baiting Eric Lang into thinking he could be offensive with it. Puts it in the net.
Lacey Schneeman steps in, embraces the firefight with Staxrud.
Yeah, great hands from her, because I mean, I certainly knew, and I think most people knew, that Fed was going to drive that next ball for sure. So the initial third shot drive, but he took the fifth right at Schneeman, and she weathered the storm nicely.
Point.
And just a couple feet off the kitchen line for Hurricane Tyra.
13-12.
Not making clean contact with that first volley.
Lacey Schneeman pounces, gets a let cord, but buries it.
That's right, incredible combination from her. Federico stretched out wide on the backhand side on both of those forehands from Schneeman.
Side out. Point. 13.
There's a fist pump and a nice control of the kitchen for Miami.
13-16. Side out. Point.
So nice
17.
when that ball sails just high enough that you can slap down on it and don't have to stroke through with topspin. Great decision from Eric Lang to just unleash the fury on that last shot.
Point.
See, Schneeman rolls it through the middle.
And what a great spot, too. She has gone back behind Federico the last 3 or 4 times that she has tried that shot. This time she leans in and goes right at the right hip of Fed. Just phenomenal spot picking from Lacey Schneeman.
You just mentioned key distinction, I feel like, for a lot of amateur players out there between when to roll the volley and when to punch it down like Eric Lang just did. How do you distinguish the ball to do that?
Well, certainly the more court time, the better. You kind of get in those situations and you can figure it out. But I see a lot of players, even a handful of pro players, but especially at the lower levels, that really hit through that ball with topspin, and it just doesn't have that electric pace on it when you whip through with a full overhead. So anytime that ball is sitting up there high enough, unleash the fury when you got a shot. No reason to go with spin when you're in that position, just all pace and depth.
Eric Lang and Lacey Schneeman in good position, 3 points away from taking this match and advancing through to the play-in match for the finals. And if they do indeed finish this one off, Riley Newman Christian Elshon and the Kawamoto sisters await Ben Johns and company in the next matchup following this one.
You know they're hungry too. They didn't play their best game in that previous match. And
yeah, what happened?
DC gets another crack at it, and I think that they are gonna be very, very focused in this next matchup, whoever it may be.
Anything jump out to you about DC?
Well, I mean, I even mentioned it. It's like, I mean, everyone at home can relate to this. Some days you feel like you can't miss. Some days you feel like everything feels awkward. Everything feels uncomfortable. And, you know, it's not like they, you know, played absolutely terrible. They just didn't play their best game. So they know that. They're professionals. They're out here on tour all year long. So they know when they're playing clean and when they are not. And they all have such good mental games to refocus, put that match behind them, have a short memory, and get going for the next one.
Schneeman mentioned the fatigue settling in for a lot of these players. It's been a long year, longest for many of these pros. They've had to manage a lot of the schedule. See what Chicago does with this third after the serve.
Great third from Schneeman, who had missed one a couple points ago. But similar stroke on the dink, catching the tape.
Oh my. Oh no.
They're both off screen.
Oh no.
Oh.
What just happened?
I mean, we see one player off screen relatively frequently, but both players off screen? What a point.
What a scramble. Hit the deck, fed, and then Tyra Black sprawls out. Down goes Miami.
19-14.
Where's Dylan Frazier when you need him, you know?
Good response promptly after the defensive scramble from Hurricane Tyra Black.
Yeah, and I'm fine with Eric Lang dinking up the line to Tyra, but just remember, especially for you players at home, high part of the net, less court to work with, much easier to pop that ball up.
Side out, point, 20.
Match point for Chicago. And they'll do it. Lacey Schneeman and Eric Lang. What was their percentage of the odds to win this match? Was it 25?
I believe that it was, Michelle.
All right. Well, they told us this is why they play the games, and it wasn't even Ben Johns that had to carry his team through. His teammates carried him through to the victory. How about the Chicago Slice coming away with a 3-1 win on the Miami Pickleball Club. They will square off with Riley Newman and a spicy DC Pickleball team. You know, Christian Elshon is hungry for some revenge on Ben Johns after the weekend. We'll be right back to talk with the champs as they head in to the play-in game for the season finale. What a thrill for the Chicago Slice. Ben Johns and company, they're moving on to the play-in match to follow this one against the DC Pickleball team, and a chance in sight to take home Season 2 as we throw it to Hannah Johns with the Chicago Slice now.
Eric, you and Lacey able to close this one out, and Duper gave you a 25% probability of winning this match. What do you say to that?
I guess the coin turned out heads in this one, you know. Now, Lacey played amazing. You know, my team gives me so much confidence that they know how to dissect the opponents so well. I just try to execute the best that I can. So just real good atmosphere today, and excited to share it with my team.
Lacey, you love the MLP atmosphere. You're a California girl. You've got Aunt Tilly and Dad Philip here today watching you. How excited are you to be heading to a semifinal?
Yeah, obviously really excited to play with this team and excited to have made the playoffs. So really excited to be moving on because, you know, Miami's going to bring the fire, and they certainly had a few more fans than us today, a little bit louder than us today. But, you know, we try to put our heads down and go to work, and worked out.
Guys, you'll see DC in the next matchup. You were able to come out over top of them in a singles dream breaker in Atlanta. Can you do the same later on today?
Yeah, you know, there's always a good shot at it. Definitely helps with some confidence. They're a good team, and they've definitely developed as the season goes on. So, you know, expect a hard one, but I'm confident in this team. I think we can perform at a very high level, and excited to see what happens.
Well, you're headed to a semifinal. It's a big end of the season, last event. Can you do it? Can you end up in another final and finish this out strong?
Oh, absolutely. That's what we're here for. Like, I mean, you know, I think we all love being out here. This is the last event for the year for all of us. So I think we're just going to leave it out on the court and give our best effort and, you know, have fun while we're doing it. And that's why we're playing the sport. So, yeah.
All right, guys. Good luck. Well played. Mish.
Thanks, Hannah. They better rest up because they've got another matchup coming up next. They will take on the DC Pickleball team. As mentioned, will it be Riley Newman or Ben Johns on top in this one? Stay tuned to find out next. You do not want to miss this match number 3.
We are Major League Pickleball.
There really is nothing else like it. San Clemente, California, known for its world-class beaches, and now as one of the most luxurious homes to the fastest-growing sport in America. A good view of the Lifetime Athletic Country Club of San Clemente. You are watching the Season 2 playoffs for MLP. Only the premier level's best were invited to this event. And this is the play-in match to get to the final. Two of the greatest players in the sport will be on full display as Riley Newman and Ben Johns clash once more. Both players looking for a title here in Season 2. We're just taking a little bit of a player break as the Chicago Slice just took down the Miami Pickleball Club to play into this matchup. And DC took a loss earlier today against the Orlando Squeeze, looking for some revenge. Ben Johns and Riley Newman going at it once more. We're going to step aside and get you out to first serve after the break. Back in beautiful San Clemente, California, we are awaiting the play-in match to advance to tomorrow's season finals against the Orlando Squeeze. The matchup Today will feature the Chicago Slice taking on the DC Pickleball team. The defending champs from Dallas is DC. Ben Johns has not won a title here in Season 2. You know he's motivated to do just that, and we are told that this match won't be starting until top of the hour, so we're going to step aside for just about 20 minutes. But don't go away. This one's going to be a thriller, and we will see you right back here in just a couple of moments.
Hi, I'm Pat Smith.
And I'm Jesse Urban.
And we're going to talk a little bit about serves and service strategy for mixed doubles or gender doubles. One of the biggest things is you want to try and keep the ball as deep as possible. The main reason for that is since we cannot hit the next ball, our second shot that we might get out of the air and have to let it bounce, we want to try and keep that team as far back as possible from getting up to the kitchen line.
Ideally, when it comes to hitting serves, you want your serves to land back here in this area somewhere.
Probably about 3 feet from the baseline. Gives you a little bit of cushion before hitting it too deep out. But also, once it hits, it forces your opponent to make contact on their return behind the baseline.
Yes, I would say that's a really good visual. If your opponent is hitting their return and they're still behind the baseline, that's a really good serve. It doesn't matter how hard or how soft you're hitting that serve. As long as they're making contact and they're still behind the baseline, good serve, because they have to run that much further to get to the kitchen.
Which also means that your next ball, your third, has a lot more time and potentially a little more margin of error before they can, for it to drop, before they can potentially hit it out of the air and put pressure on you again.
Yes.
And vice versa, it takes pressure off me hitting the third just because I have a little bit more forgiving. I can hit a little more over the net. The ball can bounce a little bit higher over the net, and they probably won't be able to attack me right away by the time they get up to the kitchen line.
Yes.
So another thing that we have to communicate is where in the angle, where my angle am I going to serve the ball? Am I going to go more down the middle? Am I going to go more down the tee or out wide? It all depends on what kind of return they're going to hit back, or most likely which one of us is going to have to hit the third ball.
Right. For the most part, I actually hit a pretty safe routine. I keep the technique very simple.
I do too.
There's a lot of players that have different kinds of serves, and the reason for that is because you're always giving your returner something different to look at. The only risk of having different kinds of serves is that you may miss it more just because there isn't a routine, you're not doing the same thing over and over. For me personally, I actually like hitting my serve right to their body down the middle because I actually want to force my opponent to get out of the way of the ball. The only other thing I would look at is if they like to hit backhand returns or forehand returns. If I notice that they prefer a backhand return, I will try to get it more to their forehand just to force them into an uncomfortable spot. But for the most part, for me mentally, I kind of keep my serve simple. I just want to keep them back as long as possible, and I just, I want to make it harder for them to get to the kitchen since that is their main objective.
Another thing is depending on whether their forehand return or their backhand return is better than the other one. You're most likely going to get a weaker shot back, a less deep return back, which makes your shot a lot easier if the forehand is weaker. So that's why you won't want to target the forehand of the returner in that case. Vice versa, same thing applies for the backhand, obviously. So just keep that in mind. But number one goal is number one rule, you can't score. It's a pretty obvious one, unless you're serving. So the worst you can do is give away an opportunity by missing it, by being a little bit maybe too aggressive. And that's why Jessie tends to just try and get the ball as deep as she can and take the sides out of play in that case.
The only other thing strategically I would add on the serve is being aware of how your opponent is returning your serve, in the sense of if I add spin or cut or slice to my serve, there's a good chance the return comes back with the same kind of spin that I gave it. And what ends up happening is a lot of people have a harder time hitting that third because of that spin that has come off of my serve. So if you ever notice you're having a hard time making that third shot after your serve, a lot of it could be because of the serve you're hitting, and your opponent is just using almost your serve against you in this sense. If you feel like you're having a hard time making thirds and you're just not winning points, a lot of it could be starting from too aggressive of a serve or too much spin on the serve. And sometimes just keeping that serve simple is better, because then you force your opponents to add to their return instead of giving them something to work with. As a server, I will usually stand slightly closer to the middle of my half,
And the reason I will not stand close to this line is because, again, ideally, I actually want my partner with their forehand in the middle taking that third. And I don't want to stand too close to him. So I will actually stand a little bit more in the middle of my half when I serve. And the left side, where would you stand to serve?
Generally, I would probably stand also somewhat middle, maybe a little bit more towards the middle compared to that side, just because, again, most likely the return is going to come this way. We want the middle forehand to take that ball again, whether you're going to drop or whether you're going to drive your third. But I'm going to be able to do a lot more with this rather than the backhand from an angle standpoint, and I can probably hit all 3 different spots potentially. A lot easier than with the backhand.
Yes. For my top tip on the serve, I would say really focus on squeezing the paddle. You can also focus on visualizing your target. Give yourself a spot you want to hit to, and then you squeeze, and then you point the tip of the paddle to your target. And when I say tip of the paddle, usually I mean the top of the paddle, and you're just pointing right to your target so that, again, it's a hard ball, hard surface. As your paddle moves around, the ball also reacts to that. So you really want to keep all of your shots in pickleball pretty simple, and really that stroke really dictates where the ball goes.
For my top tip, getting the ball, getting your serve as deep as possible into the opponent's court, one thing you really want to make sure is that you start balanced, right? You want to try and use your legs with this as well. If you just swing with the arm, it's harder to control the depth of the ball. Okay, so what you really want to do, you want to load with your legs and really swing through the ball there. Oh, well, that was a quick one.
And if you notice, he hit such a good serve that that return ended up being shorter, making our third a lot easier for us to make as a team.
If you don't load from your legs, what happens is you're going to take the net's going to become a factor. So, for example, if I stand up or do it with straight legs, most likely I might hit it into the net.
And now I'm hitting my third all the way back here instead of when he hit a stronger, more aggressive serve using his legs. Our third ended up being in the court, and now we're closer to the kitchen line. As compared to if you hit a softer serve and they hit that deep return, well, now I'm having to hit a third from all the way back here, and that just puts more pressure on us as a team.
It also keeps me back, because if she's hitting a return from back there, the potential chance of her third being high and I'm moving in, I'm going to get attacked immediately, which means I'm going to either take it like a champ there, or I'm going to have to hit the ball from really low below my feet and pop the ball up again.
Mine.
Nice thing, Jesse.
So again, when you're serving, the biggest thing is you're not trying to hit fancy serves, you're not trying to win points off of the serve. You really just want to get the points started, and you just want to focus on a good target, high percentage target, and just good deep serve, force them to hit the return behind the baseline, and get a good, easy third in return. Yours. Yeah!
Spot, Jesse. You. That is out, unfortunately. Nice hit up, Jesse.
Thank you.
You.
Yours, yours, yours.
Good communication, Jesse.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leia Jansen.
I'm Catherine Parento.
And today we're going to talk to you about dinking and resetting. So the most common pattern that we see for everyone in pickleball is the cross-court dinks. But we're going to talk to you about resetting down the line or straight ahead and why we're going to do that.
I would say cross-court dinking is usually the better pattern just because you have more room on the other side. It's a much longer distance, it's a longer kitchen. Then if you go straight ahead dinking, you don't have as much margin for errors. Dinking cross-court, you also, I think it's 34, right, in the middle, and 36 towards the end. So yeah, you do have a little bit more of a lower, you can keep your dinks a little bit lower through the middle. If you go straight ahead, again, your kitchen is much smaller and the net is a little bit higher, so you have to be careful to not pop it up too much.
So me and Catherine actually use this quite a bit because a lot of the patterns that we see are people keeping it to my forehand dink. So I'll use it to get Catherine involved, or if I feel like when I reset down the line, the most common dink we're gonna see back is back to Catherine, which gets her involved. And another reason is if I feel like I'm losing a cross-court dink battle, I can just reset it down the line and get out of that in general.
I would say one of the biggest things that we see when people try to reset straight ahead is that they have too much distance behind their shot, their dink. So you want to try to hit it somewhat shallow so it gives you more time to recover and stay in your position. If you go a little bit too deep, they can easily attack you.
For us personally, the pattern that we want to get into is the ball to be in front of Catherine so she can attack more. So if I'm seeing a lot of forehand dinks, I like to use it because my left side player is usually better and can attack more. So if your partner is a better attacker or you just want to see the ball in your partner's hands more, this is a good thing to implement because the most common dink back, if you reset from the forehand side, will be back cross court to your partner. If you're playing a team that resets off the reset, you can always down the line dink. You can practice that as well. Okay, so right now me and Parker are dinking cross court and nothing's happening and I want Catherine to see a ball, so I'm gonna go down the line and get her more involved.
I'm gonna reset it so we can get that rhythm again.
Or now I feel like Parker just pulled me out really wide and it would have been way harder to bring this back cross court, so I reset safely down the line. Okay, so maybe I'm just seeing way too many balls and I'm not playing well, so I want Catherine to get it, reset, boom, in her hands. She can attack. So I'm gonna reset, he's gonna reset back, and I can always just kind of keep dinking back down the line, or I dink middle. Middle. All right, don't hit it to Catherine. So Catherine can then get the ball, because they might dink back middle as well. Or if someone resets your reset, you can always go in Ernie.
And this is why it's important when you reset. If you play against people that jump the corner or that Ernie, you want to try to be a little bit more towards the middle-ish on your resets, not too close to the line. Otherwise, you're going to see the Ernie.
Jeez.
So yeah, that one was a little too deep. They were able to attack first and we were on the defensive side. So I need to make sure I want again my ball to bounce on the other side so it gives us more time to be ready for the next shot.
So if you do reset too high, get ready to fend off heat, essentially. So this is also going to have to do with shifting because when Catherine resets, if it's too high, we're gonna see an attack. So she's gonna slide that way to defend the line, and I'm gonna slide towards the middle to make sure their attack spots are gone. It's a little too far wide, so I reset. Whoa, shoot. Hi, my name is Leah Jansen.
And I'm Catherine Parento.
And today we're going to show you guys the transition drill. The transition drill is a defensive drill where you're learning to dig balls out of the midcourt with your partner who's also at the net, working on keeping the ball back. And it helps you keep points alive, and I feel like this is the most important part to improve your game in pickleball.
Yeah, so I would say for the person that's standing in midcourt in the transition area, their goal is to try to drop the ball in the kitchen on the other side to make it a kind of neutral ball so you can eventually work on your way up to the kitchen line.
And for the person at the kitchen, they're working on creating more offense and keeping their opponents back when they have the chance to, like we see in matches often. I think you should be working on this every single day at home. This is often the only area, if I only have a little bit of time to practice, that I will practice.
This is probably the hardest shot in pickleball. It's really hard to hit shots that are coming straight down towards your feet. So I really think that's why you should always work on it whenever you have a chance.
The most common mistake I see in the transition zone is people moving or they have locked knees and not staying low and still.
And I would also add that a lot of the time people overswing instead of doing way less. A lot of the time when you're stuck here in the mid-transition area here, you kind of overdo it and it's hard to make that ball bounce in the kitchen. So you want to try to actually do less.
I'm going to be the fourth ball person on the other side of the net. The first drill that we're going to do doesn't really benefit me, it only benefits the transition person, but the second leg of the drill helps me work on a lot of fourth ball attacks off a person's high third and works on me keeping my opponent's back off the kitchen line. So the first part of the drill, I'm going to be one step away from the net. It's going to create a harder angle for my partner, Catherine, to reset, and she's going to work on resetting over the net, and I'm going to reach over and just keep the ball coming back at a continuous hard angle. She's aiming slightly over. If it doesn't go over, I reach over, and I'm just looking to get it down at her feet. Maybe I'll hit it up. And she's just working on being out in front and resetting.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay relaxed. Again, a lot of the time we kind of overdo it, so I'm trying to judge at kind of what the pace Leah is giving me. So if she's giving me something that has a lot of power, I'm gonna try to do less with my follow through. And if she's kind of just pushing the ball, it's a good speed up, but not necessarily super powerful, I'm gonna add more with my follow through. I'm gonna show you some example of things you probably shouldn't do when you're at home playing pickleball. Running through the ball as you're trying to reset. Come on, they mishit it. That was a good example.
No, that was a good one.
I'll do it again. So here, you're not taking the times. It's really hard to absorb that ball, make sure it bounces in the kitchen. You're rushing through the shot. And the other thing that we see a lot of the time is that people are kind of staying straight up instead of having a little bit more of a bended knees. So I'm gonna show you. So it's really hard to, again, go under that ball and try to get that ball that's coming straight down towards your feet if you're kind of staying straight up.
Now we're gonna add in the second progression, which is more geared towards me and my partner. So I'm gonna be behind the line, acting like I'm attacking this ball and trying to keep Catherine back. So on the balls that I can reach in and take out of the air, I'm gonna try and do so, and off the balls that bounce, I'm gonna try and just work on my off-bounce attacks. And you'll notice I'll take some steps back on my off-bounce attacks to create room. That one's out of the air.
And my goal is to try to have Leah hit in her red zone so she can really have her contact point below her, you said chin, right?
Yeah, in my shin.
Okay.
If Catherine is doing this well, or if you're doing this well at home, the attacker should be hitting a lot of off the bounce speed ups. Nice. There you go. Hi, my name is Leah Jansen.
And I'm Catherine Parento.
And we're going to introduce to you the shake and bake double strategy. The The shake and bake double strategy is when one of us will take the drive and the other person, the off-ball person, or my partner, will then try and poach off our opponent's weak return.
Yeah, I think this strategy works really well. It puts a lot of pressure on our opponents for shots, so I think it's important to put pressure, and that's why we most likely do it.
So I think if you're a team that likes to have quick points and you're also consistently putting pressure on your opponents to get up to the kitchen line, which is a mental strategy, and it's also, it makes you a much more dangerous team.
Yeah, I would say one mistake that a lot of people do when they try to do shake and bake is to overdrive, so maybe drive a little too hard. You actually want to place it pretty well so you can get a pop-up from your opponents. So just try to, again, go 60% of your power instead of going 100%.
The poach is the off-ball person, as I like to call it, or the person not hitting the drive, steps forward and follows the line or the path of the ball and tries to poach, as we call it, or basically be there for the pop-up and put away their weak return. Okay, so it would have it just as Catherine is about to hit the drive. I see her swing and I notice, so she would probably drive middle. And as she's driving, I'll follow the path of the ball. Look to pick off the weak return. It's important not to overdo it. Catherine will then fill in my gap, and anything here or to my right, I'll try and pick off and put away. And if they get it past me, my partner is there to back me up.
All right, so I'm gonna drive most likely towards the middle, just because it's a much harder shot for my opponents. If I try to go more with an angle, it's a lot easier for them to return with an angle. So it makes it very hard for Leah to do anything with the next ball, to poach. So I try to go more middle, so it gives her a bigger chance to kind of put it away or to poach on the next ball.
After the poach, you most likely, hopefully the point is over for you and your team, but if not, then you want to go back to the position that you were in before and not be overstretched. So in this position, I will be here, Catherine will fill in there, and I'll go back to the right side, and Catherine will be on the left.
Yeah, usually we do a shake and bake once the return is sitting a little bit shorter and a little higher. It's a lot easier to drive down on the ball. So that's usually when we're gonna try to do the shake and bake, and we can easily kind of communicate quick and say, go, or you go, and then try to poach on the next one, kind of communicate in between.
If you hit a drive that's not preferable or too high, your partner is just most likely gonna have to stop in their position and fend off a tough reply. So if you and your partner are planning before the point to hit a shake and bake, say it's been working or you want to implement it, the serve always sets it up. You want to try and hit a high and more powerful serve to keep them deep and get a short response.
Go. Nice. So Leah hit a pretty good serve. I got the return down in the middle to my forehand. Chris' return was sitting a little high and short, so it was the perfect kind of drive for me to hit it down through the middle. And then Leah just kind of came in and poached the following shot. So that's exactly what you want to see or try to do when you play.
She drove the middle. I'm in the line of the path. This one is a little bit higher. I like to use two hands on my backhand to make sure I get it down more. And that's why I say I didn't really pick a target. I just try to hit it down. As a returner, you're constantly worried about it before you even hit the return. And since he's also worried about our drive even before he gets to the line, you want them to think about your shots before they're thinking about theirs. And so by doing this, I feel like we're more in control of our serve. Yeah. I also think it's good to, right when the return is hit, to call mine or you or communicate. Preferably, I like Catherine to take these because her forehand is in the middle, so unless the ball is hit to my right side, I pretty much lay off of it and let her go. Nice.
So like that one, I mean, it was a pretty good return, but I feel like Parker, my opponent, was still kind of far back, stayed back, so I just decided to drive instead of dropping, and it just added some pressure on them. Nice.
So if you're in the right position, you have the ability to make that. Had I been one step over, there's no...
To play in this tournament, and we have reached the play-in match to get to tomorrow's final. Two of the greatest players in the sport will be on full display in this one as the Chicago Slice look to dethrone the defending champs from Dallas. The DC Pickleball team, this is the Lifetime Athletic Country Club of San Clemente, California. Pickleball with an ocean view. Nobody here is complaining. Ben Johns, the leader for the team, the Chicago Slice team, and Riley Newman is the captain, so to speak, of the DC Pickleball team. We begin with women's doubles, and I'm Michelle McMahon alongside former pro and two-time title winner and general manager of the SoCal Hard Eights, also the coach of that team with a chance to win another challenger title tomorrow morning here from Southern California. As it relates to this matchup, though, Adam, the Kawamoto sisters taking on the Chicago Slice, who we just saw a match ago, Lacey Schneeman and Jessie Irvin. This was the choice of the Slice to put the women's team out first. What are you looking for on both sides?
Oh, yeah, I think that the Kawamoto sisters are going to move the ball around at the kitchen line and look to be more aggressive. I don't believe any of the four players on the DC Pickleball team played their best game against the Squeeze. You have to give the Squeeze credit. They played amazing, but I expect them to come out with an offensive, up-tempo vibe about them in this match. And, of course, starting off with the Kawamotos, they can really set the tone for this one.
That's Jackie and Jade Kawamoto. They are twins originally from Hawaii, both working for the NCAA now, based in Indianapolis. Not necessarily a hotbed for pros, but still somehow find a way to achieve peak performance. Both players made it to the PPA finals this weekend in San Clemente. Jackie couldn't play, though, because of an event, and we are underway with first serve.
And Michelle, I spent a good bit of my commentary career praising the accolades of Ben Johns.
1-0.
His three teammates from the Chicago Slice in the previous match stepped up absolutely huge. Let's see if they can keep it going.
Just long for Jade, and to your point, it was the ladies that were clutch for Chicago against Miami. What else did you see?
1-1.
Right after this point. Nice play from Jessie Irvin, and look right here, we have Lacey Schneeman on the left here. They wanted to grind out cross-court Irvin to Tyra Black in the previous match. Now they have adjusted their court positioning to get another favorable matchup. Really love to see the strategic minds and play of these players.
Wow, the Kawamoto's doing such a nice job pulling Schneeman and Irvin off the kitchen with the lob to start.
Yeah, great play, and that is actually a very big part of Jackie Kawamoto's game, and she doesn't just lob it, she lobs it with topspin as well.
It's hard to read, too.
Side out, point 3.
And you mentioned the side change for Chicago. Why might this be the advantage for Chicago in the way they see the game after this serve?
Yeah, you're not going to grind out a Kawamoto. So that was the previous strategy, so this is different. So this could be Schneeman on the left to be more offensive with the forehand in the middle, or a specific Kawamoto that either Irvin or Schneeman likes to be paired up straight ahead in that up-the-line battle, which is often where we see the initial speed-ups and the counterattacks.
5-2.
Wow, what a defensive scramble. Several contacts ago from Schneemann, who paid off the point.
That's right. It's always nice in the heart of the point to make a get like that and then have it on your paddle to finish as well.
6-2. Point.
Yeah, just missed wide. And just a little touch on earlier, it was cooler. So the sun wasn't fully on the court. It was cooler, so that kind of leads to a few more errors and some less extended rallies. Let's see if now full sun on the court with the ball and a few degrees hotter in these afternoon conditions, if possibly some of these points become more extended. And I think we've seen that early on, but my goodness, Chicago Slice just firing on all cylinders, balancing their defense and their offense so well right now.
Yeah, what a start for Chicago on top by 6. And I like the point that you made a moment ago about the Chicago Slice. Typically, it is Ben Johns carrying his team wherever he wants them to go, but you were exactly right, Adam. I think today it was his teammates that carried him to this point in the championship.
Yeah, he obviously deserves all the accolades, best player in the sport, but you have to mention it when, even though they lost men's, Eric Lang played very well. And then, of course, in the female gender in both mixed, his partner and Eric Lang's partner just played great. So kudos to them. And it's really nice in this team sports format where you just don't always have to do it on your own. You can get picked up by your teammates. And that just makes it just another wrinkle why I really, really love this team format.
These two teams matched up in group play back in MLP Atlanta. Chicago actually took down DC in a Dream Breaker, 3-2. One of the only Dream Breakers that Chicago has won. You could argue both teams are not necessarily set up for total success in a Dream Breaker other than Christian Elshon and Ben Johns, of course, on both sides, which kind of cancel each other out after the final we saw on Sunday between those two in singles.
Yeah, and it was a 21-10 Dream Breaker too. So I would say on paper, Chicago Slice one of the weaker singles teams, but 21-10, that's a dominating performance. Nice drop there at the left foot of Lacey Schneemann, unable to come up with the short hop.
Side out, .9.
Yeah, missed drive in the tape. And you can, I mean, you can just pick up on these little things. After Jade missed that into the tape, just a little shoulder drop, like kind of wondering, like, what's going on? That's my money shot. How am I missing it right now in this moment?
Overshot by Jackie Kawamoto.
Yeah, and one of the advantages of Irvin playing in that midcourt, extra time to let those balls go out. Great eye from her. We'll label that one ambitious from Jessie after a very, very extended dink rally. But you can see these ladies really taking advantage of the short hop dinks. Really nice option, but very difficult to execute. So these ladies' touch and feel is on point.
DC hoping for a bit of a comeback here. Down 4 on the brink of the end change for Chicago.
That is just incredible precision from Jessie Irvin. That is not fully released on. That is a mid-paced attack with incredible deception and no chance for the Kawamoto sisters.
The Slice will take a 5-point lead at the end change. We'll take a timeout too. Chicago Slice with a 5-point lead on the Kawamotos.
All right, ladies.
Lacey Schneeman and Jessie Irvin playing solid so far in the Twins.
Point.
Just really clean, smart play from the Slice.
12-6.
Let's not forget that DC won women's in their previous matchup 24-22.
Wow. Jackie Kawamoto was almost in trouble on that lob. Found a way to dig her way back into the point.
Yeah, great overhead from Schneeman. A few shots later, though, Kawamoto finding a nice spot at the right shoulder of Jessie Irvin. Another great overhead from Schneeman, and this time, no shot for Jackie Kawamoto.
So a quick peek at the head-to-head numbers in this matchup. Look at this, Adam. A 67% chance that the Kawamotos would win this game against Lacey and Jessie. Defying the odds are the Chicago Slice at the moment.
Side out, point 8.
One of those short hop dinks that were so precise early on. This time error for Schneeman.
13. Side out, point 14.
Jade reacting right away, thinking that ball was in, and we are going to have a challenge in real time.
Yeah, what do you think?
It looked wide. Eagle Eye Adam says it was a little bit wide, but my look was not perfect, of course.
DC Pickleball team is challenging the out call. As the rally stands, the score is 14-8, Chicago serving.
Okay. 9-13 will look a whole lot better than 14-8 for DC. Let's have another look. This is going to be a tough way to see that far line. I need a closer view there. Let's.
Oh, that looks out.
Okay. Eagle eyes. He doesn't need a zoomed-in view.
That's it. That's it. Oh, yeah. Easy call. Come on now, baby. Let's go.
Why even replay it? Let's just have Adam call it on the spot.
But really, though, the slice.
Can you get a direct line to the refs, please? Thank you.
I mean, they're making it to the kitchen. They're dinking consistently. Their aggression is well-timed and not frivolous. It's a really just quality game plan and clean play, like I said, from the slice. And Kawamoto's not playing poorly, but their opponent's just not giving them really anything to work with right now in terms of offensive opportunities or loose, unforced errors.
After video review, the ball was out. DC Pickleball team will lose a video challenge and have 2 remaining. Chicago Slice still has 3 free video challenges. We'll resume play at 14-8 Slice serving.
That is Courtney Johnson, one of the amazing referees here on Major League Pickleball. And as she mentioned, each team gets 3 free challenges per side per match. DC just lost one of them because they were incorrect. Had they been correct, they would have kept that challenge, and Chicago would have been charged with it.
9-14.
That's 3 now for Schneemann. 1 forehand dink, 1 backhand dink, and 1 forehand third shot drop.
10-14.
It's a weapon from Jade Kawamoto.
That's right, and that's usually what it is for the Kawamotos. It is a balance of offense and creating errors from their opponent, and that's what we've seen the last couple minutes. Back in it. Oh my.
Nope, it didn't touch the bar. That is a side out, point 15.
So I believe it hit the ground, then the bar. If it hits 15. The bar in the air off of the let court, it is a replay.
15-11.
Tough break for DC.
Yeah, there's, to touch on the previous point, when there is a slice hit and it clips the tape, it comes back into the net, almost impossible to retrieve that shot.
Just wide for Jessie. Looking for that inside-out line shot on Jackie. Looked like it was a little bit available.
Yeah, she really likes that shot from the midcourt, and as long as she doesn't do it too frequently, she has a good bit of success with it.
Jade with a weapon of a backhand, the lefty on the right.
Yeah, that's 2 great cross-court finishing backhands from her in the last handful of points.
13-16.
And that did clip the tape, making it almost impossible for Jessie, but I still like the offensive vibe and decision-making from the Kawamotos, and they are right back into this with a 2-point deficit, looking to shrink it to 1.
Side out, point 17.
I mean, you can see these players, they're so good and so precise. I mean, as soon as it touches the paddle, they know whether that's a good shot or a bad shot.
Just long for Lacey. Back at a 2-point game.
Yeah, and I don't think the decision was terrible. Execution lacking a bit, but that is a good shot for Lacey, so I don't mind her going for it.
Jessie finds the middle in a scramble for the Kawamotos.
Yeah, and that's another reasonable shot for Jackie. She likes to go to that spot quite a bit with the dink from the middle of the court over to the right side of that right-handed player in front of her, but Jessie there to take it out of the air.
Side out, point 16.
Yeah, Schneemann on that counter. I think she wants another look at that one.
16-18.
Yeah, one of the best shots for Jade Kawamoto, inside out forehand, whether it's power or soft, that time forcing Jessie Irvin to lose her balance.
Just wide, and guess what? We're all tied up at 18 apiece. The Kawamotos pulling a comeback.
Yeah, so tough mid-firefight to pull that paddle back. Great eye from Jade.
Lacey Schneemann takes over, steps in, slams it.
A great combination from Lacey after an extended dink rally. I love the dink rallies too, when they take 5 or 6 in a row out of the air with the soft stuff. Just really, really soft hands and consistent play from all 4 ladies.
Wow, what a point. 19-all.
Yeah, obviously quality of the shot good to force Schneemann to go back. But maybe in the back of her mind thinking Jade might go for the Ernie. So just having that in your back pocket and showing your opponent, you can create some errors that way.
Wow, that lob was too good from Jackie Kawamoto with topspin on the baseline.
How does Lacey jump and whiff and still get the ball? That is a level of athleticism that I do not possess.
20-19.
DC steals a game point here. Backhand dink gone wide. DC comes from out of nowhere to take game 1 on Lacey Schneemann and Jessie Irvin.
It's literally just another day at the office for the Kawamotos. Just business as usual. We're not playing great. Our opponents are playing awesome. We're just going to do our thing, creep back into this match and seal it 21-19. Just true professionals out there. Never got flustered, never got rattled, did their thing.
So out comes Ben Johns against Riley Newman. He faced Riley Newman in the men's doubles final just a day ago here at the PPA finals too. We'll see if Riley Newman can get his final revenge. We'll see. You're watching the premier level semifinal match, and Ben Johns on the right for the Chicago Slice, squaring off against Riley Newman on the left for our upcoming men's doubles game. As for the ladies, well, how did Jade and Jackie Kawamoto pull off what seemed like an impossible comeback? We'll find out right now with Hannah Johns.
Well, you can never count the Kawamotos out of any match, able to mount an incredible comeback in that game. You guys also had a very close game back in Atlanta. I think it was 22-24. You guys won that match. You did it again here today. What works well against this team?
Obviously, they're a really good team. Jessie gets a lot of balls back, so does Lacey. She can create a lot, and I think our game plan was to just, what our game plan is dink it, move it around, and kind of own the kitchen line.
Well, Jade, you guys chose as a team to start on the sunny side and finish in the shade with the sun behind you. Did that play into being a factor in this match?
Yeah, I'm not sure who chose what, but I know it's definitely affects your eyesight a little bit when it's super sunny on one side. So we have to flip back and forth between it. So hopefully it's not too much of a factor.
All right, well, you guys go up 1-0. Let's see what the boys can do. Nish?
Hannah, thanks. The Kawamotos so good defensively and offensively as well. That's been the uptick in their game, it seems like, this last year. And their ability to see the play and have instincts on when to trigger each one into gear. Now we move on to the men's doubles. Okay, so Riley Newman playing with Christian Elshon, the defending champs from Dallas, teaming up against Ben Johns and Eric Lang. What gives in this one?
Well, it's always fun, as I still believe we have 1 and 2 here, meaning Ben Johns is the best doubles player, Riley Newman the second best. And I think there's some people right on Riley's heels, some very quality, explosive, athletic players coming to the sport, and actually the partner that's going to be right next to him. But still, clear-cut 1 and 2 for me. So this is definitely the game within the game. And I would actually get a slight edge here to the DC Pickleball team in this particular matchup. That might not, a lot of players or a lot of fans might not agree with me there, but I'm sticking to it.
Okay, why might that be? What's giving you that inclination?
I think it's just the ascension of Christian Elshon.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, is Christian on the left? Looky here. Looky, there you go, right there. And Christian's on the left. This is very interesting. Riley Newman, incredibly interchangeable. He's even played right side in mixed doubles. So I like this adjustment, and here we go. Yeah, Eric Lang finding the corner pocket, but I like the initial offense from Elshon. And the return really took off. Didn't have backspin, but hit the court and skidded. Awkward swing from Ben Johns. Don't see that too frequently.
It's a couple of interesting rematches. Ben Johns squared off against Christian Elshon in men's singles on Championship Sunday for the PPA this weekend. Oh. Oh my, Eric Lang. How did he get it?
I have no idea. That was one of the more athletic plays that we have seen, as Christian Elshon very fooled by this lob and still puts a good ball. Eric Lang, hands of gold. Yeah, and there we saw that a couple times in the previous match with the squeeze. One of the best shots in all of pickleball. The Riley Newman forehand from the shoulder, and he sailed a couple long, uncharacteristically.
Just missed it wide for Ben Johns. And when they matched up, Adam, in Atlanta earlier this season, Ben Johns and Eric Lang beat Riley and Christian 21-9.
Yeah, and that 21-9 MLP format, very lopsided. So shocking result there. DC looking for revenge.
Much different. Christian Elshon, as you mentioned. Wow, Eric Lang takes over on the right side.
Great put away power from Eric Lang, and a very interesting point with several smashes from the slice from the kitchen line dug out by DC. Baby. And really, granted, Eric Lang, thunder punch from the chest, one of the best counter attackers there. But when you counter that heavily, you very much struggled to get out of the way of the ball. And Christian Alshon going full send at the body. I like it. Yeah, there's that Riley Newman pancake I was looking for, and an incredible two-shot combination from Alshon, keeping Ben Johns all the way back in the court.
An ambitious Ernie takeoff for Christian Alshon.
Yep, and yeah, you can see the athleticism, but definitely a ball that was very tough to execute that shot. Even his athleticism could not get the job done. Yeah, really nice control of the kitchen line there. Is not easy shots, but sitting up enough for Alshon to do something with them.
Alshon grabs the corner.
Yeah, nice load on the forehand. And when you look at the three players on the court that aren't Christian Alshon, we're talking close to 20 years of experience in pro pickleball, which is kind of wild. Christian, only about a year and a half, 2 years. So that's the real difference, and the player that can take those big leaps and level.
Imagine how good he will be. He's only 23 years old, just a year behind Ben Johns, who's 24, Riley Newman, 30.
Yeah, you never know when players will continue to rise and when they might plateau. And I think Alshon has a skill set to where I don't see a plateau coming very soon.
What a shot from Alshon there, rolls it in on the backhand. You were also there for the Ben Johns meteoric rise. I wonder, in your mind, how long it took him to get to the level he's at.
Great shot from Riley Newman. Yes, and Ben Johns started so early. I believe it was 17 or 18 when he really started to play that heavy pickle. He's got it all, Michelle. He really does.
He's got it all, except for right now. He trails in this one by 4. Do Riley Newman and Christian Alshon have enough to finish it off?
This coverage of Major League Pickleball is brought to you in part by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. And by Toyota Prius. It's ace now.
Beautiful aerial view of the Lifetime Athletic Country Club of San Clemente, and there's Ben Johns as he stares down a 4-point deficit right now to Riley Newman and Christian Elshon.
Nice hands from Riley Newman. And to touch on what I was talking about before the break, Ben, I don't really believe is like that freak athlete.
12-7.
He obviously has great hand-eye coordination, and he's a very good athlete. Incredible point and incredible shot by Ben Johns. But I think it's like I said, he has everything. It's pattern recognition, it's anticipation. It's these things that make him the best. So there's a lot of different ways to get it done out there, Michelle.
Yeah, to your point, it's like intellectual caliber. He's so incredibly smart. He sees the game one step ahead of everybody else, it seems.
Yeah, and just raw athleticism. There might be two players on the court that are higher than him, I would say, his two opponents.
Call was wide from Ben Johns.
World-class defense from DC, though.
Another look, eagle eyes.
9-13.
Way out.
Oh my, Eric Lang. What a roll shot dink.
Unreal angle from Eric. He did that to Riley Newman as well, who has great footwork and a 6'2" frame.
Side out, point 14.
You can hear the DC fans are out today.
Side out.
Flying Ben Johns for the Ernie.
That's right, a little half Ernie. Great recognition from Ben and putting the ball down at the feet of
11-14.
Elshon as well.
Side out, point 15.
That ball getting just outside of the strike zone of Ben Johns and sailing long.
Spots the opening in the middle. DC in a scramble.
Yeah, defense from DC, incredible. But you don't see Ben freaking out. Oh man, I can't put the ball away. They're playing great defense. It's just hit another, hit another, hit another,
right.
However many it takes. Yeah, that's twice now in the last couple points that they have been able to catch Eric Lang in the midcourt down at his feet. So tough when that happens,
16-12.
especially when you are a very tall player.
Side out, point 13. Thirteen, 16. Side out, point 17.
Again, forcing Eric Lang to hit up on the counter or the midcourt shot. 3 now.
17-13.
And we saw 1 point ago, when it's not down low, he does damage.
Point.
And a missed return And
Yikes.
3-point lead turns to 5.
18-13. Side out, point 14.
Just hung out for a second. Decided it was going to drop back on the DC side. Ball back over to Slice.
14-18. Side out, point 19.
And I just wish that went over just to see what would have happened. Because Alshon had committed to the Ernie, but still catching the tape. Back to 5 points.
Wow. Game point for DC.
Yeah, great offense from the middle of the court from the right side from Riley Newman.
20-14.
And Christian Alshon pays it off and takes game 2, 21-14. The DC Pickleball team is 1 game away from advancing to tomorrow's final.
No dips in level whatsoever. From the start of the match to the end, DC was on it mentally and physically. Well-played match by them. They deserved a 7-point dominating performance.
Riley Newman matched up against Ben Johns in men's doubles this past weekend and dropped that one in 4 this time. He gets his revenge with Christian Alshon. We'll see how mixed doubles will shape out after the break. Riley Newman and Christian Alshon lost to Ben Johns and Eric Lang back in Atlanta, 21-9. They reversed the script here in San Clemente, taking this one over Ben Johns himself as we check in with Hannah Johns, who's with the winners.
Well, guys, you both played Ben in finals yesterday. You lost those, but you were able to come out, flip the script, and take this game. How good does that feel?
Feels good. We were long overdue to take down Ben.
Absolutely. And what were some of the tools that you got to get here?
I mean, in all honesty, I haven't played doubles in about 2 weeks or since Daytona until this morning, because I didn't make it into either of the doubles for the finals. So I've just been playing singles, and translates a little bit more on the left side than it does on the right.
You're looking very sharp for not having played for 2 weeks, I will say. Riley, this takes your team up 2-0. Exactly the place you wanted to be heading into mix. What's the strategy now? You guys chose your mixed team and who to put out. What's the strategy?
Well, definitely feeling good up 2-0, but we know that we have a really tough team in Chicago, so we want to be happy and excited, but we got to stay the course, stay calm, and so me and Jade are going to start and see if we can finish it off.
All right, guys. Good luck. Mish.
Hannah, thanks. Okay, so Riley Newman and Jade Kawamoto to start in mixed doubles, trying to close it out in... This is an interesting situation here as well, because Chicago laid their team out first. Why wouldn't you put Ben Johns out there?
That's a great question. I mean, they obviously have to have both of them, but in previous situations like this, they have put Ben out in that third match to have a better chance to capture that and then kind of roll the dice with the fourth. So this is a bit surprising. No idea if it's a strategic thing or maybe some light fatigue from the last few days, but this is certainly a DC team that I believe is 1A and 1B in their mixed teams, and this is my 1A right here against the B team of the slice, so big, tall task for Schneemann and Lang against this specific opponent.
Well, Eric Lang and Lacey Schneemann did have quite the outing against Miami. Maybe they feel confident in their ability to do the same here against Riley Newman and his partner Jade Kawamoto. And we talked about the coin toss earlier. Here's where it really comes into play with mixed doubles. Whoever wins the toss gets to choose the first option that they want, really, which the biggest advantage there is obviously the one that everybody chooses, which is the reaction when it comes to this very moment in mixed doubles. So then the Chicago Slice, as I mentioned, laid their hand first, to which Riley Newman said, "Sign me up, coach, put me out there, I am ready." There's Eric Lang. A lot of improvement from him between Dallas and now. What would you say you've liked about his game so far?
Well, I like that it does take a bit of time to get used to playing with Ben, so I think he's done a better job with that in gender, and then just kind of picking his spots and being more of a presence in the middle in mixed. So gender doubles definitely his preferred variant of the game, but his mixed doubles has stepped up, and he knows that he has to be a well-rounded player in this MLP format, and kudos to him going full-time. And I just love to see the players later in their career make a leap or a step forward. You see it so much with the younger players, but not the older ones. Kudos to you, Eric Lang.
Well, we saw the script reversed before. A 75% chance for Riley Newman and Jade Kawamoto in the head-to-head. According to Duper, Eric Lang and Lacey Schneemann, only a 25% chance in this one. However, think back to that Miami match just a moment ago. Remember, Ben dropped that men's doubles match. Lacey and Eric had to win in order to win the match, and they did.
And was it not the exact same percentages? Yeah.
It was indeed.
0-0. Point. 1-0.
Athletic play from Lacey Schneemann. That overhead is a cannon.
I love little players that are good. It's so fun. It's so fun to watch Lacey Schneemann do her thing. Such a special skill set and some explosive hops as well. There you go, Eric Lang. Use that big frame to your advantage. Nice wingspan. Got that big right paw on that last ball. Put it up the middle.
2-1.
Yeah, nice put away from Riley Newman. And I would really look for DC to just maximum pressure on Schneemann. She has someone across court from her who is an incredibly consistent dinker, and she has Riley Newman right in front of her. So that's a big squeeze for her.
Riley Newman loves that backhand just as much as the forehand.
Yeah, and what I mean by squeeze is it forces her into a tough spot. Do I attack Riley Newman, or do I try to out-dink Jade? I'm not sure if either one of those is an awesome option.
4-2.
Lacey Schneeman cleaning up at the kitchen.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the opposite. That time it was Lang setting her up and her finishing. It's supposed to be the opposite in mix, but it goes both ways for sure. All right, nice offense there. And Eric Lang starting it, and Schneeman finishing again.
4-4. Side out, point 5.
I think that's 2 drops now from Eric. Has a very quality third shot. Got to get that cleaned up. That was an incredible job by Lacey Schneeman. Up in the air, knowing Riley Newman was going to attack, and somehow got loaded up on the forehand side. Great counterattack from her.
Side out, point 6.
Sailed long. Missed a couple of drops, tried the drive, no
6-5.
success.
Point. 7-5.
Bad luck there off the tape. But I like what's happening here from DC. They're not isolating Schneeman, but they're playing very high percentage pickleball. And when you're the 75% favorite, no need to do anything crazy or wild. Just play a rock solid game and know you have the advantage.
Side out, point 6.
Yeah, right on cue. Never fails.
This is the semi-final matchup. Both teams looking for a shot at tomorrow's final against the squeeze.
Point.
So much power behind Lacey Schneeman's paddle.
Yeah, and she goes from back of the court or in the transition zone to the kitchen line as quick as anyone.
7-8. Point.
Oh, misses from Jade, uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of exchanging unforced errors right now. Schneeman picking the perfect spot, as Riley Newman hasn't really been incredibly aggressive in the middle. He looks to squeeze a little bit, and Schneeman, great reply.
Side out.
And Eric Lang stepping over to his left to drive, forcing him slightly out of position.
9-9. Point.
It's a missed first volley from Eric Lang, who was looking for the forehand in the middle, but Jade Kawamoto found his backhand.
Trigger pulled by Lacey Schneeman to tie it back up at 10.
That's right. She goes corner pocket on the previous one, and this time she just goes right at the body. Schneeman.
10-10.
What a Burt from Riley Newman.
That is an official Burt alert. Great athleticism from him as that ball just floated up enough for him to get where he needed to be.
DC back on top by 1, 11-10. They could close out this semifinal in 3. We'll find out if they will after this.
This coverage of Major League Pickleball is brought to you in part by Toyota Prius. It's Ace now. And by The Botanist Isla Dry Gin, distilled with 22 wild botanicals.
Riley Newman and Jade Kawamoto still in 1-point lead at the end change. Wow, Lacey Schneeman read the attack all the way through and used it.
Yeah, loading up forehand a couple times now nicely from Schneeman.
So this was the same matchup from Atlanta, by the way. Jade and Riley matched up against Lacey, and Eric won that one 21-9. Oh, Eric Lang.
What an angle from Eric Lang.
12-11.
Schneeman with the combination a couple times now. And to get him on the backside and then clean winner up the middle. Oh, that was some pretty good deception. Almost slightly lost his balance, forcing his opponents to think there's no way he's going to speed that ball up, but he does. nice combination from Riley. Not easy to put that initial attack to the backhand of Eric Lang, but ready with the forehand for the next.
Side out,
Just
point
short.
15.
DC can't get to the kitchen, and I mean, we've kind of just been chugging along, but 3-point lead from the Slice as we are approaching the latter stages of this game.
What a miss for Jade Kawamoto, making it a 4-point lead for Chicago. What is going on the side of the DC Pickleball team, who are looking to run away with this one in 3 straight games? Kyle McKenzie will talk things over with his team during the break, and Ben John's team might have a chance. Well, Ben Johns knows this game a lot better than everybody, and he opted to put Lacey Schneeman and Eric Lang out first in the mixed doubles matchup. And to his point, you have to win both mixed doubles matchup to push a 5th anyway, so why not put this team out first to see if they can get it done.
Yeah, and I think it definitely, I mean, it allows them to play free, meaning Lang and Schneeman. I mean,
got nothing to lose.
That's right. And if Ben goes out there first and wins, and there's a lot of pressure on them in the 4th match here, they're just playing.
Oh my, Eric Lang packing cannons.
Yeah, and I mean, took 3 or 4, all just as powerful. This one just
17-13.
no chance for Jade.
Side out, point 14.
Who's going to step up, Michelle?
14-17.
Nice digs from Jade. Good control of the kitchen line and shots from Schneeman. Just forcing her to hit one more and kind of hooks it wide.
Wow, and a drive on the lefty. What a shot from Jade.
Yeah, so good. Eric transitioning forward and needs to be a presence in the middle. So to catch him on that back hip was a perfect spot.
Point of the day. Stingy defense from DC, and Riley Newman somehow finds the opening.
My goodness, what a point. I couldn't have said it better, Michelle. That's the point of the month or the fall or something.
Maybe the year.
Yeah, who knows? My goodness.
Wow. That's maybe the juice that DC needed to take this one in 3. Otherwise, you're looking at, for sure, a 5-game dream breaker in my mind if you drop this one when you got Ben Johns waiting in the wings. Not to take anything away from Christian Elshon and Jackie, but wow, that was a crucial momentum swinging point. So good. We have to show it twice, Adam. Six, 7 shots back, 8 shots back, 9, 10. Oh my. Eric Lang has to feel defeated after that point.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not? I mean, he gave it everything he had. And let's be clear, this isn't like a regular overhead. This is a 6'4" man with full leverage, swinging as hard as he can with a high-end tennis background. Not many people hit it harder than Eric Lang, so just incredible defense from the DC Pickleball team, and all the momentum on their side after down 14-17 and all tied up now.
Especially Jade Kawamoto on the right. She saved the point a couple of times there against Eric.
Time in.
Wow.
17-17.
See if they'll match it here.
She's on it. She is loading forehand. He's even changed his spot once or twice and gone in her left hip, and that she was on the two-hander. Just great counter-attacking from Lacey Schneemann throughout this match.
Oh, feathery touch from Riley Newman. Lang was expecting a blow-up shot. Now 18 all. Close as it gets here in game 3. Jade Kawamoto lines up the line on the backhand shot.
Oh, I thought right at contact that ball might sail long, but she dropped it in. Great job from Jade.
19-18.
Oh no, can't miss that one.
And I just love it because you see Jade behind them. They both kind of like squat down at the same time. Like, oh man, that's just what we wanted.
Newman answers back. He needed to after that miss, and now match point for DC. Looking to punch their ticket through to tomorrow's final.
20-19.
Oh my, and a miss on the backhand dink of Jade Kawamoto. Tie game, 20 all.
Some serious pressure dinking from all 4 players as well, moving the ball around, not just putting it in play, every shot with a purpose.
Have to win by 2 and on your serve.
Point.
Oh, missed first volley from Jade. Not the most overwhelming drive either from Eric.
Game point for Chicago. A miss jink to the backhand of Riley Newman. And the Slice are still in it. Saved a match point and several game points there to take this one at 22-20.
Both of their mixed matches today, 25% chance to win 2 W's for Lang and Schneemann.
Do Christian Elshon and Jackie Kawamoto have what it takes to dethrone the king of mixed doubles, that is Ben Johns, who's playing with Jesse Irvin? We'll find out for a thrilling 4th game. Ben Johns takes the center stage next in mixed doubles alongside Jesse Irvin, and he needs to win in order for the Chicago Slice to force a 5th Dreambreaker singles format, as we check in with Hannah Johns to see how Eric Lang and Lacey Schneemann pulled it out.
Well, guys, somehow, some way, you just took down DC's top team, giving your team a new lease on today's match and a chance to push this to a Dreambreaker. How good are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling pretty good right now. You know, I was a little bit surprised, as I imagine a lot of you were, that we went out first. But, you know, we were able to play loose because we were down, and they were able to put whatever mixed team they wanted against us anyway. So put me and Eric out, played loose. I have not had a whole lot of success against Riley before, but I think I played pretty well in that one and was able to kind of show him who was in charge in that one.
So did Ben just set you out there and say, go play? Like, well, what was this? You apparently didn't even know why you were playing first.
You know, I thrive when I'm not in a box and I play loose, right? So I was able to show it there. I met the boss next to me with Lacey, and she's playing the offensive role and keeping Riley honest. They're a very good team. It's just nice to get a mixed win. And I think now we got to rely on Ben to pull us through for some singles action.
All right, we're hoping, fingers crossed, for a Dreambreaker. Those are always so much fun to watch. Guys, I'll let you go back to your sideline to cheer. Mish?
Yeah, well, if you want anyone in charge of your destiny in pickleball, Ben Johns is the guy you want on your team. However, he's not playing with Annalie Waters, his usual suspect partner in mixed doubles. A lot of experience with Jesse Irvin as well. So, a thrilling mixed doubles matchup to come. Can Jackie Kawamoto and Christian Elshon be the heroes that DC needs? Do they have a chance in this one, Adam?
Oh, absolutely. I think maybe maybe at the start of the season, you would say A team, B team. I think this is 1A, 1B for the DC Pickleball team. Christian Alshon's, I believe his skill set even lends more to mixed doubles play than gender doubles. So he can really take a lot of court, be offensive, and use some of his movement and his shot-making ability, especially on the forehand side, to his advantage.
Why would his game suit that mixed doubles better?
Well, it's just a more structured, nuanced gender doubles, and the guy kind of gets to go a little crazy in mixed. So he's covering more court. He's kind of free to do his thing, where you kind of need to play your role in certain situations more so in gender.
Well, 57% chance for Ben Johns and Jesse Irvin. Not good news for DC. Neither team wants to go to a dream breaker. They weren't built on their singles performances outside of course, Christian Elshon and Ben Johns. As we await first serve here from San Clemente outside the Lifetime Athletic Country Club. Beautiful venue for Major League Pickleball and the Season 2 Championships. Here's Jackie Kawamoto.
Side out.
Nice shot by Jessie, well disguised. See how frequently she goes to that, as I expect Christian Alshon to be aggressive in the middle. Big counter from Jessie. So 2 points, 2 very nice shots from her. Well, I was just going to say, Michelle, that we got some nice insights in the interview about exactly why they put those,
what I was gonna say.
About those teams out, and that's exactly right. Ben wins that first mix, a lot of pressure in the fourth. Both of them were able to play free and get that W. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that was from Jessie after 2 incredible shots. Yeah, that one was a little bit of a head scratcher.
I was going to say credit to your insight. You said exactly what the players echoed.
Side out.
Playing free.
Well, thank you, Michelle.
Must be a general manager or something.
I've been playing for a while.
3-1. Point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was wide. But either way, great ATP from Jessie.
She wanted the style points.
4-1.
Oh, wow, clips the tape. Jessie couldn't quite get there. Sometimes when the ball clips the tape, when the player hits it with top spin, it kind of takes off when it hits the tape or the ground. I think that's what we saw there.
2-4. Side out. Point 5.
A missed fifth from Jackie. And a slow start for the DC Pickleball team. Didn't clip the tape that time, and Jessie Irvin knows what to do. When that ball is in her strike zone for an ATP, nobody hits it better.
6-2.
Ben Johns goes inside out on the deflection.
Yeah, it's a great read from him. He has to hold if that ball is about 6 inches higher. As soon as he sees Christian Alshon's paddle drop below the net tape,
7-2.
he makes his move, knowing he's going to try to keep Jessie Irvin back at the baseline.
Prompt response from Christian Elshon. It's been a little quiet so far in this one.
3-7.
Nice aggression from Ben Johns.
8-3.
Wow, and some real frustration there from Christian Alshon, slamming his paddle to the ground, calling a timeout, and walking to the sideline with his hands on his hips. Chicago Slice just doing their thing, up 9-3 in this last mixed doubles matchup.
What a wild match so far. Chicago Slice on top by 6. Looking to force a dream breaker. Ben Johns pulls the trigger, and that is such a good ball and so hard to master.
Yeah, the low roll. And I mean, this ball, it didn't hit the baseline. It was 3 feet in. He confuses his opponent in front of him and drops it in 3 feet. Just too good.
Tweener. Ben Johns gets the tweener, and then the tweener king gets jealous, I think.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. He heard you.
4-10.
Hey, that's my shot. Uh-oh.
Side out. Point.
A frustrated Christian Alshon continues on the side of DC. Not a good sight, because guess what? He's their ace when it comes to singles. And so, if we do indeed go to Dream Breaker, which at this point is looking like we might, gotta get this guy back on track. We're gonna step aside for just a moment. Chicago with an 11-4 lead. good news if you're a Chicago Slice fan, because Ben Johns is in action and on top in this mixed doubles match.
Oh, heck of a point, though. A couple nice exchanges and some great defense and counterattacks from all four players.
Ben Johns playing singles, slides all the way across to the right, buries it down the line. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's a great read and shot initially from Christian Alshon. It just takes so much to win a point from this Slice team.
Side out.
So now Ben Johns looks like a genius strategist despite the miss there. Put the B team out, so to speak, out first. Let them play free, see what they can do, and they pulled it out. Christian Alshon getting involved in the middle. So this goes to a dream breaker. Love to know your odds.
I'm going to go 53-47 DC.
13.
That's my percentages right there.
I like that.
13-7.
Makes it look easy. Pull him to the left, then beat him to the right.
14-7. Point.
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but 15-7 looking pretty strong for the Slice. And there's only 3 of the 8 competitors. Only 3 of them are full-time singles players.
And that could be just the edge that Chicago needs to sneak into the final.
Oh, right. I think in terms of singles play, this is probably 2 of the bottom 3 or 4 teams from the Premier Division. Obviously, great pickleball players, but, you know, you have to be well-rounded in this format.
Point.
DC hoping to spark a run.
Side out. Point 16.
He finally overextends and goes for an ambitious attack slash Ernie, and it just trickles over.
Side out. Point 10. 10-16.
Oh, that time well wide for Ben Johns.
Yeah, going for the sharp angle. And, you know, interesting vibe to this match, but still well within reach for DC.
Side out. Point
Nice job finding the middle there for Ben Johns as Jackie Kawamoto was stepping to her right to cover the angle, which she needed to do.
17-11. Side out. Point 12.
Nice find for Jackie Kawamoto. Looking for something. Still trailing by 5. Real estate running out. Rally scoring in their favor, though. Couple of lobs from Jackie, looking to mix up the pattern.
Yeah, nice two-handed backhand overhead from Jessie Irvin.
18-12.
Who I think almost hit Ben, her partner, in the middle of that point in the back.
Shot from Christian Elshot. Gets Ben Johns on the ropes.
Yeah, nice inside out from Christian. Finding the angle over the power.
13-18.
DC finding some life. Down by 4. Oh, Jessie misses it wide. Did she hit an out ball there? That was maybe the question.
Heck of a point, though. Really good stuff from everyone, and I believe we have gotten to a 4-point gap a couple times. First time it's been shrunk to 3.
Side out, point 19.
Can't miss that one when you're trying to make a run for it. And Chicago now stands 2 points away from forcing a 5th tie-breaking game.
Point.
And a missed return. And a couple more showing of emotion from Alshon. Game point. We will play on for the moment. Ball back over to Jackie Kawamoto, and obviously, opponents at 20, it's go time for DC.
One error, and a 3-point game continues. Can they close the gap to 2 now?
Nice lateral movement on the kitchen line from Alshon, finding the backside of Ben and then finishing on the next shot.
Side out.
Yeah, a bit of confusion in the middle. Jackie ends up taking it with the backhand. Would like to see Christian's forehand there.
Ooh, DC survives it, holds off another game point. 18-20. Rally scoring continues for DC. Just have to win on your serve for Chicago. Perfect lob for Jackie Kawamoto, drops it in the baseline at crunch time.
And I mentioned it in the gender doubles match. She doesn't just lob, she lobs with topspin. If she didn't have topspin on that ball, it would have sailed long. Great job from her.
Side out.
Oh man, Chicago takes this one 21-19 to a dream breaker we go. This is anyone's match now, and the Major League Pickleball San Clemente playoffs have just gotten that much more dramatic. We talked about this. Neither team necessarily built well for a dream breaker other than Ben Johns and Christian Elshon. How will this shake out? This dream breaker brought to you by Toyota Prius. This is the MLP Season 2 Playoffs, and we will be right back with a thrilling dream breaker and the batting order after this. Back on championship court here at the MLP Season 2 Playoffs. Coming your way next is the Dream Breaker powered by Toyota Prius. Between the DC Pickleball team and the Chicago Slice, both teams looking to advance to tomorrow's final. Taking place in the afternoon. If you're new here, welcome. This is the Dream Breaker format, the 5th tie-breaking game, which is a singles format. Each team gets to choose their batting order. They will switch each player every 4 points. It is still rally scoring to 21, win by 2, and on your serve. And this is interesting for many reasons because the DC Pickleball team had to show their hand first in singles because they got their choice when it came to the mixed doubles matchup. So they put Riley Newman out first instead of Christian Elshon, to which Chicago put up Eric Lang. Then DC laid out Christian Elshon, to which Ben Johns was the choice of Chicago. No surprises there. Then it was Jackie, then Jade, Lacey, then Jessie for Chicago. So that is interesting. What do you think about this strategy?
It's all the matchups that I was expecting.
Just
except
different order, right?
The one man and the two man are flipped. So with them putting out Riley Newman first, DC wanted Riley to play Ben. Apparently the Chicago Slice did not want that, and they threw out Eric Lang. So DC wanted Riley for Ben, and the Chicago Slice decided that they wanted the Eric Lang-Riley Newman matchup more. So here we are, same matchups, just a different order in my opinion.
All right, players, game 5. Time in, 0-0.
Riley Newman gets the opening point.
And I like the return from Eric Lang to the forehand. The couple times I've played Riley Newman in singles, I would actually look to target the forehand over the backhand, as his ground stroke with the two-hander is better.
Eric Lang can cover a lot of court with that size. 42 years old, by the way.
Yeah, and great scramble on that point. He had to hit a lot of balls from the full stretch. I thought he was in trouble, but he dug out of it. Oh, he had a really good look. I think he threw in a little mini shoulder fake, making Riley think he was going to go up the line. He pulled it cross court, but just caught the tape.
Riley's up 2-1 in this series so far. One more point to be played between these two. He missed it.
Yeah, that's his shot. Backhand up the line. Not only on the doubles court, but the singles as well.
So out comes Christian Alshon and Ben Johns, a rematch of Sunday's men's singles championship. Ben Johns misses the third, and Christian Alshon will take that break.
Yeah, absolutely. He was in big trouble. Probably would have got a paddle on it, but
3-2.
Wouldn't have been a quality shot.
Perfect angle from Ben on the counter.
Yeah, he's really good at that first volley with the one-handed backhand slice. Does a great job of getting it down low at the feet of his opponents.
Tweener. Ben Johns knew exactly where that inside-out angle was going.
Yes, he did, and Tweener King taking a look at that sideline, thinking maybe Ben's shot was out, but I don't believe it was.
Easy put away for Alshon. That's huge to go 2-2 with Ben Johns.
Yeah, that was. Oh, I think maybe what happened is it was actually a double bounce. So that's why Ben kind of stopped play, but not positive.
Jackie Kawamoto comes out for 4 points against Lacey Schneeman. Clutch performance from Jackie, who does not play a lot of singles. Lacey has made it to a final recently in Daytona Beach.
Yeah, she's, besides for the two we just saw, that's the third member of these two teams that is a consistent singles player.
Going for the angles, and you have to in singles, right?
Yeah, definitely. She's looking for that back corner of the court, and that's actually probably the best skill of the Kawamotos on the singles court is the ability to create angles.
Side out, point 6. Six, 5.
DC, team in the black, up by 1. Oh, what a point from Lacey Schneeman in the Chicago Slice. 2-2. Who is going to get the advantage here? Jesse Irvin comes out for the Chicago Slice in the white t-shirt. Jade Kawamoto over there in the black. Nice shot from Jesse Irvin.
Yeah, great ground strokes. And she's been mixing in jumping in singles play, knowing the MLP format and making sure she's at least somewhat sharp with her singles game.
Good fight from Jade Kawamoto, and DC evens it back out.
Nice,
7 points.
Yeah, nice short volley. I like that a lot. Irvin's ground strokes, very good. Her movement is lacking a bit, especially coming forward.
Jade knows that, so she puts in a short angle.
Yeah, when it comes to just striping a ground stroke, though, Jesse Irvin, plenty of game.
And a shot from Jesse. It's all even. 2 points apiece in each rotation. This went to a dream breaker back in Atlanta, Adam, and Chicago won it 21-10. Much closer in this series. Riley and Eric come back out for 4 points. Careful volley from Riley Newman, but perfectly placed.
Yeah, using that wingspan, not trying to do too much, not trying to paint any lines, just taking control of the kitchen.
Wide and a missed return for Eric Lang. A 2-0 lead now for Riley Newman in this sequence.
10-8. Side out. Point.
That's 2 backhands now. We saw the previous point, Lang missing a return, trying to force it to the forehand. That time right to the Newman backhand, but he couldn't come up with it.
What a shot from Eric Lang. Pulls it out of his back pocket.
Yeah, it's a nice job to go up the line, too. Because when you go cross court, you leave a lot of open court.
10-10.
Every rotation 2-2 so far. Ben Johns back out with Christian Elshon.
Point 11. Change ends.
Ben will get the advantage heading in to the end change. He'll take the point and a little break to gather himself. So will Christian Elshon. We'll take one too. Pressure on Christian Elshon right now, trailing 1 point in the 4-point sequence against Ben Johns. All the other series have been split 2-2 so far. Not one player has been able to pull away, and if there's anyone that can do it, it's probably Ben Johns for the Chicago Slice. We'll see.
Time in. 11-10.
Ooh.
Point 11.
Thought he had it.
Yeah, just enough on that first volley from Elshon to get the ball down.
11-11.
Oh, he missed it.
What the hell was that? Unbelievable Christian Elshon. Like, I just can't even fathom that he was able to get to that ball.
12-11.
Oh my, Ben Johns one-ups Elshon on a point that he felt he was the clear front runner in. Unbelievable.
Man, those two fellas playing at an extremely high level. And I have never seen something like this with this many splits in a row, Michelle.
Yeah, make it 6 in a row.
Oh, Jackie had a great look. 3 balls over to the backhand side. Fine with the decision on that last one. Just couldn't come up with it.
Ooh, Jackie went right back to Lacey Schneeman on that return.
Yeah, she had a contact point definitely off there. Got in too tight to her hip.
Oh, clean winner for Jackie Kawamoto.
Yeah, great shot. Poor return from Schneeman, so I don't blame her for having to guess. Unfortunately, she just guessed wrong.
Lacey Schneemann splits it 2 points apiece. Make that 7 straight rotations where not one player can get a 3-1 edge on the other. To me, it either comes down to this rotation or Jackie and Lacey, but we'll see. Jessie will take the first point.
Yeah, got to make that first volley. Jade got what she wanted, and on the forehand side.
15-14.
Jessie Irvin laying it all on the line. Unfortunately, that one is long, and I imagine that tennis background helping her pull through in these extended rallies. Good eye for Jade Kawamoto. She takes the 2-1 edge.
Yeah, and you can see her really picking her spots when to come in, almost even jab stepping on an occasional shot, and then choosing to stay back and come in on the right ball.
Jade Kawamoto finally pulls away the 8th rotation it took to do it. Now a 17-15 lead could be the difference for DC.
17-15.
Riley Newman with a cross-court passing shot.
Yeah, big shot from Riley Newman. He can obviously go to all the spots with the backhand, but he really loves that down the line. So to whip it across his body was a great decision from him.
And Eric Lang matches that.
16.
Gets the point, evens out the series, and 2 more points to be played between these two.
16-18.
Ooh, an unexpected angle from Riley Newman. He gets it.
19.
Yeah, not a terrible lob either from Eric Lang on the two-hander with topspin, but great job from Riley finding the angle.
Could push his team to a game match point here. He will. Match point to DC. Christian Elshon has 4 opportunities to close it out against Ben Johns. The problem is, it's Ben Johns. We'll see if he can close it out in his serve here. Oh, Ben Johns. How did he get away with this one?
I mean, how does he weather all those shots? Christian's movement forward is absolutely ridiculous.
20.
Man, that return looked out.
Oh, man, and that serve was amazing. So for Alshon to catch the baseline with that return, so good.
20-17.
Another match point for DC. Too much, and a missed contact into the net.
Yeah, it's a really powerful return from Ben Johns. That ball getting a little deeper into his body than Christian Alshon was hoping for.
A nice deep return, pocketed by Ben Johns. Didn't matter. It's as close as it gets. 2019, Chicago serving. Lacey Schneemann looking to tie it here. The singles player. Out of all the ladies. Into the net goes Jackie. It is all tied up. 20 apiece.
Yeah, missed angle from Jackie, and Schneemann really looking to come forward
20-20.
as much as possible.
Missed return from Jackie. Match point, now swinging over to Chicago.
I mean, 2 minutes ago, it was 16-20. Unreal turn of events.
Jackie misses it into the net. Lacey Schneemann carries her team through the Dream Breaker, and a 22-20 finish will send the Chicago Slice to the championships tomorrow against Orlando.
I think I'm a little flabbergasted right now, Michelle.
So is DC.
Yeah, I think you can kind of see it on some of the shots that we've seen in the players' faces, just kind of like what happened that last couple minutes. Either way, phenomenal match.
Oh, that's the reason they call it a Dream Breaker. It is soul-crushing when it does not end in your favor, and credit to the Chicago Slice. Nobody gave them a chance in this matchup against the defending champs of MLP Dallas. So the Slice will square off against the Orlando Squeeze in the Premier Final tomorrow over on ESPN2. What a match. Momentum swinging on both sides, and you know, if you have Ben Johns on your team, it ultimately can be an X factor. We're going to step aside for just a moment. We have to see how Chicago's feeling after that kind of win. Nobody believed that the Chicago Slice could beat the DC Pickleball team except for them, and Lacey Schneemann put the team on her shoulders and carried them to victory. A 22-20 dramatic finish in the Dream Breaker means Chicago is through to the final tomorrow against the team that swept them in Dallas. As we check in now with Rob Cassidy, who is with the winners. We got to see how the team is feeling heading into the big final.
All right, guys, down here with Team Chicago Slice. Let's hear it. That's right. Quite the match, and certainly a Dream Breaker to say the least. Lacey Schneemann able to close it out. Lacey, so solid. Your thoughts on the match?
Oh, that was a barn burner. You know, they're obviously one of the best teams in MLP, and we knew that coming into it. We definitely were a little feeling not so good after losing both gender, but you know, Eric and I were able to play well and loose and mixed, and then Ben and Jesse did what they do, and then it's, you know, anyone's game in the Dream Breaker, and we were each able to kind of play our part, and Ben kept us in there, and then I was able to, you know, use some experience and some big serving to close it out.
Absolutely. You guys certainly won this as a team. Ben, 2-2 splits up to 14-14. You and Alshon battling. Match point happened. A little bit of a rematch from singles the other day. How are you feeling out there?
I'm feeling amazing. This team has been absolutely clutch, to say the least. So, no, this Dream Breaker was incredible. I think we might have set a record for 2-2 splits for a while there. Yes. But, you know, when you go that late and you're still tied, it's absolutely anybody's match because the Dream Breaker is just so streaky. So, yeah, I'm proud of this team and looking forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely. MLP, there's nothing like it. You guys are working as a team. Jesse, how's it feel going to the ship with a team like this?
Oh my gosh, it's probably the best feeling ever, especially to finish out the year like this, going into finals. I love this team. I think we've been working really hard together, you know, on the court, off the court, getting to know each other, and it really showed today. We pulled through and we fought hard, and we deserve to be in the finals. I really believe that. We deserve it.
And we cannot agree more. Eric Lang, you guys played against Orlando Squeeze. Didn't turn out in your favor. Is there a little bit of revenge coming up? You got some adjustments to make? How you feeling?
I think when we're all systems go and we're clicking, we're a very tough team to beat. So I can't wait for tomorrow. And a special shout out to my 16-year-old daughter, Mia, who's been with me this whole tournament. And she's a great kid. I love having her here.
Absolutely. We love it. It's not the first time I've heard him say that. This team on all cylinders. Well, there you have it. We'll see you guys playing against Orlando tomorrow. MLP by Margarita. Vil, we'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Little post-match ceremony there, and we are concluded here in San Clemente, California for the semifinal matchup as we preview the final tomorrow. Tuesday's action starting tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. That is 12:30 p.m. Eastern. And it is going to be the St. Louis Shock against Adams SoCal Hard Eights. Any expectations for this one over on PBTV and Tennis Channel?
Roll the dice, baby. Hard Eights. Let's go.
And the premier level final will be the matchup between the Chicago Slice and the champs from Atlanta, the Orlando Squeeze, live over on ESPN2. That's Tuesday at 3 p.m. Eastern. We cannot wait to see you there. For Adam Stone, I'm Michelle McMahon, and our entire Tennis Channel crew saying so long from the beautiful Lifetime Athletic Country Club of San Clemente. We saw it all here on center court, and the Season 2 playoffs living up to the hype. No DC in the final. The Orlando Squeeze, they're back, but they have to get through Ben Johns to take it once more. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Want to confuse them. They want them questioning whose ball really is it in the middle. So